Commissioners, your recording is on.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, everyone, for being here on our probably first Saturday meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. A big thank you to Public Works for hosting us in this space and for taking over all of their spaces within here. So I know that it's tight, and I know we have this room here is full. The overflow room hopefully still has room. Just a bit of a orientation to the space. So if you have signed up for public comment, it was with Jake in the lobby there. If you have not signed up and would like to change your mind and sign up, you can do that at any time, so long as public comment is open. We have bathrooms straight through this door here, and there are folks in the crew room that can also show you where some additional bathrooms are. So we will run this as efficiently as possible. We will also take some breaks within it, since we have really one major topic today, used to being in the evenings. So I'm going to start with our regular opening. So good morning, and thank you for coming to our April 13th, 2024 Board of Douglas County Commissioners 9 a.m. business meeting. This is our regular meeting, so we will have a little bit of business to conduct before our main item. There are paper copies of the agenda out at the desk with Jake, should anybody want one. And of course, the full packet is available online. It is lengthy. So we will first have a consent agenda, which is small. Then we will have a time for general public comment. That is not the time to speak on the Kansas Sky application. That will be most of the meeting that we have today, but this is for items that are not part of that agenda, but are still relevant to the county commission's business. We have a lot to get through, and we want to be as efficient as we can. So we will have some rules regarding public comment, both general public comment and when we get to that, to our one item today. We'll do our best, or I will do my best, to be consistent in enforcing those without regard to the point of view, of course, of the speaker. So first, each speaker will be limited to a total of 3 minutes of speaking time. Of course, we've got quite a bit of public comment in length in our packet also. In this case, we don't normally allow speakers to donate unused time to other speakers, and we're not doing that today, but we have made arrangements that folks who want to share a presentation can do that in tandem, and Sarah will give a little bit more information about that when we get to the time. All comments must address topics within the jurisdiction of the County Commission, and we reserve the right to mute or remove any speaker whose comments are threatening, aggressively hostile, or belligerent. Please give your full name and address every time you speak. We do have someone transcribing the meeting, and I am the worst one at remembering that. So I'm Karen Woolley, Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. Please know that any comments received by the Commission during our meetings do not necessarily represent the views of Douglas County government, but we value the input. We don't usually respond to general public comment on the spot. Of course, we will with very much of the item, but we will, if you leave your contact information with county staff, we'll try and get specific questions answered. After that, we move to our one item on our regular agenda, and for that action, we will hear from staff and the applicant regarding the questions that we had asked them at our work session. We'll hear also from County Council this morning, and then we will open for public comment on that item. When public comment is closed, we'll bring it back to the Commission for further discussion and a vote. This meeting will be available on the county's YouTube page and website. So with that, I think we can handle our consent agenda has all of one item. Is there anyone on the Commission who would like to remove that item for further consideration? It would be payroll. No? Is there anyone present here or online who would like to remove our one consent agenda item for further discussion? Okay. Seeing none, I would accept a motion.
Yes, Commissioner Kelly, I move to approve the consent agenda item 1.
Commissioner Reed, second.
Karen Woolley, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, passes. So we now open for general public comment. Again, if you have come to speak on the Kansas Sky application, we will have plenty of time for that. But is there anyone who would like to address the Commission on any items that are not on the agenda? Seeing none, either here or online, and I'm hoping someone will flag me if we get someone from the other room So, okay, with that, we'll move to our regular agenda item. We have come here today to consider a conditional use permit for Kansas Sky Energy Center, a commercial utility-scale solar energy conversion system located on approximately 604 acres of a set parcel totaling 1105 acres. The modification to allow cab lines for solar modules to be located above ground. And I believe, Sarah, are you going to kick us off with some comments?
Commissioners, we've got several folks that are going to be speaking on behalf of staff for the staff presentation. We've got Terrell Mock, who's our county counsel for this application, Tanya Voigt, our director of zoning and codes, Mary Miller, who is our county planner for this, and Chad Voigt will kind of wrap us up. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Terrell.
Good morning, commissioners and the public. I'm here today just to kind of give an overview of what this process looks like legally.
Terrell, may I ask you?
Yes.
Do you want ex parte before or after your comments?
After.
Okay, thanks.
Yes. I just have a quick slideshow. We're going to pull it up. Okay. Like I said, I'm just going to give a quick overview of the legal parameters regarding the Board of County Commissioners' decision on today's solar application. The Board of County Commission review must be basically two simple things that are often complicated, but lawful and reasonable, okay? And we're going to focus mostly on what makes their decision reasonable or what is considered in making their decision reasonable. So there's a Kansas Supreme Court case that's often referred to, and it's called the Golden Factors. Okay, so there are 8 total golden factors. These are the first 4. So this is what Kansas case law directs the county commission to consider anytime it reviews an application such as this. And I'm not going to read all these because I know you all can read. Okay, and then there's a second set of conditions that Douglas County itself has imposed on the commission to consider within its own zoning code. And these are specific to CUP permit regulations. And this is, so these next few slides, I think there's maybe 3, are all in the code and are all required to be considered by the commission when deliberating applications like this. Okay, and then here we have a third set of factors that can be found within the specific regulation as to commercial utility. I'm going to get all of that acronym wrong, Karen, but the commercial utility solar plants, like this particular application here. So this is within the solar regulations within the zoning and codes. One more. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any ex parte you would like to give this morning? Oh. You got it. Go for it.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tanya Voigt, the Zoning and Codes Director. I'm going to share screen here real quick. One of the questions that the Commission asked in the last work session regarding this application was which plans need to come back to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval. So we're in the preliminary stages, but there are many plans and analysis and testing that come through the office. Some of them will go back to the Board of County Commissioners. Some will be administratively processed through the Planning Office and Zoning and Codes or Public Works or whatever relevant department needs to be able to see that. There's a fire and safety plan that goes through Emergency Management and Fire Service for final approval. And then what I did is I broke this up into several sections. So there's a pre-construction section, there is a during construction section, and a post-construction, so after construction. So the items that need to go back to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval would be the stormwater plan, the traffic impact and road maintenance agreements, the agrivoltaics plan, the vegetation management plan, project bond, the vegetation bond, and if, only if applicable, a transfer of operator or any modifications to the CUP. So there's a specific set of standards where the Board of County Commissioners can modify, say, the height of the panel, the size of the panel area, those type of things. Those would also go back before the Board of County Commissioners. So as you can see, prior to construction, there's quite a few plans that are administratively processed. You'll see that area right there. Here's the ones we just discussed that go back before the Board of County Commissioners. And then during construction, you guys would also see if the applicant requests additional days for construction after the 4 days that the Zoning and Codes Director can allow Saturday work. So after 4 administrative approvals, you would, the applicant would need to take any additional requests for Saturdays to you. And then after construction, anytime that we're doing a review, so after the first year, the regulations require a review after the first year, and then every 5 years thereafter, that would go back before the Board of County Commissioners. In that case, another issue that I think was a little bit confusing is which ones can be taken back to the board if they're not compliant or there's an issue, and that is all defined within the zoning regulations of how we can amend, suspend, or revoke a CUP. And so if we were not satisfied with the review after the first year or the 5-year reviews, that would allow us to bring back the CUP for amending, suspending, or revoking. The agrivoltaic report would go back to you. That would be between the first 12. I think that's actually the first 12 and 24 months. I think that's a typo. And then every 5 years after, you guys would be looking at the agrivoltaic report. The third-party agreements need to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. Groundwater and soil testing has come up quite a lot. I believe that if there were issues with groundwater or soil testing that we would have within the Zoning and Codes Department, we would have the parameters to bring that back to the Board of County Commissioners to discuss mitigation or any further measures. Repeated violations. This is through any CUP process. If we have an applicant or operator that we can't seem to mitigate or can't bring into compliance, they're unwilling to work with the CUP conditions, those then would go back to the Board of County Commissioners as well. That could be noise, glare, the bird mortality information, hours of operation, the traffic route, or any of the conditions set forth in the CUP. And then the last would be, upon decommissioning, there's a requirement that a new road maintenance agreement would need to be identified. And that's because who knows what the roads may be. They may be paved in 25 years. So that new road maintenance plan would also need to go back to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Anything else? Okay, I'll pass it on to Mary.
Can I ask a question? Can you scroll to the top for your headings?
Yes.
On that? So the process of can be taken back to the Board of County Commissioners, and that is that a complaint would come through staff, and staff would make that determination if there was something that needed to come back.
That's correct.
And the whole list of requires the BOCC approval before processing. Can you just scroll through that one more time? Make sure I've got all of them.
And can I ask, while you're scrolling to that, this is Commissioner Reed, Tanya, to look at those topics again, can you also just discuss, from a process point of view, how those would work? Those would come back as regular agenda items for public process, is that correct?
Yeah, we've had a few conversations, especially in relationship to the agrivoltaic plan. You know, there could be a variety of different ways. Obviously, staff would probably review whatever report or analysis it is and then put it on the agenda. It would be available for public meeting and go through the normal process. There would be, if we wanted to add any steps to that, there could be an option where we would just receive the information. That way it gets put on the agenda, say with the agrivoltaic report, so then it's out, it's publicly available to anyone who might want to look at it, and it not just be available to staff. So receiving of the agrivoltaic report and then come back, set a future date for actually staff recommendation and then county commission approval.
Can you help me find the emergency management
Yes.
plan? Which category does that fall under?
So right here, so that would be under administrative. So requires administrative approval before proceeding, and that would be the planning office and the zoning and code office, public works, any department it's relevant to. In this case, it would be emergency management as well, and then the fire departments.
And the decommissioning plan was also under,
Sorry, I'm looking for that one.
I think it's at the bottom.
Oof. So that's after construction. So I want to go up to, because there's an initial decommissioning plan, and I think it should be right here. Abandonment, decommission, and reclamation plan is administratively processed. It does not require going back before the Board of County Commissioners.
Okay, I'll put a pin in that. I think there might be public interest in that. So let's just flag that for
Great.
when we get to talk about it. Thank you.
Tanya, I have a question. Sorry, before. This is Commissioner Kelly. I think, could you go over what happens? I know we're familiar with it when a member of the public thinks there's a violation of what was approved in the regulations. What would be the next steps? This has happened before, so the commission is familiar with it, but there's a large group of the public here who may be interested in monitoring whether someone is following codes or not. Can you go through that process real quick?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So with any CUP, there's a set of conditions that need to be met on almost all. There's a few out there that don't have any conditions. But what happens if a neighboring landowner or someone from the public believes that the CUP is in violation, they would contact our office, because sometimes we are not aware of what's happening out in the field on a piece of property. We have no idea. So they contact our office with the complaint. It can be by email, it can be by phone, whatever they're comfortable with. And then depending on the life safety issue of it, we have quite a number of violations happening at any given time in the county. And so if it's a life safety issue, we move that up to the top of our workload and try to address that and get to that as quickly as possible. If it's not a life safety issue, we add it to our workload and we get to it when we can get to it. We investigate it, we determine the validity of the complaint, we follow up with that complainant and let them know what we've determined. Sometimes that we're able to make that determination, reach out to the operator applicant that might be in violation and have them correct that. Very often, because they're related to conditions, the operator will very quickly correct their issue And then we just document that it's been corrected or addressed or is now in compliance, provide that information to the person who complained, and then we close it out. If it's something that is not easily corrected or might be a little bit more of a gray area, at that point, we usually reach out to legal counsel, make sure that, our determination or the zoning and codes director's determination is correct or accurate or legally can be supported. And then from that point forward, sometimes we move forward with legal. Sometimes they'll step in, or then we'll just move forward alongside legal if necessary. And then once the case is built, once we also do give the applicant or operator, if they are in violation, the chance to correct it. So we don't take it just immediately back to the Board of County Commission. We provide them an opportunity to either mitigate, satisfy the condition, bring themselves back into compliance. It depends on the level of what the issue is as to how long we give them. We might say you have 24 hours to correct this. We might say you have 2 weeks. If it's something that's pretty small, often it can be 30 days. So we use kind of just our kind of internal compass on depending on the severity of the violation. And then if the applicant, again, will not come into compliance, we bring that back but to the Board of County Commissioners to address.
Tanya, have there been specific conversations with the applicant about the complexity of this kind of problem and being able to respond to the public?
Many, probably hours, I would say, and hours of conversation on the complexity of making sure that we have conditions that have teeth that we can even enforce. And then at that point, even if we can enforce it, just having the capacity and the ability to be able to move through that process without inundating our office so much that we can't serve the rest of the public.
And does that also fall under that, the ability to hire a third party that the county chooses and the applicant pays for if there's something that's beyond staff capacity?
Yeah, we were pretty adamant about ensuring that the applicant pay for those services because, our office, regulates the entire county and all taxpayers. And so we didn't, so much of our time can be put on one application. We just wanted to be sure that it seemed that not all of that the taxpayer, money was being evenly distributed in a way that everyone was getting service from our office the best we could. So with a third party, that frees up us to continue our daily work. Hopefully, we have worked with third parties and it still is work. It doesn't necessarily take all of the responsibility and decisions off of staff, but we're hoping it will help enough that everyone can continue working on other items and other violations and other workloads.
Another follow-up. So one of the final column there was about if there's something that's out of compliance and there's the ability to revoke or suspend a CUP. Talk to us about what that normally looks like for a CUP and what that might look like for this.
This I actually haven't processed an application to this size with this many conditions. So I think it's
No one has.
yeah, thank you. So I'm not sure that I can, follow up too much on, how it's for sure going to work. But to the best of our knowledge would be, again, that we find that staff finds an issue and that we're unable to remediate that with the applicant or operator, and then we bring that forward. Is that what you were asking, Karen, or were you asking something slightly different?
I'll probably come back to it, but
Okay.
it's okay for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mary, she's going to stop sharing and you can share.
sure what projector thing it is. Is it this? Okay, I think. Can I hide the brochure? All right, okay. So that's okay, you're very welcome. Good morning, Commissioners. Mary Meller, City County Planner, and I'm here to provide staff's response to the questions. I'm here to provide staff's response to the questions you raised at your study session. And I listed those all in the memo. I listed staff's and the applicants. So this will just be staff's response and the applicant will provide theirs later. And so I did my best to try to understand the questions. If I misunderstood, feel free, to stop me and ask again if I'm going off on track. But I think the first question was, would there be an opportunity for public input with the zoning and code director's review of the agrivoltaic plan? And so we have two times where we will be reviewing the agrivoltaic plan. And if you look in the conditions, the proposed conditions, there's two sets. Number one, those are the conditions of approval. It means it's not approved until those conditions are met. Number two are the ongoing conditions for the CUP, for the life of the CUP. So in condition 1E, that's one of the conditions of approval, we already have reviewed a vegetation management and agrivoltaic plan, but we're asked for revisions. Since the application has been submitted, there's been a lot more information. They've worked with third parties and with other groups so they can provide more information on their agrivoltaics. So they'll be showing us the various potential phases and to provide more detailed information. And that will come in, it will be brought to you for review, it'll go to staff, and as Tanya said, it'll be placed on your agenda, and that's when the public will have the opportunity to provide comments. And we can always just present it to you to receive, and that way it's out there for the public to comment on longer. And then the second set of agrivoltaic plans that we'll be receiving, it's more of a report and goal setting process, is within 1 to 2 years once they get that certificate of completion. And that's a certificate zoning and codes issues when construction is all done, everything's been approved, and they're ready to start operations. So within 1 to 2 years, and this is one of the revised conditions that's being proposed, they would provide an update explaining what have they gotten done with their agrivoltaics, where are they, what are their goals. And then with every 5-year review after that, they'll provide a detailed report illustrating what they've done, what issues they've ran into, and what their goals are. And with agrivoltaics, there's two types of agrivoltaics, basically. The whole site will be almost 100% agrivoltaics, except for the substation, the access roads, places where the inverters are, things that can't be utilized, because there's a passive agrivoltaics, and that'll be the planting of the cover crops, and that will minimize erosion, help stormwater drainage, but it'll also help maintain the health or even improve the health of the soil. And then pollinator plants can be planted, and that would accommodate the bees. So that would be the passive, and that's what's expected for the whole site. And then as it goes on, the intent is that for it to turn more into active agrivoltaics, that more of the land will be turned into grazing for vegetation management, and also for specialty crops or research. So as we learn more about agrivoltaics, they can do more with it. And so these plans will come into the zoning and codes director, and she'll review those. It is a provision that a third party could assist because it'll take a lot of expertise, agricultural expertise, to review those. And then that summary and the recommendation would be placed on your agenda again. And that's when the public's comments would have their ability to comment. And we can always put that on the agenda early so they can have more time to provide comments. There are two questions about the landscape plan. One was, there's 3 options that the applicant is proposing, 3 different types of buffer yard landscaping. And the question was, could the property owner just waive that? And that is allowed in the standards. And we did not include that in the condition. I guess we didn't assume anyone would want to, but it's probably a good idea to add that to the condition. And so in the memo I mentioned, we could just go ahead and add the information if they want to waive it. It would be treated just like any of the other waivers. We'd have to get that in writing, and then that would be recorded with the Register of Deeds. And on the plan, it would note that the property owner waived that buffer yard. And the other question was, would berms be offered? And berms are a possibility. We would want them to be minimized as much as possible because it's going to involve the disruption of soil, and one of the big goals is to minimize disruption to the soils. And in the memo, I kind of misspoke. I said this would all come out of the 5% grading requirement, but the berms would not be within the site area. They would be actually on the agricultural land. But still, it's a lot of soil that would be removed or brought in for fill. And so if a property owner wanted berming, it would be possible, but we would really encourage that to be minimized as much as possible. And then the question was, are there other regulations? Because this CUP includes other things other than just solar panels. There's a substation that's involved, and it's not a traditional substation. It's something of a mini substation. It's just for this solar farm, and it converts the electricity so that it can go to the substation across the road and then be distributed. But the question was, are there any conditions that we should have put on the substation that we put on other substations? And also, did we look at the laydown yard with the temporary business use permit? Were we missing any of those conditions? So there's a table in the memo, and this is just kind of a summarize. But for the substations, there's only 4 substations in Douglas County that have CUPs. Most of them were constructed prior to the adoption of zoning in 1966. And the Midland substation just across the road, it was under construction in 1966. So it doesn't have a CUP or a site plan. But just looking through the 4 that do have approved CUPs, I listed all the conditions in the memo, and none of them were specific to the substation use. They were all general site plan issues, maintain the setbacks, dedicate right-of-way if you need it, landscaping, but there were no specific conditions for substations. And so with this CUP, the substation is subject to the landscaping, the noise requirement, it's got the setback requirements. So all those conditions are just a part of the CUP. And when we were working on this, we did review this application with a temporary business use permit that had been approved in this area, I think within the last year. Because we did want to make sure that we weren't missing any of the conditions if this had been a laydown yard that had gone through separately rather than being part of the CUP. So the first condition they have for the temporary business use was that the approval is for a laydown yard only. On the CUP plan, this property is identified as a laydown yard, so that is the only use that's allowed for this yard, this location. With temporary business use permit, mentioned external lighting, there was none being approved with that. With this CUP, there can be exterior lighting. There are requirements that the plan show where the exterior lighting is going to be, and the exterior lighting has to comply with the Douglas County lighting standards. Those are intended to minimize off-site glare or light trespass, so they would show their lighting specs. And so that will all be approved prior to any lighting being installed. And then in the ongoing conditions, 2M, there's a condition, if any exterior lighting is going to be revised, then the lighting plan has to be revised and approved before it's installed, because exterior lighting is a principal impact in the rural area. So we want to keep an eye on that. The property shall be restored to its original condition upon decommissioning. The original condition we had, we were just assuming it would all occur with the decommissioning of the property. But when we were going through the conditions again, between the Planning Commission and your study session, we realized that this laydown yard, the use will be done once construction is over. And so one of the revised conditions is that the decommissioning has to be completed 6 months after construction is completed, rather than waiting for the entire project. The next 3 conditions have to do with road maintenance for the temporary business use. It notes that they'll provide road maintenance and they'll improve the roads, they'll restore the roads when the project is over, and they'll provide dust palliative. With the CUP, there's a road maintenance agreement that will come to you. And this is being worked out with the Grant Township trustee, the county engineer, the applicant, and then it'll be brought to you. And that's looking at what roads they're using, what kind of improvements need to be made originally in order for them to be able to use the roads, what will they have to do for maintenance, and the applicant will just pay to finance those. The actual maintenance will be done by the county or the township. And so this is all included in that condition 1B. The liability, G and H, those are included in condition 2P. We have the same liability requirement for CUPs. I have notes that the regulations in the nuisance code, especially related to noise, will be continually followed. And in the nuisance code, industrial uses in industrially zoned properties or those that are approved with CUPs are exempt. And so we did not rely on the nuisance code. In conditions 2C, these are special standards related to construction. And so these relate to the activity and the noise, just because a large construction project, the vehicles coming to and from, and even just the activity itself could have an impact. So the goal was to minimize the nuisance impact while allowing the construction to hopefully get done as quickly as possible. So the condition 2C sets hours of operation for construction. Pile driving is assumed to be the loudest and most impactful, so it's got the most restricted hours, Monday through Friday. A regular construction, and in the CUP, construction applies to all construction activity, even if it's an employee coming to work. They fall within this time frame, and that's also Monday through Friday. It's a little bit larger time frame than the pile driving. And then they have the ability to work on Saturdays if there's inclement weather during the week that prevents them from working. And as Tanya mentioned, the zoning and codes director can administratively approve up to 4 Saturdays for pile driving and then also for general construction. Any other Saturdays would have to come to you. And then in order to facilitate construction, Saturdays and Sundays, low impact construction would be allowed to occur during daytime hours. And this is defined as construction that the noise level would be no higher than that of the solar facility once it's installed. And that'd be 60 decibels at the property line or 500 feet from a residence. And so we did not rely on the nuisance code, but the specific standard, the intent of it is to try to reduce the nuisance level. J requires that all applicable rules and regulations be followed. In the CUP, it's inherently that the regulations and rules will all be followed. It's in the resolution, and it's one of the reasons that you can get your CUP rescinded or suspended is if you're not complying with all rules and regulations. Sometimes we do add this on a CUP. We did not add this as a specific standard. We could if you want to, just to put some emphasis to it, but it is part of the CUP inherently. And then the final one, or not the final one, but number K, they'll consult with the Public Works Office to address stormwater and drainage. And in the CUP, one of the conditions of approval, well, with the application, they had to provide a preliminary drainage study just to show that it would be feasible. And that drainage study showed that stormwater runoff should be less with the new, with the solar facility. However, the county engineer wants a more detailed study. That study was only to see, should we even move ahead and bring it to you? But a much more detailed stormwater study is being required, and that will come to you. And that will look at not only the runoff, but also what impact moving into row crops with agrivoltaics might have. Because as we have more row crops, then we do add some of that runoff that comes with agricultural land. And so maybe more detention would be necessary, or maybe we'd have to spread out the agrivoltaics just to ensure we're monitoring and managing stormwater runoff. The applicant with the TBU is required to consult with Grant Township for a haul route. In our, this CUP, the Grant Township trustee and the county engineer both worked with the applicant. There were 2 goals for this. One is to choose roads in the township so they're just using a set number of roads, not all of them. And the other one was for safety. So if you look at the route that's being proposed, the construction route, there's no access off of Highway 40 until you get almost into the city of Lawrence. It's that highway that goes from TP Junction. And I forget off the top of my head what that is, but that's the only full access into or out of the site for construction traffic. They can make a right out at the intersection of 1400 Road and Highway 40. And the reason is just to maintain the safety on the highway. And then number 5, the hours of operation, we included that in our condition that I spoke about earlier related to nuisances. Another question you asked was, how do we determine or say that the land use has converted? And so the Douglas County appraiser sent me information because everyone looks at it differently. We even look at land uses differently than the Douglas County appraiser, and often the building permits look at them differently. So we may call a use one thing, they may call it commercial, they may call it something else. So we're not always on the same page with how we classify land uses. But the Douglas County appraiser explained how they look at land use. They say they classify it at the very first of the year. That's when they make their classification. And actually, I had just copied and pasted his email to me in your memo, but this is just a summary. The assessment classification is based on the predominant use. And so in this case, it would be agrivoltaics. That's the joint use of agriculture and photovoltaics. The primary use is production of electricity. And then he explained if the land is owned by Evergy, it's state assessed, and that would be classified as utility. The leased land within the fenced area that supports solar, that would be assessed by the county, and for taxes would be classified as commercial. And the area outside of the fence that supports agriculture is also assessed by the county, and that would be classified as agriculture. Planning, we just look more strictly at the uses and how we define them in the zoning regulations. So with land conversion, a lot of times it's just one use replacing another use. And an example would be if you have an agricultural property and you get a site plan for a church and a large parking lot, and that gets put into place, we have just completely changed the use. The agricultural use is gone, and it probably will not come back. It's unlikely the church and the parking lot would be removed. So that is a complete change of use. You can have uses added to other uses. For instance, if you have a building that's got a restaurant, they could scale back, they could divide the building, and then you could add a retail store, or you could an animal hospital. You would have two principal uses. So now we have two uses on the property. Or you can add an accessory use. So for instance, a church adds a daycare, a gas station has one of those little limited restaurant spots inside. So it's a principal use and accessory use. So for agricultural land conversion to other non-agricultural uses, which is what Plan 2040 recommends we minimize, that would be the replacement of agricultural land use with non-agricultural uses. In agrivoltaics, we have two uses: solar voltaics, agrivoltaics, which would be solar photovoltaics and agriculture both at the same time. And then the question was brought up, how would the land be reported to the FSA? So I contacted our extension office to find out what FSA was, and they directed me to our office. And this is their answer to my email. I asked them if we had a solar farm and then it was also being used for agriculture, and they replied we would report it like this. So I wanted to make sure they understood that the solar farm would be on the same property as the agriculture. So I sent them another email, and they said, yes, this is how you would report it. Other than that, I don't really know enough to talk about that. And then the question came up, why do we could we compare conditional use permits versus zoning? And before the zoning regulations were revised in 2020, it was an either or. You either had the right zoning for the use or you got a CUP. In 2020, we wanted to be more intentional about where we allowed uses. So the permitted use table was revised. So first, you have to have the right zoning. And then if the use is considered impactful enough, you may also have to get a CUP. So this is from the permitted use table. And I'm just using this utilities portion. If it has a P in it, that means it's permitted. That means there is no decision-making, can it occur or not? It can occur. It just has to have a site plan, and it has to meet the standards. If it has an A, that just means it has to be accessory. It can't occur by itself. And if it's a C, it means that we expect it may be impactful, or we may at least want to apply conditions to it. So those are allowed only as a conditional use permit, regardless of what zoning district they're in. Some CUPs that are relatively impactful require a CUP regardless of their zoning district. For instance, commercial slaughtering and processing, that's only allowed in one district, GI, but it still requires a CUP because our GI areas are relatively small. So no matter where they are, they're going to be in close proximity, probably to residences or other land uses. And then we have some other uses like communication towers that can occur in almost any district, but they still require a CUP because that allows a public process. And that's one of the purposes of the CUP. And then there's some reasons why we prefer conditional use permit versus zoning at times, because when you rezone a property, all the uses permitted in that district, the ones that are marked with Ps, they are permitted. It's not a discretionary approval. They're permitted as long as they pass their site plan. And so if a conditional use is allowed in several zoning districts, and let's say they don't have the right zoning and they need to rezone, then we would review the land with the golden factors to see which zoning district would be most appropriate for that area. So looking at this area and looking at the districts in which, if we were going to rezone away from agricultural, probably the light industrial would be the one district, because general industrial is just for much heavier industry, and we need really good road networks, and the township roads would not be able to sustain them. So the only district staff would be able to support would be light industrial. And these are the uses that we would be adding to that area. They do not take CUPs, so they would be allowed. All they have to do is provide a site plan and meet the standards. So they could do warehouse, distribution warehouses, recycling, processing, boat and RV storage. And once you rezone to the LI district, you're making a statement that we no longer see this as suitable for agriculture. The use should switch to industrial. And I wanted to mention enforcement is also another reason CUPs are preferred. And as Tanya mentioned, with a CUP, there is the ability to bring it back to you if there's compliance issues. And so that gives enforcement just a little more teeth. Ongoing groundwater monitoring, it is not required in the zoning regulations. There is a pre-construction water test for anyone within a quarter mile. If they want their wells tested, it kind of gives them the baseline, but there is no requirement to do additional groundwater monitoring. With our research for the solar energy conversion system standards, we didn't find any issues of groundwater pollution. And so we did require soil testing in the standards because a panel could leak and some of the chemicals in it could leak. So if there's an extraordinary event, if a panel is damaged, then soil testing would have to occur. And we also require soil testing every so often, primarily to see how the soil health is doing, but also to monitor and make sure there is no contamination. There is an ongoing text amendment regarding potential pollution from the release of zinc as the underground piers corrode. And that has gone to the Planning Commission. They've returned it to staff to look at further, so we don't have any standards set on that yet. So that concludes my answer. And I just wanted to put this in because I always like to point out what your possible options are. And this is probably the last time that I have my screen up. So when this comes to a vote, since there was a valid protest petition, the CUP would require a unanimous vote to approve it. It can be denied with a simple majority vote. You can return it to the Planning Commission if you want them to reconsider. That could be with a simple majority vote. And you can also defer it with direction for additional information from staff or the applicant with a simple majority vote. So I'll be happy to answer questions if you have any for me.
I'll ask one. So you spoke kind of generally about what happens if something is rezoned out of ag and into light industrial. What happens if it stays zoned as ag but has a CUP? Can you also speak specifically about this project that is proposed with a 25-year lifespan? What happens? What are the options of what can happen at 25 years, and what's the public process about that?
That's a very good question. At the end of 25 years, that's a lifespan of the CUP, so it would expire. So if the solar farm is to continue, they would have to apply for a new CUP, which gives us the chance to reevaluate the area, make sure we still find that it's appropriate, see if there are any issues, anything that we need to address, conditions can be revised, the request can be denied or approved. But at the 25-year period, it all comes back up for reevaluation.
Thank you. I think that's been something that the community has asked about quite a bit. Commissioners, do you have other questions for Mary?
I'm not sure it's for Mary. It may be for Terrell. One of the things that was discussed in the PowerPoint was a road maintenance agreement that must be agreed upon by the township. What happens if the applicant and the township cannot come to an agreement?
Then the CUP would fail. Yeah.
I think Chad might, yeah, thank you.
So Chad Voigt, County Engineer, we have been working with the township to look at how that might play out. We've got some good recommendations for what the roads might need initially for construction and then for long-term maintenance. So we want to structure those tasks and those costs in an agreement. We'll advise the township, but at the end of the day, it is their road. All of them are their roads. And so they hold that authority. Obviously, we will help them through that process. So I hope that provides enough to support an answer to that question, but that's essentially how this is structured.
I would also add, Commissioner Kelly, that surrounding all of these things is a inherent requirement of reasonableness. And if we're completely unreasonable, I think it's going to be difficult. You need to have reasonable minds come together and try to reach a solution.
Yeah, so the township is a taxing authority. They operate public roads. They're under some obligations of reasonableness, and that's what really is going to govern this. They're subject to the same kind of responses that we are in those situations. So, and legally, obviously.
So Chad, how broadly or narrowly is their purview, the township's purview on a road agreement?
They have full authority for those roads. So if they wanted to say, county, we got this, we don't need your help, they can do that. And so what I see is that we're probably going to wind up working together. The county will be involved at some level. Might just be administrative. It might be with some actual work. It might be material supply, helping them through the process in whatever way they need.
I guess I mean, are they constrained to just how the project intersects with roads that fall under their jurisdiction, or is there also the ability to broaden that out to things they may or may not like about the rest of the CUP?
Yeah, so just like Public Works with the county, their authority is within the right-of-way limits. If the CUP impacts anything within the right-of-way limits that impacts the use of that for road use, then that's where they have authority. If you step outside the right-of-way onto private property, that's fully governed by the zoning code and the CUP. So the right-of-way line is our line in the sand for those issues.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Chad, you might just say that this is similar to how we've handled quarries and other issues. Yeah, I mean, this collaboration between the county and the township is something we've done in other places, correct?
That's correct. Honestly, we've never seen anything this big, and the closest would be a quarry. In that situation, it exceeded the township's capacity, and the county has those roads now. So Eudora Quarry is a good example, and we have got a tipping fee on rock that we take for road maintenance. We use that to work on the road, and the county takes care of all of that. And that was the agreement. That's how it was structured. I'm going to shoot at you from here. In your packet, you've got a memo on stormwater that provides an update of where we kind of stand in terms of status, and also gives a little bit of the background on how we got to where we are with stormwater management so far. We're not anywhere near details or anything final. As it says, we will come back with a final stormwater management plan when it's available. And if this is approved, if the CUP goes forward, then there is a lot of work to do. And the applicant has a lot of work finalizing their plans, construction plans for construction. All of the issues that are involved with every one of these conditions that you're looking at is going to affect those plans. And in turn, that affects the stormwater management plan because it changes the way that the site is set up, what the land cover is, how things are routed. And so we just simply cannot have a final stormwater plan until we have all of those details in place, okay? So what we've done so far is we've focused on this curve number, which if you don't know what that is, it's a CN is the abbreviation. It's a stormwater runoff variable that we are looking at. It's fairly common in all development and all stormwater management to use that variable. And it's a nationwide standard. If you, no matter how you model stormwater, you're basically looking at three factors. You're looking at what is the amount of rainfall that you want to assume. And for that, we have data that's readily available. And if you're curious about the effect of climate change on that data, I can talk more about that later. But it is being updated over time by NOAA, so we're responding to that. So that's kind of a set thing that we don't need to argue about much in terms of rainfall. The next variable is the land area, and the topography is what defines that, so that's indisputable. We know if we have an area that we're interested in, a culvert, say, we stand in the middle of the road, we look upstream, we can measure the land area. So that variable is kind of easy. The third variable then is land characteristics, and that's really what determines what one stormwater model looks like versus another. And in this case, the CN, the curve number, is that land characteristic. And solar panels, solar arrays, initially a comment could be that they're fully pervious because they're not on the ground. Well, as everyone is finding out, the assumption may not be accurate, and we have to look at that differently. This is a new technology, and so the Department of Energy has actually funded some research into this, and they paid the University of Minnesota to come up with some research, and then in turn, they put out a spreadsheet calculator that helps us look at that curve number. We took that information and evaluated multiple scenarios and got kind of a cause and effect identified. And then we've been working with the applicant back and forth in meetings and emails to discuss how we're going to view that and what those changes are. So when you look at that memo, there's a table on the next page that outlines those changes. The initial stormwater study that came out last year was looking at this in terms of a 15 to 20 reduction in the curve number for this solar project. As we looked at that and said, well, the existing conditions are probably not that high and the proposed conditions are probably not that low. So we started moving toward the middle. Where we are now,
And by high and low
curve number,
of,
which
is
high
more
is high
runoff, which is-
runoff, low is, yes, exactly. So as we worked through this more, we have migrated to the middle. And in some cases, we're actually going to have some areas that have higher runoff than existing conditions and other areas less runoff than existing. But we're really talking about a few digits each way. So the net effect is going to be almost a break even in terms of stormwater runoff. So when we look at the final construction plans, there may be opportunities to do things in the wildlife corridors to really have some good thick vegetation and start cutting down on that runoff. And that's great. And we'll know that when we see those final plans. And so that's why this is not something we can say, here you go, it's final. It's got to be looked at. We got to work through this. So that's what we try to summarize. The emails are in there back and forth so you can see how we've looked at this. But I feel like, we've got the tools. No mic. No, it's everybody. Screen, everything. Test. Nope. We're not. Recorded.
And I've also been asked by staff to make the announcement, there are cups and tap water at the back if anybody needs it. So help yourself there. It's not a lot, but it's something if you need it. So thank you for your patience. It seems we are back up and running. So Chad, I think we'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. And while we're on situational awareness, we've got a restroom right through this door, and there's another set of restrooms down the hallway on the concrete floor that way. So anybody needs that. And we have 70 people in this room from the public, and we have 60 people in a room right that way, just so you know kind of how we're set up here. So where was I? I was nerding out about stormwater. So curve number was what we were talking about, and we've given you a table of what we think we've landed on for adjustments depending on different scenarios. And as we look at that final design for all of the plans, it's going to be multiple sites and sheets and all kinds of areas to look at. So We will apply curve number adjustments and make a stormwater model. And any increases in runoff, we will put in detention and manage that. We'll be looking at road crossings for culvert capacity. And I think we'll get a handle on it at that point. So obviously ready for any questions on that if you would like.
I appreciate the nerdiness and I appreciate the nuance that even what we have here, even before it goes into a full plan. But can you just run through just a couple of things that that would impact the land that would increase stormwater runoff and some that would decrease? I know they're in your table, but just give us a couple of
Sure.
kind of ballpark things.
Sure. So obviously, the easy one is land cover. If you take row crop and convert it to meadow, you're going to see a reduction in stormwater. When plants, are able to intercept rainfall and absorb into the roots, they reduce the amount that runs off and they increase infiltration. And so if parts of this project plant better cover than what's out there today, we would see a reduction. If you put pavement down, you see the opposite. It's fully impervious and you're going to see an increase in runoff. So land cover is one piece of that. There are some issues with this evolving technology around solar panels that we need to look at. And when you place a panel off the ground, the question is, does the drip edge erosion change the fact that that vegetation is constantly affected or disturbed? And is that, puddling and erosion at that drip edge creating runoff that isn't truly just falling on the ground? And so that kind of concentrated effect. There's also the question of, is the shaded area under the panel acting as effectively as if it was open to the sky? So simple considerations there. The other pieces are that when you build a site like this, you have a lot of equipment. We're going to drive piles. We're going to have constant traffic in some areas. So soil compaction is an issue. And right now we've got farm fields. If we do that activity and compact that soil, that will decrease the infiltration capacity of the soil, and the curve number should correspondingly go up. So those are some of the things that you see, and there are multiple choices that we can make on those characteristics.
Thank you. All of the other questions related to that are probably for the applicant, but I've got one last one for you, and that is who generates that model? Who does that work? Is that county in-house? Presumably not the applicant. Who's doing that?
No, the applicant will do all of that modeling based on their construction plans. They will submit the modeling with their layouts for the stormwater management, which includes the open channels, the conveyance paths, the drainage ways, the culverts, and detention areas. And all of that will have to be in their plans, and it's based on their study. And so they'll have a lot of work to do, but I will also have a lot of work to do once that's done, because I've got to review that. And then at some point, we will bring that to the county commission once that we all agree that it makes sense. And I'll give a recommendation on that for you to review. And we made that a county commission review item so that it could be a public review again. And the solar regs that were written last year by the Planning Commission did not have that process defined. We've inserted that so that we have that opportunity, and everybody who's shown an interest in stormwater deserves to see those details before we approve it.
Do you feel like this is similar enough to other stormwater management plans that you've done that in-house is adequate? Or do you feel like you have, if you need outside third party, that is available to you?
Oh, we could potentially ask for a third-party review. I think I got a handle on it, though. It'd be good to just see how it all pans out. And if the work, this whole project will impact our workload and things we're doing this year. The CIP is probably going to be less detailed this year because we're worried about, looking at this project. So multiple other things are being impacted. If we get to the point where it has to be third-party review, certainly that'd be an option. I don't know that we need to worry about that here right now.
Chad, I appreciate your expertise on this area. I know we have a lot of work yet to do on a stormwater management plan, and it's going to be, I hear what you're saying, that's going to be impacted by the final plan of the applicant if approved. Is there a chance to reduce stormwater runoff in that area through this plan, or are we looking to get to zero? Does that make sense?
Well, there is a chance to reduce. We really need to see all of those arrays laid out, look at those drainage areas, see what the concentrated calculated runoff is at the outlet of those. And it might be that it's slightly less, it might be that it's slightly more. It's just, we just haven't run that because we don't have the plans. There are areas where you can definitely decrease runoff, as I said. You can, in the wildlife corridors and setback areas, you can plant vegetation that improves infiltration, and that'll be easy to do. But there are areas that they're also adding roads and even gravel roads and, you know, the buildings and the impervious surface, and that's definitely going to increase runoff. So until we see the layout, where those things are located and how they function working together, we won't know the net effect at the outlet.
Commissioner, let me ask Commissioner Kelly, let me ask my question a little different way. In your experience on other applications that we've had that have had stormwater issues, I can think of another property up in that area that was a large amount of impervious surface. Was the goal on the project to have no impact or to retain as much water as possible to help the challenges that we have in that area?
That was a very different goal. In that case, we were looking at, in a regular everyday rainstorm, we want to see the amount of runoff from those impervious areas simply held and standing there. And then the next day, it's still standing there, but it's seeping in the ground. There was no outlet for that. It's a very different approach. And that, in that case, you're managing stormwater volume. And it was specifically with the idea that all of that flat ground out there, if you simply let that roll out on there, that you're increasing that on someone else's property right next door or within a few properties. Now, in this case, we're going to have to do that on a much greater scale, but it's going to have an outlet that's releasing it at a controlled rate, and that's detention as opposed to retention. So that was a little bit different situation with that site plan, and we made the best of, you know, the fact that they put down gravel instead of pavement, but there is a net increase in runoff from that gravel. So yeah, that hole in the ground holds water after it rains, and that's the intent.
Any questions, commissioners? Is that the end of the staff report so far? Okay. And then I believe, is the applicant also responding to questions that were asked in the work session?
Do ex parte now.
Okay. Commissioners, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to go first. So maybe Terrell, could you explain what ex parte communication is for the public? It's not a word we use a lot, so it may be helpful to hear.
Absolutely. In this sense, the commission has changed hats a little bit from a legislative body to a quasi judicial body. And in that way, communications they've had with various persons of the public, with the applicant, those for, those against, prior to today that could impact their opinion or decision-making today, they're required to disclose. We call those ex parte communications. So right now, the commission's going to disclose to the applicant and to the public those communications, it doesn't have to be in great detail, but so that we have a sense of understanding the information that they have, that they may rely upon in their decision-making.
Thanks, Terrell. So here's my list of ex parte communications. I met with Jeff Dennis. We discussed agricultural production in the River Valley and economic impacts of wildlife. I met with Jeremy Lefevre and Brian Welch and two other people who I cannot recall their names, and it's not in my notes. And we talked about renewable energy and agricultural production in Douglas County. I've met with the chamber, some chamber staff 3 times, Bonnie Lowe, Steve Kelly, and Josh Fallleaf. And each time we've met, we've discussed economic impacts of renewable energy and agriculture in Douglas County. I met with Gary Rexroad, and we discussed the Planning Commission and process for land use requests. Rob Richardson, we discussed county values, not like assessed values, but like what's important to Douglas County and open space. I met with a group of about 12 members of Justice Matters. I could find their names, but it would take me some work. And we talked about renewable energy, agricultural land, and Douglas County values. I met with Josh Fatty. We talked about renewable energy in Kansas and the impacts of renewable energy on agriculture. I met with 2 classes of Lawrence High AP Environmental Science. We talked about a lot of things, including impacts of climate change, land use, impacts of application on wildlife, impacts of application on agriculture production, and youth engagement in planning decisions. I met with Nancy Thelman 2 times. We talked about corrosivity of soils on piers, comprehensive plans, regulations, and CUP applications and ex parte communications. I met with Josh Peters, and we discussed the impacts of applications on the application on neighbors and the Grant Township, the impacts of the application on businesses, and contract and regulations before construction. I met with Paulette Short, and we talked about corporations, decommissioning, road use compliance, zoning regulations, open space plan, wildlife taxation, and litigation related to an application. And then I've had a number of community members informally discuss renewable energy in the CUP application. This is those people who come up to me on the street, and I have to say, like, be careful, because we're now having an ex parte communication. I don't always write all their names down, but I wanted to make sure that there are other people who have talked to me about this. That's my list.
You want to go, you want me to go? Okay. Mine is somewhat more specific and less specific, just different format. Again, very many conversations in the community about kind of global type issues that touch a project, and I didn't necessarily count those. Those are just, if you want to know everyone I ever talked to about agriculture, that would be a lot, because I'm a farmer. So this is what I have. So many of you probably know I worked extensively on the solar regs in 2021 and 2022 as a member of both the ad hoc committee from the Planning Commission and the full Planning Commission, where they received a 9-0 vote with 1 absence for recommendation for approval, and a 3-0 vote for adoption by the Board of County Commissioners at that time, where I did not sit on this board at that time. Had extensive and varied discussions across the county about utility scale solar and the potential for agrivoltaics in general. It's general in nature and not specific to this application. Since the publishing of the public packet for the Kansas Sky Energy Center application, had numerous conversations with the public, hearing about their general or specific reasons to support or deny. In addition to emails forwarded to our public packet, which there are very many there, I've had verbal, digital, or in-person conversations. I'll disclose here to the best of my ability. Again, not all the names from casual conversations will be included. On October 19th, I met with Scotty Thelman, a local grower and businessman at Juniper Hill Farm, expressed his opinion that the land selected should grow food and that the agrivoltaics plan presented was insufficient due to limited acreage, because the program would be administered by an energy company and for that reason likely to fail. He stated his opposition was not based on concerns about having panels near his home. That was the conversation at that time. Same night, Juniper Hill was hosting the Kansas Land Trust fundraiser, and at that time I had conversations there with Kelly Kincher, professor researcher of Kansas Biological Survey, Peter Polson, director of Kansas Specialty Crop Growers, and Dakota Welsh, a regenerative farm business coach. Talked about what should be or could be possible with agrivoltaics, including crops, vegetables, native grasses, seeds grown to harvest. Met with Kelly Kincher and Tricia Bergman, Associate Vice Chancellor for Economic Development. In response to their interest in agrivoltaics, Tricia thought the community aspects of the ag plan were missing from the Savion plan. In early November, I communicated with Ashton Martin and Savion and Kelly Kincher regarding agrivoltaics. Advised any agrivoltaics plan at the utility scale should uphold and advance community goals around soil health, local food, strong agricultural economy, and land access for farmers. Encouraged Ashton to utilize local experts, including Biological Survey and County's Sustainability Office. I attended the Food Policy Council meeting where Savion presented the aspects of the Kansas Sky Project. The site selection presentation was the focus of that, and that was all new information to me. During public comment for that meeting, I talked about soil health as a needed conversation. Tricia Bergman reached out after an unrelated meeting asking about solar projects for the county in general. We discussed how it had been expressed publicly by each county commissioner at the Stull solar vote, the desire to see a strong agrivoltaics plan. We also discussed Scotty Thelman's concern that Savion's proposed plan was insufficient. On November 16th, I met with Emily Ryan from the KU Commons, Amy June Bresman from the Land Institute, and Aubrey, I can't remember her last name or affiliation, to tour the Land Institute Farm on Farmers Turnpike. That was for a different reason, but at that time, Amy June communicated she was not interested in agrivoltaics or solar location on prime farmland. In mid-November, I met with staff, it would be Sarah and Kim, and Jonathan Smith, Director of Lawrence Douglas County Public Health, and Vicki Colley-Akers, Associate Professor of Department of Population Health at KU Med, also with Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. That organization was willing to conduct a literature review of potential public health impacts raised by the public about wind specifically, and in that we also included a request to look at the concern about zinc with solar. On November 29th, I hosted the Seabury Wildlife Biology class tour at Bluestem Farm, which is my home. That's a fairly regular occurrence, to give tours of various kinds. Eric Nelson, the teacher, mentioned that Scotty Thelman had reached out to him with a concern about zinc contamination in the Kansas sky. Eric asked if that was a real issue. I said I'd seen no evidence that it would be to this point. My analysis of the evidence submitted with the related text amendment many months prior suggested that soils in our pH range would not be impacted. And for the record, I am a soil scientist, so I get to make some of those decisions. I reached out to Amber Thurman, permaculture lecturer at KU and K-State, board member of Kansas Permaculture Institute, and co-author of a DOE research grant letter of intent with KU to study agrivoltaics. That was not funded, as it turns out. Amber and the board of KPI were dissatisfied with the proposed agrivoltaic plan and planning to oppose the project. I was curious and thought what they thought of the project as a whole and what would they prefer to see in an ag plan. Amber thought it was possible that a plan to grow food and secure land to access for diverse specialty crop growers might make a difference to KPI. I did not have any direct conversations with board members other than Amber, and as of the packet, when I read it last night, I've not seen any communications from them. I had one follow-up call with Amber to say that I thought staff would have further conversations with the applicant. At that time, Amber told me she had reached out to Scotty to see if he had any interest in changes that could possibly address his objections expressed to the agrivoltaic plan. She communicated to me that he was not interested and would be opposing the project, which of course is fine too. On November 30th, I met with staff, who'd be Sarah and Kim, Kelly Kincher, and Amber for a what-if conversation about agrivoltaics, mainly focused on the fact that it was not spelled out in the way that we had hoped to in the regulations at that time. No specifics were shared of that conversation were shared with any applicant. On December 4th, I had a phone call with Tyler Lindquist, Food Policy Council member. He expressed hope for solar with agriculture and that much of the Food Policy Council did not agree. On December 5th, I met with Savion Evergy personnel, Kim, Amber, Kelly, Tanya Voigt, our zoning and codes director, at the completed Stull solar site, totally unrelated. I learned that the current leases from the Kansas Sky project did not allow agrivoltaics, current at that time. I observed the cover crop required by the Stull project was not established and was not replanted for winter growth. I was observing the space between the panels that might be used for crop growth, trying to get a visual for some of the questions I was asking Chad. On December 12th, I met with Justin Cobb, Kansans for Conservation, and the Nature Conservancy of Kansas, and Ben Postlethwaite, the Great Plains Renewable Energy Director, though that's a title I didn't know at the time, and the State Director of the Nature Conservancy in Kansas. We talked about the Kansas for Conservation Coalition. I'm a member of that through Farm Tender LLC. They're working to establish a state conservation fund that could potentially be a benefit for Douglas County Open Space Plan. I knew about TNC's Site Renewables Right website, which has been around for decades, I believe, and thought they should consider the ecological protections mentioned in our regs for use around the state. I also mentioned we should have included in the solar regs a requirement that a third party oversee any agrivoltaics program. I was surprised to learn they were interested and had already been contacted by Savion Evergy to explore that as an option. On December 13th, I met with Peter at Sunflower, that was with the Kansas Specialty Crop Growers, interested in options for specialty crop growers in solar and ag if done right. On January 5th, participated in a Zoom meeting with Kelly Kincher, Tricia Bergman, Sarah Baer, who's with the Kansas Biological Survey, and Sarah in Sarah's office. The same day, Sarah and I met over Zoom with Ben Postlethwaite and Justin Cobb, so trying to keep the communication exactly the same. I provided 4 high-level points that I wish I had been in our solar regs for agrivoltaics, and then emailed them to all interested parties, including sharing that in a podcast. We went to staff, Kansas Biological Survey, TNC, county staff, Savion, and Nextera. I was clear there was nothing in those that could be considered policy whatsoever, and that was my last input on that. I had a few conversations with Jacqueline Smith, Central Grazing Company, who's a friend, and now director of the Agrarian Futures Alliance, about that she mentioned to me that she was interested in participating in agrivoltaics in Douglas County. She had briefly mentioned that she was in touch with K-State over their sheep program, but I didn't ask for details of anything that related to this project. I communicated those 4 points that I'd put in the email previously about high-level ideas. On February 13th, I received an email from Ben Postlethwaite. He wanted to meet and catch up. I deferred further communications to Sarah and did not meet with him. Over this time, I participated in several Economic Development Commission subcommittee meetings on renewable energy. I can get names if anybody wants them, or Josh Follief would have the records of that. They were not especially focused and covered aspects of wind and solar generally as related to economic development. Both strong positive, mainly on solar, and strong negative opinions, mainly on wind, were expressed. The final report of that group is in the packet. On March 9th, I spoke at the monthly Women for Kansas meeting about Douglas County solar regulations. This is general talk and not specific about the Kansas Sky Project. On March 13th, I spoke with Josh Spotty, State House pro-renewable energy lobbyist. He expressed support for solar in general and this project in particular. Same day, I also saw Dr. Donna Ginther, professor of economics and the Institute for Society and Policy Research at KU. She expressed support for renewable energy projects for their health and economic benefits. I spoke with Lee Broyles, who's an FSA, that's Farm Service Agency board member, and also a board member of the Ottawa Co-op, and longtime farm friend, about his dislike of solar on farm ground, but also his dislike of wind, and also recognizing the need for energy solutions. He had a strong desire to see solar on rooftops, especially commercial industrial buildings and parking lots. On March 29th, the Kansas Rural Center board meeting, of which I'm a board member, occurred, and the board was asked if they wanted to weigh in on the Kansas Sky Project. They did not. I gave some background on our regs, but did not participate in the decision. It was decided that there were merits in either direction of the Kansas Sky Center, and Kansas Rural Center would not weigh in on a local issue. They're a statewide organization. My first knowledge of Kansas Rural Center signing on to a letter in favor of agrivoltaics generally was when I read it in our packet yesterday. So it does not speak either for or against this particular application, so it meets the board's requirements from that conversation. Same day, I spoke with Laura Fortmeyer, Kansas Rural Center board member. She expressed the need for research and expansion of agrivoltaics. On April 1st, I met with the League of Women Voters board members Sonia Zarnicki, Kay Johnson, and Carol Williamson. All expressed strong support of the project, and the league communication is included in the packet. On April 3rd, I attended the Climate Action at KU with the KU Commons, and there was no specific conversations about Kansas Sky other than the date of this meeting. On April 4th, I spoke with Kim Murphy of KLWN Radio. Kim was in favor of solar, but not the Kansas Sky location on prime soils. On April 4th, I attended the screening of Hot Times in the Heartland film at Liberty Hall. One speaker following the film, Ward Lyles, spoke in favor of this project. He addressed the competing interests but encouraged people to support solar. This is not quite the same timeline, but I attended the two things at the Capitol, Wealth Day at the Capitol on February 5th, and the Kansas for Conservation Rally on January 22nd. Points of view, just in casual conversations, were voiced both for and against this application, were expressed at these events, but overall favoring solar. Given the crowd, not surprising. I had numerous citizens approach me in public. I cannot recall the specifics of each encounter. Generally, I listen to people either pro or con, with the majority of pro people expressing climate urgency as a top value, and people expressing farmland preservation as a top value if they were against. Several expressed concern about the impact on the ag economy or hunting. Many of these conversations are much better represented in the submitted public comment. During those conversations, I gave voice to the competing values inherent in solar applications and the site-specific issues with this application, with understanding that final decisions would be and would always be made at the conclusion of a public meeting. Several asked how I thought the vote would go, and I had no idea. During the entirety of the application period, I have maintained an open mind to this application. I'm here today, as always, undecided for my final decision, continuing to receive and evaluate input from staff, the applicant, the public, and my fellow commissioners. Okay, that was really long. It's your turn.
Thank you, fellow commissioners. This is Commissioner Reed. As with many things, we are different people, even though we got elected to the same position. We are different people, and sometimes we interpret or format things differently. So mine is a lot less specific, but this is my interpretation of my obligation to disclose ex parte communication. Since early December and even earlier, I have received information from, met with, listened to, and learned from dozens upon dozens of residents in my district and throughout Douglas County about this potential project. It has sincerely been a privilege in many ways and one of the most interesting, thought-provoking, and rewarding seasons of my relatively short but very action-packed tenure on this commission so far. So thank you for that. Many of you are in this room or maybe watching online, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. I mean that sincerely. Many of the folks I spent time on the phone with, driving around with, meeting with over coffee, or walking their land with the neighboring residents and or business owners of Grant Township, AKA the Kaw River Valley, AKA Midland Junction, AKA north of North Lawrence, who will be, which is how I had to describe it to plenty of people, just for the record, who will be directly impacted and most directly impacted if this project is granted approval. I also talked with other nearby landowners and farmers, residents from cities and other townships across Douglas County, advocates for various initiatives, current and former legislators, different types of ag producers from, oh no, my screen is not cooperating, sorry, from multi-generational farms that have grown over time to first generation and apprentice farmers on the hunt for equitable access to land. I've heard lots of varied and exceptionally nuanced perspectives, exceptionally nuanced, full of personal conviction, experience, and values. While a pretty extensive record, to Commissioner Willie's point, of the content of those ex parte communications and concerns does exist in our agenda via the written concerns received by the Commission in recent weeks and months, here's a relatively broad list of the topics and concerns that oh goodness, sorry y'all, my screen's not cooperating with me, that I have discussed during those varied ex parte communications that I just described. Soil quality, farmland productivity, food systems, stormwater drainage and flooding, road safety and maintenance, truck routes, construction hours, economic impacts, wildlife impacts, visual impacts, climate change and resilience building, adaptive strategies, research and education opportunities, loss of work and also new work opportunities, aquifer and well waters, concerns, potential expansion of this solar site, other possible siting, costs of energy, consumption of energy, energy sourcing, power distribution, transmission line and grid infrastructure, corn and bean yields and local industry jobs related to those types of farming industries, agrivoltaics, land access, land management practices and concepts, regenerative agriculture, scaling smaller farms, the Farm Bill, not Farmville, but do y'all remember Farmville? The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Kansas Corporation Commission and their rules, state assessed taxes for public utilities, local tax potentials, pilot payments, underrepresented and first generation farmers, local markets for local food products, entrepreneurship and skilled job opportunities, Plan 2040, Northeast Sector Plan, Food Systems Plan, Transportation 2040, Open Space Plan, and Climate Action Plan. In addition to all the voices that I've heard from across my community, District 2 and beyond, I've done independent research to work toward understanding many elements of this project more deeply. The following list is a summary, as exhaustive as I could think of the different online resources from which I have sourced further information. The U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Department of Energy, U.S. Energy Information Administration, AgriSolar, INSPIRE, which stands for Innovative Solar Practices Integrated with Rural Economies and Ecosystems, the National Renewable Energy Lab, National Resource Conservation Service, the University of Wisconsin, Ohio State University, Oregon State University, Kansas State University, University of Minnesota, American Planning Association, PBS, the Berkeley Lab, Light Source BP, Solar Shepherd, and the Nature Conservancy. I remain open to new information today, deeper understanding of the information presented before us and the concerns that my constituents have and the perspectives that I haven't yet heard.
I have two more, and it's not my insecurity with how my other commissioners just did that list. I just want to make sure for the legal record that we get these taken care of. We all do things very differently. I do need to say I met with Ponta Flores. That was one I had forgotten about regenerative agriculture, agrivoltaics, and minority involvement in agriculture. And also Scotty Thellman. I think that was prior to the application, but it was a meaningful conversation about a number of issues, and I didn't want Scotty to think it wasn't. So we talked about employment in agriculture, yields in agriculture, the impacts of this. I think it was prior to the application. So I think it was a little more speculative about just renewable energy in general and how that would impact our rural neighbors. I think that covers it for me.
Thank you all very much. And I didn't even bother with my list of nearly 150 issues that I hope to talk about today. And some of them were not, some of yours actually were not yet included on my list. So we will have a good conversation. And I certainly didn't include all of the kind of general research and teaching of myself that I did around all of these topics. So with that, if we have satisfied to councils, I think we'll go to the applicant to go over the answers to questions that were asked in the work session.
Good morning, Commissioners. 1 second, I'll need to get our presentation loaded. My name is Matt Goff with Barber Emerson Law Firm. On behalf of the applicant, I'm joined by numerous people today, Travis Narum, Ashton Martin, Emily Trubner, and others from Savion. We have representatives from Burns and McDonald. We have Lori Gates and others with Evergy. I'd like to recognize Brianna Baca and her contributions to the project and would like to convey to you her regrets for not being here to attend today's meeting due to unavoidable travel plans. We're here today because in May of 2022, this commission adopted a very detailed and comprehensive set of solar regulations. It took 5 planning commission meetings, 3 county commission work sessions, not to mention the work of the ad hoc committee, which Commissioner Willie served on at that time, to finally approve the regulations 2 years ago. And in April and May of 2022, when you described the finished product of the solar regulations, you used words like compromise, a balance between values, diligent, well-researched, intentional, and
Madam Chair,
transparent.
just a point of order. Are we answering questions here or are we making another presentation? Because we've already had a presentation from the applicant. So that's a question for the chair. And maybe for the applicant as well.
I have some introductory remarks and then some responses.
Go ahead. Thank you, though.
Right on cue, Commissioner Kelly, you noted that everyone seemed to be a little unhappy, so that you said we must be in a pretty good place. It took a lot of time to adopt the solar regulations, and you heard a lot of voices. Some of those voices asked you to, I'm skipping forward some. Some of those voices you heard back then were asking you to adopt solar regulations that prohibited any projects on phase 1 or tier 1 or tier 2 soils. You made a decision in 2022 not to prohibit projects from locating on these types of soils because you observed that although the county has a lot of values in Plan 2040 and the Northeast Sector Plan and the Food Systems Plan about preservation and protection of soils and prime farmland, and despite urgings to the contrary, you didn't ban it back then.
I think we'll get to a lot of those points later.
Perfect. There were questions on March 27th about whether the project converts the use of the land from agricultural to commercial. We agree with the staff. This is different than building factories or stores or offices or homes. Look how much of these 1,105 acres are going to be vegetated after construction. 97% of the site. There's going to be vegetation under the panels and between the panels and inside the fences and outside the fences, except for about 30 acres for roads and O&M building, parking and inverter pads. And of all those 30 acres, there's maybe 1 acre of concrete. On top of all that, less than 1% of the site will be graded, which is far below the 5% maximum established in the solar regulations. Nothing's changed since 2022. The regulations adequately protect the soils and enable the dual use of the land. There were questions about where the site would be located, and I'll point you to our siting analysis that we provided in advance of the meeting on the 27th. We've done a very detailed review of the entire county and located the area, the one area where not only is the land use appropriate, but interconnection is possible. You may see a map today that suggests that there's a plethora of marginal land in the county that could also be suitable for a site like this, but I would remind you or would say that that map includes the Baker Wetlands, the KU Fitch Reserves, the Baldwin Woods, native prairies, local, state, and federally owned property, known occurrences of threatened and endangered species, areas of high population density, and areas with slopes that would require more than 5% grading. With respect to stormwater, condition 1D requires the review of the county engineer and your approval. It requires very detailed information. Mr. Voigt went through that in some detail. And he provided us a week or two ago with some parameters. He started with PV Smart and applied those to what he thought would be applicable to the site. And just yesterday, we received some preliminary feedback from Westwood Professional Services. Westwood is the stormwater engineer that's been hired by the project, and I'd point out that one of the people who works at Westwood Professional Services also serves on the PV Smart Water Quality Task Force. Westwood reviewed the site using PV Smart, and according to their preliminary feedback, if we use PV Smart, the project could maintain the same design that it currently has. Now, applying the parameters that Mr. Voigt offered to the applicant, that standard is more conservative than PV Smart. And depending on the undercover and the growth underneath, there would probably be a need to add some detention ponds, maybe 6 to 10. But the point is, you're not being asked to approve stormwater plans today. But we've had preliminary feedback to indicate that designing the site either under PV Smart or under models that Mr. Voigt would provide is doable. Until the day comes for you to actually approve that stormwater plan, you can look every constituent here in the eye and say that we can't even get a stamp on our permit until you do. We provided some additional information about agrivoltaics. We tried to aggregate and summarize the applicant's intentions with respect to agrivoltaics. We broke it down into 3 phases. That was in the packet you received the other day. Phase 1 is to get the entire site vegetated. Step 1, to get some temporary seeds planted, then transitioning to pollinators. Under the solar regulations, pollinators are agrivoltaics, and the plan is to populate the entire site with pollinators in phase 1. Phase 1 opens the door up to the implementation of phases 2 and 3. In phase 2, the operator will issue an RFP for vegetation management practices that include sheep grazing and farming outside the fence And we would point out this new opportunity in Phase 2 that if the approximately 150 acres located outside the fence and not within wildlife corridors or used for vegetables or vegetative screening, if all those acres were actually used to grow vegetables, it would increase the land in Douglas County used for vegetable production by 50%. There could be farming between the rows, but in each case, it's subject to review and approval of an updated and current stormwater management plan to make sure that any changes in agrivoltaics doesn't change the properties of stormwater runoff. Phase 3 could happen at the same time as Phase 2 in different parts of the project, using the framework of the MOU. The operator and TNC intend to collaborate on establishing an agrivoltaics program funded with $250,000, which is an increase from the last time we spoke. That program involves an advisory committee, community outreach, and grant opportunities. You knew then and you know now that agrivoltaics is an emerging field with limited research, and we need to have room to be creative. You want applications to include agrivoltaics, and in this case, they are, and they are beyond what the regulations require. I'll just quickly point out the economic study included in your packet with $269 million of total economic benefits and 61 million estimated taxes paid to local taxing jurisdictions. You have lots of information in the packet. We have a number of people here who are available to answer questions. We did, as I understand, there was a question about whether grass would grow under panels. It's grown under these panels. There's enough light under these panels, in fact, that these days these panels are bifacial. And as you can see, that there are photovoltaic panels on both sides to pick up the light on the underside of the panels and generate electricity on that side as well as the top side. So the applicant and its representatives are here and pleased to stand for questions. I believe we have Lori Gates with Evergy who'd like to say a few words about agrivoltaics, and Ben Postlewaite with TNC is available and can give some comments too. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Matt before we hear from others? I think I'll have questions for the others. So.
Good morning. I will be very brief to preserve time. I'm Lori Gates from Evergy, and I just wanted to speak briefly what agrivoltaics mean to us. It's really about the 3 C's. Community, we're the local energy provider. We live and work in our communities. We volunteer in the communities. We have an aggressive supplier diversity program where we support suppliers that are minority women, LGBTQ+, HUBZone, disabled, vets, and small businesses, where we also mentor these different suppliers. We have a robust conservation program. We have a green team that does anything to serve the outdoors, clean rivers, rebuild playgrounds, work in the zoo, work with the apiary services. We have a Monarch CCAA program where we have over 20,000 acres inside the program supporting the local monarch butterflies. We also have 2 bird conservatory regions, and we maintain over 30,000 acres of native grassland habitats. And finally, our 3rd C is under collaboration. We very much want to work with the local industry experts, the farmers, the educators, the local government, researchers, and to expand and further the agrivoltaic practices and sciences. And the other large benefit we see is we look forward to incorporating any kind of lessons or best practices that we do learn into this and successes of the program to help other solar developers and sites. So,
Lori, can I have you tell us your title also?
yes, I'm a development project manager
With
Evergy.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions?
This is Commissioner Reed. I have a question. At the March 27th work session, we received I think it was a 2-slide slide, but wasn't part of our presentation about Evergy's integrated resource plan, and I asked for follow-up information about that. Can you provide that?
Yes, ma'am. Can somebody, I want to make sure I have a slide that you helped me pulled up.
And as you pulled, a little bit of, I've read the slide and I think it's in our public packet, but there's not a whole lot of context or explanation for that. So that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, can you share it for me, please? Okay, so on March 27th, we had not yet published our latest IRP plan. IRP stands for Integrated Resource Plan. It is it's a 20-year plan that we file every 3 years and do a yearly update. On April 1st, we actually filed this 20-year plan in Missouri. And with that today, this shows our overall company, and then we will file our Kansas plan after May 1st. So as you can see on the slide, it actually compares what the previous plan was to going forward. So kind of the why we filed this 20-year plan to figure out what's the most economic way to serve our customers. It gets pretty darn complicated. We actually look at 20 different scenarios, and we'll let this really fancy model run. And then it spits out the scenarios and the best, what our best plans look at going forward. So as you can see, we have a significant increase in solar in 27 and 28. That's 650 and 740 megawatts respectively. We very much want the Kansas Sky project to be part of that. And then if you look at years 29 through 33, we're averaging about 180 megawatts per year. So that's really the gist of it around the solar. It also speaks to our wind and natural gas, and then of course you've got the other side on the coal retirements. So
Thank you for that. A couple of follow-up questions. So the 600 and 450 megawatts, that large growth that you're anticipating or planning for in 2026 and 2027, that's obviously a collection of projects, and those years are not very far away from now. So I assume some of those projects might be in similar stages to this one, but on a spectrum, of course. I'm not asking you to give me an exhaustive list, but can you give us a sense of quantity of solar projects throughout the state of Kansas that are sort of in process or perspective, and some sort of sense of how those sizes compare? Like, what is the range of size? Are they all generally similar, or is it quite a large range?
Yeah, I'm Jason Humphrey. I'm the Vice President of Generation Development for Evergy. So my group, which Lori's a part of, builds new power plants for Evergy. The Integrated Resource Plan builds kind of a spec plant to generate the 600 megawatt and 450 megawatt bars in there. And the size of the spec plant that we use is very similar to Kansas Sky. So 150 megawatts is the solar block size that the IRP will build. Kansas Sky's 159 megawatts AC. Now, speaking to other developers' developments in Kansas, I would encourage you to go to the Southwest Power Pool. There are sites ranging from 50 megawatts through 600. There are sites that are transparently larger than that in the Southwest Power Pool that are being built as well. But generally, the sizes of projects that we've been exploring are 50 to 300-ish megawatts in size.
Do you have approximately how many projects is Evergy working on across the state of Kansas? Solar, utility scale solar projects?
To satisfy these needs, if you were to use that 150 megawatt block size, we're working on it at least 10, and I would say that that is accurate.
Got it. Thank you. And then my other question is just the numbers on the bottom don't really change. Do you just want to give a little bit of context to that and how, my read on that is that there's increased demand and consumption of energy. And so you're looking to bring more resources online, but not necessarily, that doesn't necessarily translate into trading off or shutting down other resources.
Yeah,
That fair to say?
I would say that the coal retirements that we have are fairly significant. And, you know, one thing that is a fact about coal is it's firm dispatchable power. We can hit a button and increase the coal and hit a button and decrease. And so you see the lighter blue bars in natural gas generation, that is a kind of corollary for that firm dispatchable that we have on the retirement side. But our ability to add carbon-free, long-term sustainable electrons to the system really comes from the orange and green bars in the wind and solar that we're adding. There's also the benefit for the customer that those resources don't have fuel cost. You know, we're dependent on the electrons from the sun or the photons from the sun to generate the energy for those plants. And so the blue bars are good capacity resources, although solar provides quite a bit of capacity as well. It's on peak energy. Think about when the sun's hottest on that August afternoon. That's when we use the most energy on the grid, and solar is very good at that, whereas wind provides a very good base, particularly in the overnight hours. A lot of megawatt hours, but not as peak correlated as solar is.
Thank you. Okay, that helps me understand that better in a bigger picture. I don't know if other fellow commissioners have questions about this.
I'll say what drives the decision overall on the preferred plan over that 20 years is the model is optimizing for net present value of the revenue requirement, which is fancy math of saying, in today's dollars, what's the least expensive way to serve the system for 20 years? And this combination of resources that is reflected is the most cost-efficient way to do that, both from a retirement and from a new generation standpoint.
I've got a somewhat related question, and that is, walk us through what's the general timeline between thinking of a project, I don't know where Southwest Power Pool application comes in, landowners, up until this moment in the public process. Can you talk about how long that takes and what happens in that timeline?
Yeah, generally development timelines are very long. The presentation that Matt went through at the previous meeting kind of gives you a good triangulation on that. Have to have willing landowners. You have to have a grid system that would accept the industry. And so finding that combination of things can take a long time. The Southwest Power Pool process to get through the interconnection queue is 4 to 5 years on a good project. Sometimes it can be longer if large network upgrades are required. So you're looking anywhere from a half decade to a decade to get through this process.
This project in particular, when did it start in terms of the conception of it?
I will let Savion answer that.
Scott Zymas with Savion, 2020. Early 2020, I believe, was when the landowner outreach started.
But landowner outreach wouldn't have been the first piece. There would have been, I don't know if it was the site selection or the Southwest Power Pool conversation, like what's like the very beginning of the project?
So inception inside of Savion, siting, market analysis, mid-2019.
Thank you. Is the applicant, did you have more presentation? Was there one more person?
We had Ben. Does Ben want to come up?
And then we are hoping to get to public comment here pretty soon, even though I will save my many list of questions for after.
Thank you, commissioners. I can't imagine this will take long to answer the questions that you have for me. Sorry. Ben Postlewaite, the state director with the Nature Conservancy in Kansas.
You also might have to pick up the mic.
Yep.
That's pretty normal. Yeah, so thanks for having us. So I'll respond to a few questions that Commissioner Kelly asked. And then obviously can answer more questions as they come up. Maybe I'll hold that lower. I don't know. So the Nature Conservancy, so Commissioner Kelly asked a question To the extent to which TNC works with historically underrepresented groups in agriculture, and how I'll kind of kick the answer off is TNC's, the Nature Conservancy's work is rooted in collaboration. So we believe that a world where people and nature can thrive is possible. When it comes to agriculture, or frankly, any of our conservation efforts that we put on the ground, we achieve success by reaching beyond boundaries and borders across common grounds and great divides. And TNC has a proven history of establishing those positive relationships to build that deep bench of conservation and agriculture partners. So a few examples that I'll give to answer your question specifically. In Kansas, we have partnered with an organization called Save Farm. This is in Riley, Kansas, northwest of Manhattan. So this particular organization focuses on serving as a sustainable model for hands-on agriculture and agribusiness training and education integrated with behavioral health therapy with an emphasis on service members, veterans, and their families. The work we do there has included providing curriculum for their program, but also we had worked with some other partners, one being the Conservation Fund, to provide funding to purchase the property on which they do their work. So think of it as a working farm to work with veterans and families for the purposes of teaching regenerative ag practices. The TNC chapter in Arkansas, so they are within our Great Plains Division, so we regularly work with the Arkansas chapter. They work with the KKAC, which is an organization founded in 2015 to educate minority youth about production agriculture and ag business. In Nebraska, the TNC chapter, again, in our division, then we work with them regularly. They have a relationship with the Iowa Tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, and their Center of Excellence for Regenerative Native Agriculture, which is a project that helps indigenous and non-indigenous farmers and tribally owned farming enterprises transition to regenerative ag practices. So those are some of the things we're doing now. I will say, kind of off the cuff, this project is exciting for us because it will allow us to expand some of that work into the Kansas area. So we're excited about that, and we have a pretty broad group within TNC outside of Kansas borders that we can rely on to help us navigate that as well. I will also say that the advisory group that has been proposed to have formed is going to be a significant asset in working with area nonprofits, area underserved communities. I will be the first to admit that TNC in particular, there are things we're good at and things that we haven't yet become good at, and that's where we love partnering with other nonprofits to help drive that work forward, specifically working with underrepresented communities. Another question that Commissioner Kelly had asked was about hearing more about the MOU that we had that TNC signed into with Evergy and how we would engage with potential partners. Again, I hinted on that in my first answer with the development of this Agrivoltaics Advisory Committee, which would include representatives from various stakeholder groups, county being one of them, local farmers, academics in the area. And I will say, because we have a lot of experience developing those relationships, we have a lot of those relationships that already exist. This community in particular, this county, is well positioned to form a constructive advisory group to help come up with what a final agrivoltaics plan will look like after everything we already heard about with stormwater is figured out to develop that plan. So I'm excited about that. How would we partner with those folks? We've already been in communication with them. We already have relationships with many of them. Let's see here. Another example I wanted to point out in terms of how we've partnered with other organizations. So we do have a working farm in Dickinson County, Kansas. We call it Terrace Lane Farm. We have already established an advisory group of both TNC staff and external staff, folks in the community, to help guide the work on that farm. It's meant to be a model farm to introduce regenerative ag practices, both for row crop and grazing. So we do have a history of having done this before in another county with other stakeholders. So we've got a bit of history there in how we work that. And again, we rely on our partnerships to kick that off. Commissioner Kelly also expressed an interest in hearing more about how the county might, and this might have actually been, my notes may be right, it might have been Commissioner Willie asked as well, about how we would integrate with the county and the monitoring process for reports that were given out. While I do believe it's probably not prudent for me, because again, I should say on public record, we're not the applicant. We are just a partner in this project to talk about the specific agrivoltaics piece of this. You know, beyond that formal reporting process that's set up for all the other permits that everyone will be working on, you know, the way we would anticipate the county being engaged is have a seat at that table with the advisory group. I think that a county representative is going to be pretty critical to that group and decisions that are made. So yeah, that is really my formal answers to the questions you asked before, and I'm happy to answer anything else you might have.
And just one follow-up question on this, Commissioner Kelly. That advisory group was not something we saw on March 27th. How are you envisioning, or how is the applicant envisioning the appointments to that advisory group? Is that something the applicant does? Is that something TNC does? How does that happen?
That's a great question, and the best answer that I have to that today is the advisory group would need to establish bylaws of a sort to determine who the decision makers are, how this rolls out to the county. We do not have that established yet, so I'll say that outright right now. But we do understand the advisory group is going to have to work with a vision for what we want to do, and a vision, frankly, that's focused on science, collaboration, productivity of the site, and benefit to the community. That's not an exhaustive list, but those are the things that would drive the vision of the advisory group. So I would anticipate we'd have a set of bylaws. It will be very, there will be a lot of interested entities that will want to sit on that advisory group. And again, I would say as an advisory group, we would simply, you know, most of us have either sat on or on a nonprofit board or worked for a nonprofit. We know how to resolve those types of bylaws issues, how to put rules into place, how the advisory group will work. And we will frankly use the same set of bylaws that we'd set in place for a similar entity, maybe a nonprofit or something like that. But we don't have those bylaws written today. That really is my most pointed answer.
So would the applicant or would the Nature Conservancy be open to some of those positions being appointed by Douglas County?
I guess the quick answer is I will let the applicant answer for themselves. TNC would, but we'd need to have some sort of measures of control on it. As we all know, the value of collaboration is as valuable as a productive team can be. So there's the value of being small enough to make decisions, but large enough to be inclusive. So there's a balance we'd have to find. So
There's also value in disrupting systems and asking questions that may make it hard to move forward, but I think it's important to ask them. So I'd love to hear the applicant's response to that as well, since you're correct, you're not the applicant.
I don't disagree with healthy disruption.
Okay.
So I should state that.
Jason Humphrey, Vice President of Development with Evergy. I think it's something we would certainly entertain as this comes together. You know, we're held to a good utility practice and prudency standard at the state level. This stuff is advancing the science quite a bit, but we want that local community input. Lori spoke to the 3 Cs, so I think we would definitely consider it. Didn't mean to just turn my back on you. If you have additional questions, feel free.
I'm noting that the word is consider. That's all. And giving you an opportunity to see if you'd like to say something different.
We've got to write the bylaws and see what this says. We have to come back to the county commission for the agrivoltaics plan, regardless of the outcome today. And so I would hopefully have those bylaws in place. You know, if it's a 3-seat board and TNC has partners that make sense for this, I just don't want to presuppose an outcome. I think similar to what Ben said, we're very, very open to it.
Okay, thank you.
I think the translation there is the county may be interested in appointing
Yes.
people to such an advisory committee should one be formed. Any other questions currently? I just have one, and it's because I think it will help frame conversations that come from the public. I pulled some of the stats out of just conditions on the ground, and there was a photo that showed some also, but that position of the panels, the lowest edge is at 18 inches. I think that that'll help as community has some concerns about vegetation, that the spacing is between posts is 21 feet, and that the aisles are 13.47 feet wide. Just trying to, if someone would speak to some of that in terms of giving a visual for folks about how much of the land is covered by these tilting, rotating panels, and how much of the land is vegetated in ways that will be receiving sunlight. So is that, I don't know if you want to answer that, or if you want to pitch it to.
I'd say Ashton or Benny would probably be best for the specifics, but as you saw from the picture earlier, the vegetation will grow directly under the panels. If you drove to our Baldwin site just south of town, you would also see that. So there will be vegetation all the way up to the posts.
So the Baldwin site are fixed panels, and I've been to that site, and it's very different in terms of the sunlight conditions on the ground because the fixed panels are, the lines of them are east to west and they face south, and the rotating panels, then the lines are north-south. And it's just very different in terms of how much sunlight will be hitting the ground. It looks like Lori might be behind you wanting to. Okay.
I will also say those panels are monofacial. These are bifacial, so the sunlight will naturally go through these panels, whereas they do not at the Baldwin site.
Thank you.
Benjamin Gaskell, I'm an engineering manager at Savion. So I have it here in front of me. I don't know if we want to show it or not, but we're looking at total panel acreage of 218 acres out of the 1,105 total acres for the project area. In terms of, the sunlight hitting the ground underneath the panels, right? These are the site proposes using a single axis tracker system. So the trackers will rotate plus and minus 60 degrees as the sun goes overhead. And so it sort of depends on the time of day, but you'll see sunlight hitting the ground on one side of the array in the morning. And as the tracker sort of turns and the sun moves overhead, the shade will also move with that as well. So yeah, in the morning you'll have shade on one side of the array, and then in the evening you'll have shade on the other side of the array. So you will get sort of sunlight throughout the day at different times of the day at different parts underneath the array. Sorry if that was
I think I'll be looking for a little bit more, but maybe we'll go ahead and go to public comment and have you work on, I'm thinking like what percentage of the sunlight is actually hitting the ground, that kind of thing. So, and like how much, if there's talk about how is vegetation being maintained between the panels, I mean, they're not touching, they're fairly far. If you can come up with some visuals or something that would help, and we'll probably come back to that after. I think Ashton may have something.
Ashton Martin, Senior Permitting and Environmental Manager for Savion. We can definitely work on that answer, but I maybe to your question, the species that were proposed in the seed mixes were selected for shade tolerance, as in they are all capable of growing in those more shady conditions.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions before we go to public comment?
No questions before public comment, but I would appreciate a break since I didn't use our technology glitch break very efficiently earlier.
I can totally agree with that. I will just a couple of, sorry, how about Sarah?
Yeah, I'd like to, if we're going to take a break, I'd like to make some announcements about public comment before we take the break.
That'd be great, thank you.
Unless there's anything else. So for public comment, I just want to restate what the chair said at the beginning of the meeting. Every speaker has 3 minutes. I have a list of people who have signed up. I'm going to read them about 2, 3, 4, 5 down. And so I'm going to tell you where you are in that process. If you are in the other room, in the crew room, and I call your name, you should make your way into this room to provide public comment. I have these handy dandy little yellow cards that are going to tell you how much time you have left. So if you need to be able to see my cards to know how much time you have left. We will intersperse, probably at break times, online public commenters. So if you are online and you would like to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand feature on Zoom and raise your hand and keep it up. And then we will, when we get to that stage, I'll probably move like 5 to 10 speakers into the panel. We will do those speakers and we will move on from there. Also, I just want to mention that if you did not sign up for public comment and you want to sign up for public comment, you may do so throughout the time frame that public comment is open. Just go out to this front lobby and see Jake, and he will go ahead and get you signed up. I will do my best to read people's names. Some people did not use their best penmanship, so please, I apologize if I mispronounce names as we move forward. Commissioners, do you have any questions of me for public comment?
No, thank you for that. So I think we will take a short
So
break.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
read the first several names so
Okay.
that they can prepare to come here. Our first speaker will be Marsha Pohl. Our second speaker will be Daniel Swenson, then Kevin Nelson and Steve Crane. So those are our first 4 speakers.
All right, thank you. I think we will return here at 11:25. And also that we recognize that there are deeply held thoughts and feelings on this topic, maybe more than many others that come to us as a commission. So we just ask for just respect and grace for each other, respect and grace for people who disagree with you or disagree with us, or either of those. And just that we don't have reactions to folks as they give their public comments. So we're not trying to have teams or, show support. We're just here to honor the public process and hear thoroughly from each individual as they speak. So with that, I believe Commissioner Kelly had something he wanted to share.
Yes, this is Commissioner Kelly. Just a little bit of comments before we start public comment. First of all, I want to express gratitude for the number of you that are here to share with us your thoughts. This is an opportunity for you as neighbors to express your values and your beliefs and what's important to you. And I expect that they will be as unique as each of you are and each of us is in this room. I'm going to ask you to all come to this part of the process with an open mind and an open heart. I know I am. I want to be clear that the many voices that I've heard across the community, the many of you that I've gotten to meet, and I truly, as Commissioner Reed said, I truly appreciate that opportunity. And that we should celebrate the fact that we're getting to meet new people, we're getting to hear new perspectives, we're getting to problem solve and collaborate together as a community as we figure out how best to live, work, and play in this place together. So I just wanted to express gratitude for you being here, sort of set a little bit of tone about how we hear each other's differences, we hear each other's priorities a little differently, and that there is space for us to come together as well as spread apart, and that choice is yours. That is each of our choices in this spot, is whether we divide further or whether we can find a place to meet in the middle. So thank you for being here today. We really appreciate your public comment. I truly value it.
So I would further say that we're all 3 of us pretty different. And I'd say whether we reach similar or dissimilar conclusions, the 3 of us, we will definitely get there by different paths and have different values and such that we come to it in different pieces of the community that we want to echo and see put forward in the decision today. And also that whether we come to similar or dissimilar conclusions, we will, the 3 of us, respect each other and respect those positions also, and we ask the community to do the same. Sarah, you have the list.
I do.
Who do we have?
All right, Marsha Pohl is first. Daniel Swenson, please be ready you're the second public commenter. Then
Thank you,
Kevin
Marsha.
Nelson.
Thank you, Marsha. Come on up.
Okay. People need 3 things to survive. We need food, shelter, and water. Okay, the acreages of land, the Kansas Farmer Magazine, April-May of 2024 article was reported that the U.S. has now lost 20 million acres of farmland between 2017 and 2022. That's 5 years, 20 million acres. USDA Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack noted that the U.S. has now lost well over 500,000 farms since 1980s. Those numbers make him concerned about the state of agriculture and food production. And then shelter, of course, everybody needs shelter. And the question about placing the solar panels, will there be more flooding? And of course, we don't know, but I am, the word not pleased isn't right, but I'm disappointed with the county planners that they declined to use the stormwater computer model for estimating stormwater impacts for solar farms. Then water. We should be concerned about the quality of the water in Douglas County and protect it. We cannot live without it. The Kansas City Star reported on July 14th, 2023, USGS research showed Lawrence, Kansas had 9.3 nanograms of PFOAs per liter in the public drinking water supply, exceeding the EPA's proposed limit of 4. So we really do need to consider what we're putting on the land and how it's going to affect not only the soil, but the water. Pile driving, I'm concerned about the zinc that could be from the deteriorations of the piers. There are concerns regarding the carcinogens, cancer-causing agents in solar panels. There's lead, cadmium, gallium arsenide, which is arsenic, and hexavalent chromium coatings on the panels. These are all carcinogens. Chemicals to kill the vegetation around some of the panels. I know you're talking about agrovoltaics, and it's only basically sheep. You're not going to have cattle under them, it doesn't look like, or I'm questioning about that. And I also noticed that I wondered how much electricity it takes to use to rotate those panels every time, you know, they do that. Oh, sorry. Wave it.
Thank you.
Daniel Swenson, Kevin Nelson, and Steve Crane.
Daniel Swenson. First of all, I just want to say, after listening to the list of people you all have talked to during the ex parte, there's nothing I can say that you haven't heard multiple times. And I really appreciate all the effort that you do. So I want to focus on the big picture. Douglas County is developing a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. And now is the time. The decisions you make are going to determine whether those are just empty words or do they really mean something. So global warming is coming at us like a freight train. We need, part of the solution is solar energy, and we need it on a massive scale. It's clean and reliable. I have panels at our house, and I can just see it's amazing how well they work. You're going to hear a lot of people today. They're well-meaning, and they're going to argue against this project. Their intentions really are good, but they think that by stopping this project, things will stay the same. What they fail to recognize is that global warming, if we do not address it, is going to change everything and will destroy exactly what they want to save. It will guarantee that the land this is put on will become less and less productive as global warming increases. We need this energy. We need it now. Douglas County can be a leader for all of the state. So I ask you to support the Sky Energy Project and show that we can still build things here in America.
Thank you.
Kevin Nelson, Steve Crane, and Anthony Schmidt.
Kevin Nelson, Lawrence, Kansas, 1515 Prestwick Court. And I would echo what you just heard from Daniel. I'm going to try to focus on things that we've not yet heard. And he said you've heard a lot. I commend Douglas County for having a climate action plan. I commend you for the work that you've done to develop really good solar energy regulations. I would bring to the table a couple of things that I've not yet heard. And first and foremost, the idea of eminent domain. These people who have optioned their property are optioning it to turn crop production into electricity production.
Kevin, can you get closer to that
Sorry.
mic, that high-pitched whistle? You might need to hold it.
Yeah, I'm trying not. So the concern that is that you are in the position of taking away what they want to do with their property to do something different. They're choosing not to grow row crops, but to grow electricity. Also, with respect to eminent domain, the Kansas legislature just passed a bill saying that eminent domain cannot be used for wind or solar siting. This may be the only opportunity that Douglas County has to be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Because I can see that legislation interfering with the connection to the grid of other projects that you will hear from other people. You will also hear from other people how easy it is to go and produce solar from your rooftops and your parking lots. I will tell you, I've got solar in my backyard. It is not cost effective that way. Lawrence just celebrated 40 years of being a tree city. That's a contradiction. It is not easy to do. And commercial solar, regardless, is necessary because our fossil fuel industry is telling us we need 28% more energy than we're using already right now by 2050. Once again, I would ask you, all the people who are coming up after me, talking about all these easy solutions, ask them, what have you done? And they will list all the reasons why we need commercial energy, because they haven't done it. And that's really important because we can't count on everyone. We can't count on the 60% of landowners that are renting their space. There's no incentive for a landlord to put solar panels on their properties. They just charge the utility to the renter. So those are my comments, and I would ask you to keep in mind the people who really matter aren't here and don't have a vote. They're the next generation. Thank you.
Steve Crane, Anthony Schmidt, and then Kristen Bosnack. Or Boschak. Go ahead.
I think I'll probably have to hold this as well. I'm Steve Crane. I'm president of the Douglas County Farm Bureau, and I represent the 4,000 members of the Douglas County Farm Bureau here in Douglas County. I'm an early adopter of solar. I've had solar on my farm for 7 years. I'm not opposed to solar. I'm opposed to putting it on the very best farm ground we have in this county. Why does Evergy want to put it in that location? As the, were you president or vice president? One of you guys.
Sorry,
You're
Steve.
Back there, you're
Steve.
president, right?
Steve, you have to address us with the
I'm
comments.
sorry.
Thank you.
I think the president just told us a few minutes ago, it's a matter of money. It's cheaper to put this where they want to locate it than it is to put it someplace else. So on top of the billions of dollars that the federal government, through our tax money, is supporting and subsidizing all of this solar panels and wind farms and everything else, they want us in Douglas County to spend a few $100,000 more so that they don't have to spend a few $100,000 more to move the solar farm to marginal ground somewhere where they're going to have to put in some expensive transmission lines. That's just silly. We have thousands of marginal acres of ground in this county that would not be devastated, and we would not lose that farm ground.
Thank you.
Anthony Schmidt, Kristen Bosnack, and then Natalia Lother.
Hello, Commissioners. First, I'd just like to make a heartfelt appeal. I'm Tony Schmidt. I'm been involved in the climate issue for 15 years, and I go out to Washington, D.C. every year. I'd just like to make a heartfelt appeal to each of us to try to have more conversations about man-made climate change. We need to get together and talk about emissions and the greenhouse effect often. Each of us is strong enough to have our concepts tested in the spirit of community building. I think the requirements the Planning Commission and the county commissioners are considering are excellent. Maybe some of the best in the country. The opponents have required intense county government involvement in every aspect of this solar project and on this landowner's property. On the issue of prime farmland, some experts say soil depletion has already occurred on this 600-acre tract due to 150 years of row crop farming, and that it's not nearly the soil that it was. This observation is somewhat in opposition to the idyllic representation that we could be growing garden crops. What I understand, the commission has final approval on the restorative agrivoltaic plans, as explained here today, much better than I understood. And that the Nature Conservatory is working with them, and what will be accomplished in the final product over the years. And, you know, I would encourage to get Scott Thellman involved, because I think he would have great input for that endeavor. What a great thing this could be for Douglas County, Kansas. We could light the way for innovative solutions for depleted soils and preservation of prime areas for the future as we make our transition to clean energy, especially for the other reluctant and often adamantly opposed Kansas counties that might come and visit and learn here. As far as floodwater runoff, a meteorologist friend told me that it's pretty 99% true that a 3 by 5.5 inch solar panel cannot produce much more concentrated downpour than just a plain old downpour, particularly if the panels are set at the proper angle. And that biomass and prairie grass is going to absorb a heck of a lot more water than a field. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kristen Bosnack, Natalia Lothar, Byron Wiley. And then Wayne White and Sam Gleason.
I'll take this small opportunity to let people know we're going to have, you know, a list of folks that are here in person. We'll also catch some folks that are online. We won't save all of those till the very end like we typically do. We won't have an actual lunch break, but we will try and have kind of a 10 or so minute, maybe a little longer scheduled time when we have our next break. So just to be aware of kind of the process going on here. But go ahead, thank you.
My name is Kirsten Bosnack. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. The assumption that agrivoltaics can be done through this proposed project seems to be a key factor in its approval by commissioners. These photos from Jack's Solar Garden in Longmont, Colorado may capture the dream, but Jack's, at just 5 acres, is the largest agrivoltaics research site in the US and has a nonprofit whose donors include the Walton Family Foundation and many individuals and businesses. Its solar array is raised well above ground to make space for gardening beneath. Jack's was designed as a true dual-use site from the beginning. The Kansas Sky Energy Center is not. A 2022 market research study on agrivoltaics released by the US Department of Energy explores applications around the world. The report shows examples of solar arrays, most in Europe and Asia, that were designed for use with specific crops or grazing. The countries where most of these systems are in place have support through public policy and government funding. These solar structures were designed from the beginning to maximize dual use. The Kansas Sky Energy Center is not. Savion has discussed sheep grazing at Kansas Sky, but the design of this utility with panels set low and electrical cables running 1 to 2 feet above ground would seriously hamper crop growing. Savion has promised $250,000 for research into agrivoltaics. How far will this go? In late 2022, researchers at 6 universities were awarded funding through the DOE's Foundational Agrivoltaics Research for Megawatt Scale, or FARMS program, to study the scalability of agrivoltaics. One got $500,000, the rest 1.2 to 1.8 million. Application of the results is years away. We can't retrofit productive, profitable farming into the Kansas Sky Energy Center. It's designed for one use. The only promise for agrivoltaics is that the developers will try something on an unspecified amount of land for a while, and Evergy will decide when to stop trying. If we want agrivoltaics, we must design for true dual use from the beginning. Our river bottom land is not a place to experiment. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Natalia Lothar, Brian Wiley, Wayne White, Sam Gleason, and then Jeff Southard.
Show me how to bring the files. Natalia.
Yep, she'll. So she'll signal you.
I will signal what I hear from Sarah, just with either 2 minutes, 1 minute, and I'm not sure what I'll do for 30 seconds.
I'm sorry, Natalia Lowther, 1480 North 1700 Road. My farm is shown in the center of the image there. First, I have a couple, no, first, I have been farming here on land that used to be conventional corn, soybeans, and potatoes and everything else before that. I've been raising sheep and vegetables here for almost 30 years. So what my farm is now is pretty much what could be at the end of 25 years for the COP. I'm going to start with a couple questions that I don't feel like have been asked or addressed at all. One is, I want you all to figure out whether all plans that require your approval subsequent to today, like the stormwater plan, grazing management, et cetera, do those have to also be a supermajority vote since they are part of the conditional use permit? I think that's very, very important. The NOAA data in the stormwater models that are being used, does that include predictions about climate change increasing intense rainfall events, which we have already seen in recent years and which will probably continue to increase? Property bought by Evergy would be tax revenue for the state, not for Douglas County. Sounds like a lot of conflicts of interest in the proposed Ag Advisory Group. I love solar energy, but not at this scale and not on prime farmland. Energy is important, but food and water security for future generations are far more important. I've happily lived without electricity for many extended years of my life, but I couldn't live a week without water or a month without food. Two aspects of this CUP pose existential threats to my farm. No reliable stormwater study has been done. No current plan to detain stormwater on the site. Most of the 1,000 acres drains to Maple Grove tributary and the pump station. The pump station is just off the bottom corner of that. And the red is the floodway where the water goes. The black is where my land is already flooding in recent events. It didn't used to flood there. It floods there now. So we keep adding things that drain, that are going to drown my farm.
Thank you, Natalia.
Byron, Wayne White, Sam Gleason, and Jeff Southard.
Hi, I'm Byron Wiley, 16700 27th Street. I've been paying attention to focus studies and conclusions about energy and resource consumption, and focusing also what can be done. Ted Trainer points out that if people do not understand the nature and extent of the crisis we face, they will tend to misconceive the best responses to the crisis and set about working toward goals that cannot solve the problems. I think that most of us have been led to believe that utility-scale industrial renewable energy systems are green, clean, renewable, and sustainable. They are, however, completely dependent on the energy-dense fossil energy resources from mining, manufacturing, multiple modes of transportation, maintenance, and anything else that can be recycled at the end. Consider the front-end mining processes and the intolerable human and ecological injustices that ultimately affect all of us, including the poisoned groundwater, air pollution, environmental destruction, cancers, etc. That's the front end. Every time a mega industrial plant is created, their dependence on fossil energy and mineral extractions contribute to the same long-term damage that we're trying to curtail by efforts to reduce dependence on fossil energy. I think that we incorrectly believe that the industrial renewable energy systems will power our future. Looking at some numbers, 81% of society's energy consumption depends on the liquid, energy-dense fossil fuel energy, and 19% of that runs on electricity. Renewables are currently providing about 21% of the electrical generation, or 4% of the entire amount of energy consumed. Wind and PV currently provides only 2.7 of that entire total amount of energy used. We're really facing a liquid fuel crisis as the economically extractable fossil fuels more noticeably decline. Attempts to ramp up industrial renewable energy production will be met with scalar resource limits, and pushing it will accelerate complete biosphere collapse. It's very clear from these numbers that to live sustainably, consumption of energy needs to be tremendously reduced. So here we are, looking at sacrificing a piece of land with amazing food security and production capacity. I think we need to take stock of our real energy and resource limits and learn to work within those limits. We should be exploring powering down the systems that are causing the chaos that we're experiencing with climate, and not to keep kicking the can down the road, which ends up digging a deeper hole, filling with compounding consequential problems and predicaments. Industrial renewable energy systems are not a panacea of green, clean, renewable, and sustainable energy. It's the wrong location and it's the wrong solution. Thank you.
Wayne White, Sam Gleason, Jeff Southard, and then Josh Savarti? All right.
Hello, I'm Wayne White.
You're going to have to turn that mic on.
Gotta talk to the mic.
I'm sorry.
Hit the button.
My voice, oh, is it off?
I think, is it?
It's on.
It's on.
Okay.
Okay. Is that better? I live at 3128 Ranger Drive in the Deerfield neighborhood. I believe the staff and Tanya Voigt and Jill and Chad Voigt have done such a thorough job that none of us, as Dan said, can say anything fully new, but I'd like to focus on 4 points that I think are essential from what I've heard at the work sessions, at the Planning Commission, here today. The topsoil at the proposed site is going nowhere. It will be protected with perennial grasses and will be in better shape and will sequester more carbon than if it was left in corn and soybean production. The landowners who have decided to lease their land will be saving the soil and exercising their rights as property owners. I believe that when we see the stormwater data from the study, the perennial grasses at the site will reduce, not increase, stormwater runoff. Opponents of the project have not presented any evidence that solar installations generally increase stormwater runoff. My own search of the scientific literature, as I've studied climate change over the last 20 years, has found no such evidence of significant stormwater runoff increases related to solar plants. Very importantly, the Douglas County Commission does not lose control over the project after you approve the CUP. You will be able to review and require changes to both the stormwater mitigation and the agrivoltaics plan on an ongoing basis. The Commission has the assistance of a professional staff that has demonstrated remarkable competence and will be able to assist with issues as they arise. And finally, we should not lose sight of why the United States and the world are transitioning to renewable energy. Yes, it takes fossil fuels to develop. Global carbon emissions rose again last year, according to NOAA. Climate impacts are accelerating much faster than predicted. Sea level rise, increasing incidence of intensity of wildfires, dwindling fresh water supplies, higher incidence of heat stroke and heat-related death are here now. We need to do our part to address this crisis and follow up on the commitment that's been made by this commission. This solar installation gives us that opportunity. There is scientific consensus now that time is of the essence to make the transition to renewable energy. Thank you.
Not going to react, but thank you for, who do we have next, Sarah?
Sam Gleason, Jeff Southard, Josh Savarti, and then William Steele. Is Sam Gleason here? All right, Sam, if you're in the other room and you haven't made it up here, we'll put you, you can get back on the list. So next would be Jeff Southard.
Good morning. I guess it's still morning, barely. My name is Jeff Southard. I live at 724 Indiana. I've been a full-time resident of Douglas County for almost 50 years. I'm a fifth-generation Kansan, and while my experience with agriculture is limited, I do have some experience with solar power, for my church has been investigating putting solar panels on our property to save energy and money. I have no vested interest in either side of this debate, but I come before you today to touch on 2 points which I think argue against Evergy's proposal. First, I think the commission is being presented with a false dichotomy. You're being told the choice is either the current location or nothing. That is not true. Unlike a gold mine or an oil well, which have to be put in certain places and nowhere else, the sun shines all over Douglas County. Now, it's true that other locations may cost Evergy a bit more. When you consider that Evergy's net worth is almost $12 billion, that's billion with a B, over the 25-year life of the project, any increased cost would come out to be a rounding error. It's quite possible to have solar power and preserve this soil. You can do both if you choose. Second, there seem to be a number of unanswered questions about the project. For example, this issue of agrivoltaics. What assurances does the commission have that Evergy will follow through with their promises, say, 5 years from now? The fact is, if Evergy deems it's not feasible or possible, it may not have to proceed. That, to me, is a giant loophole. There's also the issue of stormwater runoff. I don't live in North Lawrence, but I've seen many examples of what a heavy rainfall can do up there. That's another issue that's up in the air, at least for now, and I'm sure is of importance to many. A couple of weeks ago, voters in Jackson County, Missouri, rejected a proposal by the Kansas City Royals for a new downtown stadium. There were a lot of unanswered questions, and the voters were not willing to trust the Royals to do the right thing in the future after the project was approved. The commission today is in a similar position. You're being asked to approve the project and trust Evergy to do the right thing on many key points. This you should not do. It is shocking to me that a plan that has been worked on by so many for so long is so incomplete. If you give your approval today, the momentum will be on the project's side. It'll be difficult to later stop or change significantly. In my opinion, for these reasons, it should be voted down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Josh Svarty, William Steele, Margaret Kumar, and then Joe Harrington.
Thank you, Commission. It's Josh Swati, but I do answer to just about anything. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here on behalf of the Advanced Power Alliance. The Advanced Power Alliance is the association of all of the clean energy developers across the Southwest Power Pool region. I've got a couple of comments. First of all, hats off to Douglas County. I am very familiar with all of the regulations across the state of Kansas. You probably have the most aggressive solar regulations of any county in the state. True to Douglas County, you've tried to think of just about everything. Second, I think this project is actually very well cited relative to other projects around the state. And you may think, well, gosh, he's the industry representative. He's going to say that about every project. But we have actually opposed projects, most recently one in Butler County, for two reasons. One, it was cited on intact native prairie. And then two, it was being developed by a developer out of Texas that had really no experience developing in Kansas. And these are important issues for our industry. And the first one, the intact prairie, is particularly important because I think some people in the opposition say, well, why don't you move this into the hills or put this into hay meadows and pastures? And as an industry, we avoid those landscapes because they are intact. We try to site solar, first of all, in flat places because it is easier, but also because those are typically farmed, and farming is a heavily disturbed landscape. And I even brought the map in today of the Douglas County soils showing these are alluvial soils. There were two things done to them that were particularly destructive. The second being when they narrowed and channelized the river and made levees, cutting those soils off from the river itself. And by far the most destructive to them was when those soils were open to agriculture. And I understand Homo sapiens and our nutritional and dietary needs, but farming is a destructive activity. For full disclosure, I did work at the Land Institute for a couple of years, but it is a destructive activity and we have to acknowledge that. Just a few other things on soils. Soils are all relative, and all of the Douglas County soils are generally more productive than Ellsworth County, where I am from. They are also generally less productive than all 35 million acres of ag land in Iowa. So it tends to be relative. And then finally, just a note about the developer, I will speak about Savion. Within our association, you have some companies that are long-term companies with a lot of developmental experience, some shorter, maybe backed by venture capital, but have good people behind them. And then, of course, there's new developers coming on. Savion's one of the longest, most experienced development companies operating around the country, and they by far have the most people, not just living in Kansas, but living and working in Lawrence because their genetic DNA is a company that started here in Kansas. And so you really have a great project being developed by a great company that knows this community. It's going to be a great thing for Douglas County. Thank you.
William Steele, then Margaret, I think it's Kumar, and then Joe Harrington and Tad Kramar. So this is William Steele.
Yeah, I urge you to deny the conditional use permit. First of all, as someone up here just noted a minute ago, this project is...
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, yeah, William Steele. This project is, in my opinion, too premature to give it the green light. We need a more comprehensive stormwater management plan. We need more detailed design, development, and construction plans before we go forward. And only then should a conditional use permit be approved. Secondly, I'm very doubtful that agrivoltaics can work at this scale. Operating an industrial scale solar facility requires a lot of maintenance. Workers are going to need to have vehicle access to the facilities for inverter maintenance, for electrical system maintenance, and regular inspections. The solar panels will need to be regularly cleaned of dust, dirt, bird droppings, and other debris with solvents and detergents. They'll need to regularly kill weeds growing in and around the solar panels, most likely with chemicals. And can you imagine how well the weeds are going to grow in the shade on prime soils? All that activity is simply not conducive to growing crops or grazing. So the idea that we can somehow do solar power and grow food on a project of this scale is highly questionable in my opinion. Finally, and most importantly, by building on this valuable land, we will foreclose any opportunity in the future to ever grow food on it again. And that's a huge opportunity cost at the expense of future generations, because let's face it, once this installation is put in, it's probably going to be a permanent installation, at least for the long term, or for the next 30 years. And let's not forget that food is energy. Energy comes from growing food. I'm not opposed to solar power. We need more renewable energy sources, but alternative locations do exist, and they should be prioritized first before we build on prime farmland. The bottom line is that allowing an industrial scale solar installation to be built on prime agricultural land in a flood zone, no less, is wrong-headed in my opinion. It needs to be located somewhere else. So please, please reject the application.
Thank you. I'm just going to
Margaret.
catch up here really quick if you just give me like just a couple minutes to catch. Almost ready. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Margaret Kumar, 1966 E100 Road. And first of all, I want to thank you very much for your public service and all the work that you have put into this. You know, I don't think we appreciate enough what these commissioners have done and how in considering this question. Last summer, it was so hot that they called off a dog splash. I don't know how the dogs felt about that, but the humans involved decided it was too hot to be outside for the length of time it would take for their dogs to jump into a pond or pool. This is the reality am I doing this right? Okay. This is the reality we face. This is why we are here. And even if we bury our heads in the sand, global warming will not go away. At Hidden Hollow Farm, where we grow organic fruits and vegetables, we see the effects of climate change and global warming every day. And I'm here to tell you that it's very, very scary. The plants can't produce as much if subjected to extreme heat and drought. So are we looking at future food shortages? Yes, we can irrigate, but only up to a point. Because if everyone has to start heavily irrigating like never before, we're draining the Kansas River and facing water shortages. So, are we going to embrace this opportunity to transition away from fossil fuels, or think of every reason we can to scuttle it based on fear, misinformation, or resistance to change? As for the prime farmland argument, nobody in charge has said anything about taking this land out of production. Nobody. With agrivoltaics, why can't we envision that we can grow more food and healthier food in that site, which is now producing commodity corn for ethanol and is being doused with herbicides, pesticides, and synthetic fertilizers? As for the argument of locating it somewhere else, Savion has invested considerable time and resources in determining this is the best site. A prime reason being it is next to an electricity substation. As for the flooding argument, with a buffer of native grasses and wildflowers, that site will be able to absorb more water than it does now. The native plant taproots reach deeply into the soil. Natives prevent erosion and runoff. Right now, the ground is bare all winter and subject to wind and erosion. So let's face the future together and find solutions. Either way, we'll be living with the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Harrington, and then Tad Kramar, and then we kind of have a break there, and so.
Thank you all for having this historical meeting on a
Can you
Saturday.
state your name?
My name is Joe Harrington. I am in Lawrence. I support the Sky Energy Center proposal because I want to get rid of the coal plant. As someone who's lived downwind of it for 23 years, I'm tired of breathing in particulates and sulfur dioxide. I'm tired of seeing childhood asthma rates go up. I'm tired of seeing the coal plant belching smoke and coating up with a pall of brown smog over the Kaw Valley on hot summer days. And Evergy is not going to retire that 50-year-old coal-fired power plant or any of its fossil fuel facilities unless and until there are renewables to replace it. And the Sky Energy Center seems to me it would be a start. In the meantime, the demand for electricity is increasing exponentially. And if that demand is not met by renewables, how will it be met? I also support the facility because electricity produced by renewables is generally cheaper than fossil fuels. And as someone who's seen their electricity bill spike over the last 2 years, that sounds pretty good right about now. In addition, I've seen my county property taxes soar in the last few years, and I would welcome the tens of millions of dollars of new tax dollars that would be generated by the project. Just some other questions to consider. One, if the electricity provider of our region is denied a permit, what other company will invest the time, money, and labor needed to propose another utility scale solar power or wind power development in the county in the foreseeable future? Secondly, what will happen to all that prime farmland in 20 years or 10 years if climate disruption keeps worsening exponentially as it is? Judging from the Mid-America Regional Council's Climate Action Plan, we can expect more hot, dry days and rainfall that is less frequent but more intense. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Environmental Working Group, between 1995 and 2020, excess moisture indemnities alone grew by almost 280%. Over the same period, losses from drought grew by more than 400%. We have to assume those percentages will grow geometrically unless large-scale renewables replace fossil fuels very soon indeed. Finally, if the owner of the land in question doesn't use it for a solar power facility, will they keep it in farmland forever? Is there any guarantee that they won't build a new Boston Crossing North instead? Thank you very much for your consideration.
Tad Kumar.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Tad Kramar, 1966 E100 Road, Lecompton Township. You have the opportunity to lead us to two possible outcomes. If you reject this project, it would be a devastating blow to our efforts to reduce global warming and to renewable energy in Kansas, because it would encourage other Kansas counties to follow your lead and reject renewable energy projects. If you approve this project, we will have many years of much needed solar energy, which, wherever it's used, will replace fossil fuels. The prime farmland in this project site will not be lost, but will continue to be productive through agrivoltaics, administered by a premier environmental organization, the Nature Conservancy. This environmentally conscious management of the land will maintain the high quality of the soils much better than the current commodity crop farming, which depletes the soils. While agrivoltaics is a fairly new endeavor and much is to be learned, this will give Douglas County the opportunity to be a leader in this important field. In contrast, the monoculture commodity crops currently produced, mostly for animal feed and ethanol, require tilling, which damages soil structure, along with herbicides, pesticides, and synthetic fertilizers. While driving around the project site, I observed that some farmers in the area use more environmentally friendly methods, but they are outside the project site, and they will be able to continue their operations. Some people have said that the next generation of farmers at the site is likely to shift to better regenerative farming practices, but we cannot wait for the next generation. Climate change is happening now, and we need more solar energy now. Savion studied sites all over the county and found that this site is superior to all others in all important respects, including two crucial factors: a major electrical substation right next to the project. It is not enough to be near electrical transmission lines. A massive electrical project cannot just patch into transmission lines. A substation with capacity to inject electricity into the grid is needed. Also, this site is mostly flat, requiring very little grading, which will avoid damaging the soil structure. Stormwater management is not a reason to reject this project. Chad Voigt is working diligently on this, and the CUP requires the project operator to obtain your approval of a final stormwater management study, so you will maintain control of the issue even after the CUP is approved. Kansas has more sunshine than Florida, but sadly ranks in the bottom 10 states in solar energy production. Please make Kansas and Douglas County leaders in renewable energy by approving this important project. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you say we have a gap?
Yeah,
now?
so the next group of presenters are in a group, so this might be a good time to take a break. Currently, there are 2 people online with hands raised, so.
I'd be glad to get those 2 online folks.
You want to do them now?
Before a break, if that's okay with
Okay,
folks.
so I'm going to move Carol Williamson into the panel and Uma Otka. And Jason Reichert. Those 3. We're going to move those 3 in. Carol, you're in the panel, and you can come off mute, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Carol Williamson, representing the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. I'm going to talk fast because we don't have time to be slow. Through the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County's multi-year study of renewable energy and energy conservation, start my video so you can see me. We have reviewed and support the Kansas Sky Energy Project, and we commend the Commission for creating solar regulations and considering this project. We currently have in our collective backyard a coal-fired power plant and the need to stop generating electricity by burning fossil fuels by 2030. Utility scale solar is non-polluting, generates tax revenue, does not require water or the mining and burning of fossil fuels to generate electricity. The electricity generated by the Kansas Sky Energy Project will go directly into the current energy grid. When the coal-fired plant is finally taken offline and out of the county tax base, having tax revenue from this solar project will not only produce clean energy, tax revenue from it will keep the county tax base strong. Some have criticized the Kansas Sky Energy Project because they feel the land should only be used for agriculture. The proposed project includes dual use, many have discussed this, for solar energy generation and agricultural uses, but we really are thrilled that the Nature Conservancy is partnering with the project, and the plan includes a variety of vegetation, soil improvements, and promotes drainage. And importantly, there are willing landowners already contracted for this project. The Douglas County Health Department recently conducted a study of risks from proposed solar and wind projects, including an evaluation of health concerns about galvanized pilings in solar installations. The Lawrence Journal World reported on March 3 that the study found the likelihood of negative public health impacts due to industrial solar seems limited. The League knows the likelihood of negative public health impacts due to burning fossil fuels is great. Recently, some have criticized the project because they found a flooding analysis tool that was not used to evaluate the project. But county staff have thoroughly evaluated and recommend the Kansas Sky Energy Project. In the book, All We Can Save, Essays by Women Scientists, we are cautioned that the need to stop burning fossil fuels to generate electricity is so urgent that we all need to do the best we can as soon as we can. Our fellow citizens who oppose the project have engaged prominent voices to cast shade on the project, but the League of Women Voters of Lawrence Douglas County proposes that we need to let the sun shine in and approve the Kansas Sky Energy Project to safely generate electricity that we need without burning fossil fuels, with protection for land and water, and with support for our tax base. If not now, when? If not here, where? Thank you.
Okay. For the other online speakers, you have to accept my invitation to be moved into the panel. So if you want to provide public comment, if you've got your hand raised, you need to accept the invitation to be promoted to a panelist. So that would be Uma Autka, Jason Reichert, and Emily Dennis. And then, all right. Uma, you are in the panel. Jason, Uma, if you want to, you have 3 minutes for your public comment.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. My name is Uma Autka. I live in Lawrence. I'm speaking on behalf of my family, including my spouse and 2 teenagers, and I want to express strong support for the project. There's only one way we're going to see the reverse of climate impact of our power use, and that's by shifting to clean energy. And that means solar projects like this one. It means rooftop solar. It means wind. It means battery storage. It means increased energy efficiency, and we need it all. So the coal plant here in Lawrence, it's been emitting greenhouse gas emissions and degrading our local air pollution for many decades. And this, to me, has to be part of the equation in supporting a solar project that will be able to power 30,000 homes in our county. It's also important in light of what we saw earlier today about Evergy's projected gas additions. From a climate standpoint, that's the wrong direction. So although I'm speaking in my individual capacity and for my family as members of the community, I can see my work affiliation is showing up on the Zoom. In my professional work on the faculty of the KU Law School, I've closely followed state and local dynamics of renewable energy siting nationwide, and it's the norm for the siting process to be contentious. As a resident, I can say for me, I'm really glad to live in a community that's working to take climate action, and I'm glad to have a commission that has engaged the public so comprehensively and asked the hard questions at the site level. And it's that careful attention that I think is helping create a realistic pathway for Douglas County to be a leader in demonstrating agrivoltaics, given the partnership with the Nature Conservancy, and even more important, approving the project takes a critical step to reducing the climate impact of the power use in our community. Thank you.
Jason Reichert, you are next. And then after that, Emily Dennis and Carrie Brandon, and those are the last 2 we'll take before the break. You need to accept my invitation to be promoted to a panelist. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Jason Richard. I'm an agronomist working with farmers all over the Kansas River Valley. My reason for speaking today is to add some insight about what it takes to manage vegetation, weeds in the river valley, especially if large equipment isn't able to be used for mowing because of the above ground cables and around the solar panels. The weeds that concern me the most are the noxious weeds listed in the Kansas Noxious Weed Law, which requires the control and eradication of certain weeds, and specifically of note are the ones listed in the category C in that, and they're, quote, well established within the state and known to exist in larger or more extensive populations in the state. They're listed field bindweed, musk thistle, cerisa, lespedeza, Johnson grass, and burr ragweed. The controls for each are listed in the Kansas Noxious and Invasive Weed Management Plan on the Kansas Department of Agriculture site. It goes over the potential cultural, mechanical, chemical, and biological control options for each. Of those 5 listed, I've seen 3 on the proposed site and close by. They're musk thistle, field bindweed, and Johnson grass. Musk thistle cultural control is possible but tricky in timing. Mechanical control will be time and money consuming, which leaves chemical control. Bindweed is best managed by chemical control. Johnson grass can be managed by the grazing, but there is a risk of nitrate poisoning for sheep or any ruminant, and then that leaves chemical. I can tell you that chemical controls for these and any and all weeds will be needed. There are risks with lack of control and spreading of these noxious invasive weeds, as well as the other very common winter and summer annual weeds that currently inhabit the ground. These herbicides will include modes of action that include growth regulators, including 2,4-D and dicamba and Toradon, ALS inhibitors, including the imidazolinone family. They will most likely include glyphosate in spots. These herbicides can be more likely to move in the air and potentially affect off-target plants, and will include herbicides that remain in the soil residually and can leach and move with groundwater and runoff water. Resistance to the herbicides will be a growing threat the longer they are used. Rotation of active ingredients is encouraged in all herbicide plans, but in this situation, there are limited active ingredients and modes of action that are options. So relying on similar types with repeated applications will most certainly spread herbicide resistance. I know the county has no desire to use chemical spray on these acres, but truth is it will be necessary, and not being able to burn the field or use crop rotation will make management even harder. Conventional chemicals will be used. Your regulations allow it, and the state does require it where noxious weeds can't be controlled otherwise. Thank you.
Carrie Brandon, you're the next speaker.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So my comment is a little bit on a different topic here, and I kind of want to start with Commissioner Patrick Kelly. He made the comment at the start that, ex parte communications, it isn't a common word we're used to hearing, and then asked staff to explain it. And to be honest, that term, ex parte communications, should actually be well understood by everyone at this point, as ex parte communications should be part of every commission meeting and well understood by both our elected officials, county staff, and the public too. So I am today making an official request that the vote on this conditional use permit be postponed until after April 30th, which is the deadline for commissioners to submit updated statement of substantial interest reports for local office to the Kansas Government of Ethics Commission through Jamie Shu, who is our county clerk. As of today, OI reports, the statements of substantial interest reports by each commissioners. They were last updated. Patrick Kelly, Commissioner Kelly, was on June 13th of 2018. Commissioner Shannon Reed was on June 4th of 2020. And Commissioner Karen Woolley was just recently on the 12th of March, 2024 resubmitted. So why is this important? It's important because the public needs full transparency to all current substantial interests of our county commissioners. That is critical for shedding light on any potential bias, prejudices, and conflicts of interest prior to voting on something of this magnitude, especially. And I could get into examples of potential bias, prejudice, and conflicts of interest that are being perceived, but I don't think I have enough time to cover it all. I want to make sure that, all utility scale solar projects in whatever form, that they be responsibly sited first on brownfield sites, massive warehouse rooftops, marginal non-agricultural and non-grazing lands, right? To preserve all currently zoned agricultural lands for food production. There are so many rapidly emerging new technologies that afford alternatives to taking productive ground, grazing ground for whatever type of agrivoltaics, photovoltaics, renewable energy, wind turbines. This is not something that any kind of hasty decision should be made. Everything needs to be vetted, critical thinking, due diligence, and I don't think we're there yet. So thank you. I really want you to postpone this till after the 30th of April.
Thank you, Carrie. Do we have one more, Sarah?
We do.
And after that, we will take a small break.
Emily Dennis, you need to accept our invitation to move into the panel to provide your public comment. Okay, she's coming in.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm at 1992 East 1400 Road. I know the dedication of a farmer to their community. I am a farmer's wife. I feel honored to voice my concern. I am not against solar, but I am against the placement of this proposed project on prime farmland. My husband is the farm manager for Pines International and farms over 500 acres of certified organic farm ground in the River Valley. This proposed project will cause direct economic impact to the farm. I ask the county to be dedicated to the farmers by honoring the comprehensive 2040 plan and protect the prime farmland along with the families that care for it. Thank you.
That is it.
All right. We will, so the next group of folks that are signed up, it's 9 together. They're going to tag teams, so 3 minutes each, but all in a row. So we're going to take a break before that starts. Sarah, there's still, we've gone through about 20 and we have about 60 signed up total. Okay?
Correct.
Okay, and unknown online who folks come up, there is still an opportunity to sign up if you would like to. You can check with Jake out in the lobby. Commissioners, how much time would you like to maybe get a small lunch in between? Do we need 15 or?
Need it.
15? Okay, we will come back at 1:50. Will that work?
12.
How about
12:50?
12:50? There you go.
And I
the wrong
do want to
glasses.
say to the folks in the crew room, there's about 5 to 10 seats in this room. So if you want to come, if there's 5 to 10 folks that want to come and sit in here, we've got a little bit of room.
Okay, and we are recessed until 12:50. We've had I saw a few cars leaving as we were sitting outside to eat our lunch. So I'll turn it back to Sarah. You have the list of who is presenting next. Is that right?
Yes, so we have a group of 9 speakers. So I'm going to read all of their names in order. Stacy Windland, Scott Thelman Sr., Lisa Harris Friedman, Bonnie Little, Brian Palermo, Deborah Wilson, Dorrance Little, Melinda Ball, Lane Williams, and Nancy Thelman. So if you want to come up and you'll have the 3 minutes and we will keep track of your time.
And please, even though she said everybody's names, I didn't get them. So if you can do
Yeah.
them individually, it'd be super.
Okay, you got to turn the microphone on.
We good? Okay.
Yep.
My name is Stacy Wendland. Save Our Soils Kaw Valley is a group of concerned citizens who strongly oppose the Kansas Sky Energy Project and seek your vote to deny its CUP based on Golden Factor findings. This project asks you to turn your backs on years of citizen work aimed at protecting Grant Township's Class 1 and 2 soils, the most productive farmland in the county. That citizen work can be found primarily in the second chapter of Plan 2040 and in the entirety of the Northeast Sector Plan. But new solar regulations contradict these plans' explicit guidance to protect, not develop, these extraordinary acres. SOS Kaw Valley stands by the original intent of these guiding documents, even if the county doesn't in this moment, because we know that these kinds of soils cannot be moved or recreated, but projects like this one can. Savion says their CUP meets and exceeds county regulations, but what does that mean, really, when the county's top staff doesn't seem too confident in their own regulations or their tool? At the study session on March 27th, Sarah Plinsky said, quote, "We tried to work inside the regulations that we have available to us. The conditional use permit isn't designed for projects that are this size and scale that require multiple interactions." Chad Voigt voiced the same concern in an interview with the Journal World last Sunday. Quote again, "The CUP isn't suited to this, but we're having to make it work." So what are citizens to think when the county leaders at the highest level say the quiet part out loud? This process seems not just unwieldy and rushed, but actually untenable given the scale and complexity of the project and how much of it falls on the county to do, not the applicant, by design. The devil's in the details, and what we know today, that has us worried. Here we are on the day of the vote, and some crucial questions have yet to be answered. How can you confidently vote today with so many pieces of the puzzle missing? Like a stormwater plan first and foremost. No matter how great the effort was in creating these new regulations, if this is what meeting and exceeding regulations look like, then current regulations surely set the bar too low. We ask for denial of the CUP and revisions of the solar regulations to give those of us who truly wish for solar success in this county to achieve it. Thank you.
I'm Scott Thelman, 1547 North 2000 Road. I want to speak to the scale of the project being considered today. This is the largest land use decision in the history of Douglas County. It was never part of, it is even contrary to many principles in the 2040 Comprehensive Growth Plan. I want to bring some perspective. How big is 1,100 acres? This project is going to involve 12 miles of fencing, 237,000 solar panels, 30 million pounds, I checked my math, 30 million pounds of steel pilings, around 30 acres of impervious surfaces, not including the panels, miles of wiring. The CUP is not suited to this, but we are having to make it work. And that was the words of Chad Voigt, our county engineer. Once again, 1,100 acres. This is what it looks like on a map. But for perspective, the KU Central Campus, West Campus, all of central downtown, that's the size of land that we are committing to this project. Now, Baldwin did a nice little 5-acre solar field, had a minimal impact on the community, and was well received. This 1,100 acres would essentially cover the entire developed area of Baldwin City, to give you some idea of scale. Johnson City in southwest Kansas is currently our largest solar installation in the state. You could fit it into one corner of this project. Baldwin is shown in that small square. What is being proposed is over 10% of Grant Township being committed to this project. Why is scale so important? Small scale solar projects are well received, have minimal impact on surroundings, and are helpful in the community. Large scale products really need to be observed with greater scrutiny. Look at this 74 megawatt solar farm. This is half of what's being proposed here in Grant Township. These large projects are best suited where they don't consume valuable agricultural land. We have 1 acre of class 3 soil on our property that produced 30,000 pounds of organic heirloom tomatoes. Transpose that into our current proposed project by Savion. How much food production are we losing now and in the future? In summary, let's locate these large projects where they don't consume our valuable agricultural land. It's a huge project, and if things go wrong, it could have a big impact. And in closing, remember, the conditional use permit process really isn't designed for projects of this scale. Thank you.
Yes. How?
Oh, I didn't take it down.
If you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Didn't,
Do you?
she's got.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lisa Harris Friedman here, 1540 New Hampshire Street, asking you to deny this CUP. Today, I will talk about one of the golden factors, the character of the area. The staff report says that this permit is appropriate because there's already so much industry nearby. Yes, there is, but how much is too much? Grant Township already carries a lion's share of industrial infrastructure for our community. Adding another massive development to this same area seems disproportionate and wrong. Let's take a look at what's there. We've got the landfill and a quarry and all the trucks that go back and forth. Another picture of that. We have ICL's large chemical plant, and adjacent to that, we have a toxic waste site that can't be built upon, 225 acres. We have the airport, over 1,000 acres with plans to expand. A major rail line with chemical tankers and more that blocks traffic at crossings. An electric substation. And a waste and recycling center, not to mention 2 state highways to serve all of this. Anyone would say that that's a lot. Is it fair to add a massive solar installation to the same area? There isn't a golden factor about fairness, but common decency would suggest that some consideration of that, especially when our own county plans direct development away from this area. It's planning and zoning that create reasonableness in land use. Development here has created well-documented flooding problems, and those were the very problems addressed in the Northeast Sector Plan, which is in effect as part of Plan 2040 today. I'm not sure how much you know about the creation of that plan, so I'll just share a few things. Planning staff invited residents of Grant Township and North Lawrence to help them create the sector plan. The plan was needed because of a push for industrial development in 2012. The plan addresses the stormwater realities of that area and directs development away from Class 1 and Class 2 soils, and specifically away from Midland Junction. So why are we here today? You are considering a permit that disregards this work and the county's approval of it, and we are once again having media coverage about stormwater as if that's something new. If our solar regulations had been written so that any large-scale development could not conflict with existing plans for solar sector plans, which are designed to have more detail than the general comprehensive plan, we would not be here today talking about this site. Hard feelings happen when good planning is ignored, no matter what the project, but with something this massive in an area that already bears so much, it seems unconscionable. Please deny this project at this location for so many reasons. Not the least is honoring the sector plan and the people who created it. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Bonnie Little, and I live on 1400 Road. I'm going to talk a little bit about the character of the area. I've lived in Grant Township 60 years, so I think I know its character pretty well. I can tell you that we are a proud farming community, whether by truck farming or row cropping or organic specialty crops, our character is defined by our soils, Class 1 and 2, some of the most productive soil on earth, not because we farm it harder, it's because the soil is made to grow. Kansas Sky Energy will take a full 13% of that productive farmland away and likely take it permanently as a solar utility. For us, that's a real loss, taking away great farmland, but it's also an addition to, and one that we don't want more of. This project adds to an already heavy industrial burden we already bear for being such a small agrarian township. The American Planning Association says the location of utility scale facilities is the single most important factor in evaluating an application because of the large amount of land required and the extended period of land is extended period that the land is dedicated to this singular use. They say solar facilities can be appropriately located in areas where the prior use of land has been marginal, not on prime farmland. The National Office of the Nature Conservancy says our focus is driving renewable energy deployment to previously developed or low impact areas. They also say we can build the infrastructure needed to power our future while keeping sensitive and natural and working lands intact. Working lands include areas with high conservation value, prime farmland, and other land protected from development. Finally, the Nature Conservancy National Office says sitting on land that has conservation or cultural value or that is needed for other purposes can create community conflicts that often delay or prevent the project from being built. That's exactly where we are today. There are tens of thousands of acres of marginal land within a mile of transmission lines, some even nearby this site. We have to ask, why must it be here? For the sake of character of our area, we say no. Thank you.
Brian Palermo, 1718 West 3rd Street in Lawrence. With my comment, I'm talking about the suitability of the property. So while the flatness of this site makes it seem just right for solar utility, its soil conditions say otherwise. As river bottom land, this property is by very nature extremely corrosive. Savion Soil Report warns of this in its soil conditions findings. It is there that you'll find an engineer's note warning that a corrosion expert is needed to evaluate the whole project because of the site's corrosive soils, indicated by extremely low soil resistivity sampled over much of the 1,100-acre site. To date, we know of no corrosion expert's report and no acknowledgement of the issue by Savion or Evergy. That may be because the Burns and McDonald report that they so heavily rely on says corrosive soils do not exist in Douglas County, but they are wrong. And that is a serious error given the scale of this project. Matcor, a steel manufacturing company, says even galvanized piles are subject to corrosion, and in a highly corrosive environment, their service life might be much lower than expected. And in some extreme cases, corrosion of the galvanized piles can be structurally significant in less than 5 years. The structural integrity and lifespan of this all-steel facility will be challenged by these soil conditions. And since the county values soil health, it's also important to acknowledge new scientific study on the impact of metal corrosion on the soil microbiome. The researchers find when the chemical process of corrosion reaches raw steel, heavy metal ions like chromium, strontium, and lead can leach into the soil and bind with it, having a negative effect on the soil's microbial diversity and structure. Hundreds of thousands of these steel piles will be driven into this property with its extremely corrosive soil, introducing potential harm to soil health by way of aggressive corrosion over no less than 600 acres. With this chemical reaction in mind, the county cannot promise that this soil will be healthy in the end. This highly corrosive site is not a suitable property for a steel structure driven directly into the soil with nearby water table. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dipper Wilson, 1013 Prescott in Lawrence. I'd like to comment on this project's impact on the natural environment. In your staff's opinion, this project has a light impact on the land because grading at the site will be limited and topsoil will be largely undisturbed. But while that makes it sound like this project has a light touch on the land, we ask you to consider these things. First, flood potential. The soil will be heavily compacted by heavy construction and pile driving, further limiting its ability to diffuse water and increasing stormwater runoff. Adding impervious and semi-pervious surfaces will increase the stormwater load in an already flood-prone area, risking localized erosion and damage to local roads and culverts. In extreme weather events, which we're having more and more of, soil compaction and additional impervious surfaces may cause catastrophic downstream flooding, warned about in the 2005 North Lawrence drainage study, devastating both to property and to our natural environment. Soil health and groundwater quality may be threatened by this project. Hundreds of thousands of galvanized steel piles will be driven into corrosive soil, triggering an aggressive corrosion reaction over the 600-acre solar field. These galvanized zinc layers will corrode more quickly than normal, exposing raw steel, and may leach heavy metals like chromium, strontium, and lead that bind with the soil. This project will also certainly require the use of chemicals. Conventional herbicides will be necessary, as elevated cables over the solar field will make vegetation control difficult. Hand mowing and weed eating over 600 acres will not be sufficient to control the vegetation. This will not be a chemical-free site. Finally, let's think about the effect on wildlife. Wildlife patterns will be dramatically altered as access to 1,100 acres of food, forage, and natural pathways are cut off by 12 miles of fencing. Staff says this is a low-impact project, but that's an easy opinion that can't stand close scrutiny. This project will pierce the land hundreds of thousands of times, fill it with steel, triggering an extremely corrosive reaction for years. This project adds to the property's flood potential and that of its downstream neighbors. And finally, this project will require chemical application, as much if not more than conventional farming, because in the end, the aim of this project is energy production, not agricultural production. The impact of this project on the environment is profound. Please consider these concerns, and thank you very much for your attention.
How do we bring up? Do you just want to receive?
Hello, my name's Dorrance Little. I live at 1310 North 1941 Diagonal Road. That's at the north end of the facility that's being proposed. I'm here to talk about the impact of this project on the facilities of our township. Stormwater infrastructure is our biggest concern when it comes to community facilities. I've lived in Grant Township all my life and spent thousands of my own money trying to manage stormwater just around my property and the neighboring properties. When I look at this project, I can tell you from hard-learned personal experience, our stormwater concerns are justified. These are pictures of flooding in Grant Township, and these are not rare events. Water will always be a problem here, and the water almost always wins. Common sense says this site is a bad idea when it comes to adding more stormwater load. Plan 2040, the Northeast Sector Plan, and the North Lawrence Drainage Study say no also. According to last week's Journal World, that study would have shown this site has a water problem. maybe even stop the project early on, but its wisdom and warnings were not applied, even though Chad Voigt said that he largely agreed this project would violate the tenets of the North Lawrence Drainage Study, is not something the city of Lawrence and Douglas County should explore before the vote, not after. The public health and safety and welfare of Grant Township and its North Lawrence neighbors are at stake, not to mention city and county taxpayers' dollars. Another area of concern for the city should be its airport, as the FAA's wildlife mitigation area covers most of the project area. Using detention ponds to manage stormwater may be risky too, since Chad Voigt said in the article, detention ponds can turn into real ponds real quickly. It's the nature of the area. An example of that is the Sod Shop's so-called detention pond. It's never been empty since the day it was built. This point is, the FAA killed the project on this very site not too many years ago for adding too much surface water. This is not unfounded fear-mongering. It's 60 years of personal experience and a lot of common sense. The solar regulations require the bare minimum for this project. A rejected preliminary stormwater plan is what we have to look at for the vote. But the devil's in the details, and even at this late date, we need a real plan. I urge you to either vote no or postpone this vote. Thank you.
So we have 3 more speakers and then Tim Horn. So Melinda Ball, Lane Williams, Nancy Thelman, and then Tim Horn.
Hello, my name is Melinda Ball, Rawhide Lane 66046. I'm here to talk about the conformance with the comprehensive plan. As far as we're concerned, this project cannot conform because Plan 2040 is silent on the subject. Utility scale solar energy conversion centers are nowhere to be found in our comprehensive plan. State statute requires comprehensive plans shall show the general location, extent, and relationship of the use of the land for major utility facilities, both public and private. State statute also requires an annual comprehensive plan review to keep it up to date. So how is it we meet this moment with such glaring oversight, since conformance with the plan is not just a golden factor, but a true community desire? This is the most consequential project ever considered by Douglas County, taking more land for more years than ever has been proposed. Yet about utility scale solar, Plan 2040 has nothing to say. Utility scale solar does not exist. Does it matter if the comprehensive plan is still silent? Technically, yes, because state statute says it shouldn't be silent on a major utility. And without a yearly annual review, another statutory requirement, but not practiced currently employed by our planning department, the absence of technical guidance on these giant utilities are not likely to change. But more importantly, the absence of guidance about this huge new use matters at a human level, like Josh's level, because people like him make decisions in their lives based on the comprehensive plan, to buy a property or not, to start a business or not, to plan for next year's crops or not. Having a comprehensive plan that is up to date, with guidance that is trustworthy as well as the years go by, really matters, because these kinds of big decisions can make or break a family. We have been able to trust the plan, and we have to be able to trust the plan and trust our elected leaders to follow it. By going straight to regulations and bypassing the comprehensive plan, you'll never know what good ideas we citizens might have brought to the table to make utility scale solar happen without endangering one more precious acre of irreplaceable Class 1 and Class 2 prime farmland. I bet we could have done that. Maybe we still can. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Lane Williams. I live at 1735 East 1500 Road. For full disclosure, I'm a board member of the Cobb Drainage District, but I'm speaking to you on my own behalf today. Savians filed mountains of paperwork to get to this big day, your vote, on their CUP, but for all the thousands of pages in their packet, we're troubled knowing that just how much more work still needs to be done, especially in the area of stormwater. How is it that the largest project in Douglas County in its history, a project proposed on land that has catastrophically flooded more than one time, how is it that Savvy has come this far without having produced a viable stormwater management plan? At the study session in March 27, Ms. Plinsky said it was too early to have a stormwater plan at this point. But why is that? They've had 5 years to develop all the data that they need in order to develop a plan that they can submit, other than the preliminary plan that they submitted in November that was rejected because it considered, at this point, it's just conceptual. They've had 5 years. What more do they need to do now with the CUP approval in order to develop data that they can't already do now? The CUP is of no use to them collecting more data. They can still do that without it. When the bar is set so low that they don't have to produce a plan at this point, we wonder just how much it means when the applicant says that they've met or exceeded regulations. It may be that the applicants checked all the boxes, but without a real stormwater management plan to show for it, it's cold comfort if you live downstream in North Lawrence. It's a lot easier to come back in and ask for forgiveness than to ask for permission at this point. I think they should be asking for permission and submitting a plan that's viable, and then work with the county on it instead of relying on the county to develop the plan for them. Thank you.
Nancy Thelman's next speaker, then Tim Horn, Scott Ziminitz, sorry, and Richard Friedman after that.
Hi, I'm Nancy Thelman, 1547 North 2000 Road. There have been a few times lately when I've needed to reread this little analogy on soil to remind me why I'm here. A soil scientist showed me an apple, compared it to the planet, then sliced the fruit in 4. He discarded 3 of the 4 pieces as water and kept the last quarter for the continents. This piece he cut in 2, keeping only 1, saying we discard the other because it's too rocky or covered by ice or mountains. Then he cut this remaining piece into 4 parts, and of these discarded 3 as areas too hot or too low in fertility, too salty or too wet. And there remains this one small piece, he said, holding it in his fingertips. He then peeled this piece and explained, the peel represents the thin layer of living soil over lifeless rock. And with this, we have to sustain and feed the planet. This is why I'm here. No doubt there's a solar quote just as poignant. Either subject can bring you to your knees. And there's the rub. Here we are having a fight over values that on any other day, most of us agree. We want solar, we want farmland, and we want a solution to this damn climate crisis, and we want it now. What's stunning and sad then is how divisive this project is through no fault of the applicant, but rather a consequence of solar regulations that by default make it so. Douglas County took an extraordinary turn in long-standing policy when it adopted regulations that encourage development of our best prime farmland and at massive scale. Dual-use agrivoltaics is meant to make it all seem better, and maybe that calculation works if there's no other land to be found. But with tens of thousands of non-prime acres in Douglas County sitting near transmission lines, that's simply not the case. When Plan 2040 was being written, a countywide survey was taken to see what citizens really value, and about 1,000 people responded to that survey. Fully 75% of them said they valued protecting high-quality farmland. And so that's what's in the plan. And until recently, it mattered. By creating regulations that virtually assure massive solar utilities on our very best soils, the county regulates this conflict into being. Unintentionally, I'm sure, but not without consequence. And it's a shame because most of us want solar. Most of us want prime farmland too, undisturbed, but each of us wants it in its right place. Why on earth, when other land exists, marginal land,
I'm sorry.
why do we have to lose one for the other? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching you. I'm sorry.
So Tim Horn, Scott Zimitz, Richard Friedman, and then Josh Peters.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're very familiar with each other. My name's Tim Horn. I'm from southern Douglas County at 1137 North 100 Road. As a community of Douglas County, we're still concerned about a lot of the agricultural part that they keep talking about. You go putting animals inside a solar farm like that. I've been around animals my entire life. They chew. They chew more today on things because they use a soil-based product to coat the wires for protecting from electricity and everything. I don't think this has been brought up. They want to put their cables above ground, and that's fine, but you're going to have to encase them. Animals rub. There's only one species of animal, domestic animal, that you can put in there, and that would be sheep. Goats climb, cattle push, hogs root. There's no way you could put any other animal in there. Sheep are going to be very questionable because there's not that great of numbers around. There's some, but not a lot. We really need to take advantage of your newly elected open spaces. Nowhere does it have anything that states, I've been to all their meetings and everything. They don't talk about solar and wind at those. They want open spaces. 2040 plan talks about conserving our farm ground, conserving our rural heritage in farming. And, we need to look at that. That's been around for hundreds of years. You won't find a better steward of land than a farmer, because if it don't make money, they don't make money, and they got to preserve it. And that's what we got to make sure we do in our world, because everybody has to eat. We got to do a better job with our water. Thank you, Sarah. And, our irrigation, yeah, that's a big issue. And it's being addressed. Everybody's talking about it. I've been to all Karen's meetings at the Bob Dole Center. Very informative. Some of it's, okay. There's two sides to every story. So, it's very good. So I appreciate the time. Thank you guys for hearing me again. We'll see you soon.
Scott Zimitz, Richard Friedman, Josh Peters, and David Ross.
Commissioners, my name is Scott Zimitz. I live at 2102 North 1184 Road. I'm a registered voter in this county. I pay taxes, and I love living in Douglas County. I was an elected official for a water district in this county for years. I grew up in agriculture and own agricultural land in the county. I have concerns about the quality of our water and the quality of our soil, the condition of our township's infrastructure, first and foremost probably, and the state of our schools in this county. I'm no different than anyone here today, including yourselves, in that I care. No one gets out of bed before sunrise on a Saturday thinking, let's go to a commission hearing, unless they care. And that's a testament to how much people in this community care, everybody here, and that's what I love about living in Douglas County. I'm not here to represent myself. I'm here representing all of the staff members from Savion who also live in Douglas County. There are dozens of projects across the country that are operational because of the work that my team has done. The concerns here are not unique. I know they seem like they are, but we've been across the country. We've done this dozens and dozens and dozens of times. Seems like every project that we go to, it's the best soil in the county. It's the place where it shouldn't have been. I'll note that change is difficult and it needs to be viewed through the lens of whether all the benefits from a project like this are worth it. Over the last decade and a half, in venues just like this across the country, I've had the question posed to me hundreds of times. And that question is, would you want this in your community? The answer has always been yes, but now is the time for proving that. I work with 200 people that care about keeping the communities where we develop safe and are focused on making our planet a place where our grandchildren can live. I know there's a healthy degree of skepticism from some on the impacts that are caused by this project, that would be caused by this project. And I'd ask you to consider that we, the people who develop these projects, as a profession, who live in Lawrence, who live in North Lawrence, who live around Douglas County, would want to do something, why we'd want to do something to harm our community, as opposed to making it a better place. In regards to the process that you have here, I know there's been a lot of comments on chicken before the egg and how it's all sequenced. I'll just note that I've been a part of permitting projects in places that are as comprehensive as it comes. California, New York State, Ohio, they're all state level permitting regimes. I have never seen anything like what you put together here in terms of a framework for your ordinance, for this process, and I commend you for that because I would want it that way if I was in your shoes. In closing, I want to say that there's an opportunity for a project here. Are we done? Sorry, I keep looking over here. We can't just move this thing. You got one shot. If you say no, it's not anywhere else in the county.
Sarah, what number are we up to for?
So it's kind of been cut, some people have stepped in and out. So that was speaker 31, but speaker 32 is not speaking. So speaker 33 is Richard Friedman and Josh Peters, David Ross, and Robert Dinsdale. Do you want another break? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just curious. So we've got still about 60-ish on there?
66, but with some names marked out.
Okay.
So.
And people can still sign up if they have not yet, and they would still see.
Yep. Jill
Okay.
now is out
Okay,
there.
Alton, thank you very much. Go ahead.
My name is Rick Friedman, a Lawrence attorney. I've been in Douglas County since 1969. I represent Josh Peters, who owns the Veranda venue adjacent to this proposed project. I also represent the Save Our Soils group of citizens who are opposed to the 1,000-acre solar development on prime soils. The Save Our Soils group includes 10 local residents who stand to be greatly affected by this solar project. It will affect their land values. It will destroy opportunity for residential development and farm development on this land. All of my clients request that the commission follow our county's comprehensive plan. The plan required by Kansas statute to create understandable comprehensive zoning. The plan that took years to create with input from all interested members of our community. The plan that my client Josh Peters relied upon when he and his wife decided to purchase the Veranda venue. It seemed like the perfect property to be their home and their wedding venue, an agro-tourism venue surrounded by open fields. Josh manages industrial developments for a living, and before he and his wife made the purchase, they knew to do their homework. They checked the comprehensive plan and its northeast sector plan, and they were happy to learn that the property was slated for agriculture and not development. They trusted the comprehensive plan and its sector plan with their life savings. This proposed 8 million square foot solar project will do my client real and lasting harm. They have already had several wedding cancellations. State statute requires that the comprehensive plan be reviewed at least annually. The commission has not done that. Our comprehensive plan states the following in Chapter 1, page 6, quote, all development proposals must comply with the comprehensive plan. If a proposal does not comply with the comprehensive plan requirements, then the applicant must pursue a plan amendment, unquote. The county's new solar regulations run contrary to the comprehensive plan that prioritizes food production on the Class 1 and 2 soils. Furthermore, Section 12 of the solar regulations identifies specific plants that shall be submitted with the CUP application. Two from this list are a stormwater management plan and an agrivoltaic plan. Neither plan was submitted with Savian's application. The applicant's plan is to have a plan at some time in the future. Our country's solar regulations do not allow any required plan to be submitted at a later date. To do so would bypass the Planning Commission's review as well as your own review prior to a CUP approval. This CUP does not, in fact, meet or exceed the solar regulations. It must be rejected as it does not meet our comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Josh Peters, David Ross, then Robert Dinsdale, and Zach Pistora.
My name is Josh Peters. Along with my wife, we bought the Veranda venue. We are from Las Vegas, always dreaming of a quieter, rural life where we could raise our family. Our journey led us to this community because it promised everything we dreamed of: open fields, rich soil, peaceful life. We invested all we had: our savings, our energy, and our hopes to bring our dream to life. Our venue has flourished, becoming a beloved spot for many, realizing of our hard work and dedication. However, our perfect plan faced an unexpected challenge when the announcement of the solar facility, which was surprising to say the least. The comp plan and the sector plan I reviewed did not mention any kind of development. These documents highlighted the preservation of agricultural land, the importance of maintaining rural charm of Douglas County. Yet now, even before the construction has begun, we're feeling the impact. Our bookings are declining. The tranquility of our venue is under threat. The proposed solar panels will dramatically alter the landscape. This isn't the light impact on the land the plan described for us. It's a profound change that undermines the venue, our charm of our venue. Moreover, it feels we did our due diligence. We trusted the plans laid out to by our leaders and believed in our investment was secure. Development was not only jeopardizes our financial stability, but shatters our trust. I stand before you today to emphasize the importance of dependable, transparent leadership. It is crucial the plans laid out to the community are adhered to or updated transparently so that citizens like us can make informed decisions. Thank you.
David Ross, Robert Dinsdale, Zach Pistora, and Michael Ullman.
I'm David Ross. I live on a farm, 50-acre farm, little east and north of the Lecompton interchange. I'm here today as a worried resident and as someone speaking for the community facing a tough situation. The discussion about the Kansas Sky solar facility is more than just building an energy plant. It's also about the critical role of the comprehensive plan, a plan that lays out the dreams and goals of Douglas County's people and our promise to protect the land and support smart growth. In 2003, I was the president of our neighborhood association in Northwest Douglas County. We dealt with a large project proposal that really tested our community. Despite being rejected multiple times, the developers kept trying to bypass what our community wanted. This fight took us all the way to the Kansas Supreme Court, where finally our community was listened to and respected. 8 years later, in 2011, the Supreme Court found in Baggett versus Douglas County Commissioners that the commissioners had failed to follow the comprehensive plan, and then the court reversed everything that the commissioners had done. Winning this fight showed the strength of our community and the importance of following the county's development rules. I'm proud to say that I was one of the 4 plaintiffs who filed this lawsuit. From this experience, I ask you to think about what we value in Douglas County. My daughter Amber and son-in-law Josh are young entrepreneurs hoping to add to our county's success and have trusted the comprehensive plan to guide their business decisions. They believe that our county's rules designed to protect Grant Township's unique qualities like its soil and managing the stormwater would protect against unsuitable developments. Their choice to invest in the business, the Veranda venue, was based on this trust in our county's planning. Yet the Kansas Sky Solar Facility proposal has thrown their investment into doubt. The possibility of ignoring this comprehensive plan for this project worries me about their future. If the county can overlook its own development rules, how can my daughter, son-in-law, or any other investor or resident feel secure about their investments? Their business was based on the expectation of a reliable and steady development plan, and now faces uncertainty and risk being devalued by decisions that stray away from the agreed-upon plan. So now, 20 years after my experience, we're at another turning point with the Kansas Sky Solar facility. This moment makes me question, what do we really value in Douglas County? Is it sticking to a well-thought-out comprehensive plan approved by our citizens and commissioners, or are we ready to ignore these promises for projects that haven't been fully examined and discussed by the public? Thank you.
Robert Dinsdale, Zach Pastora, Michael Ullman, and then Ted Boyle.
Commissioners, I'm Robert Dinsdale, 2716 Westdale Circle. You've heard from a lot of good people of Douglas County, and so I will be brief. You're welcome. You've obviously done your homework, and your staff has supported you in that. I believe that you're faced with the decision about prime farmland versus a prime solar site. And so I would say go forward. I think you have the regulations, the regulations that you need. I think that you have the information that you need. I think adjustments to stormwater drainage can be made going forward in the future, and I would urge you to pass this proposal.
Zach Pastora, Michael Ullman, Ted Boyle, Carleen Thompson.
Good afternoon, Zach Pastora, proud lobbyist for the Kansas Sierra Club. Honored to be before you today and participate in the community discussion. I'm here on behalf of the Kansas chapter with nearly 5,000 members across the state, dedicated environmental group, and 583 dues-paying members here in Douglas County. And we know that we don't need a solar eclipse to remind us of how powerful the sun is to all of us, and farmers that probably know that best. I'll say that after reviewing the materials and thinking long and hard about this, and having met and listened to both sides of the discussion, including the concerned neighbors, that the Kansas Sierra Club expresses its support for the CUP and urge your approval. We were active in evaluating and supporting the county regulations in 2022, and we thought these would be incredibly thorough in its design, had a lot of professional staff work and deliberate consideration by the county to appeal to the fair balance of meaningful and exciting solar enterprises and the inherent responsibility to the community, the residents, and its ecosystems. And you should feel assured and pleased with offering your vote of confidence to this project. And if you feel there are regulatory boxes that are still unchecked, I would encourage you to massage those and reconcile those and not deny the project, because there's a lot at stake and opportunity for the benefit of Douglas County, Kansas, and the world. We feel like there's a lot of reputation on the line. We got Savion with nearly 100 projects across 30 states, nearly 5 years of investment. We have a local utility putting their name on this and seeing it through, as well as the Sierra Club and our reputation standing what we think is a positive outcome for the environment, ecosystems, and the land that this site would be on. And think about that, 604 acres of solar panels in our mind means a lot more than 604 acres of corn and commodity crops. And that's not counting the 150 acres of agrivoltaics. I'll say that don't let the forest, don't miss the forest for the trees here. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the great. We're up against the clock to transform our society. That's the premise of the cornerstone of the comprehensive plan, that we should embrace and encourage the clean energy transition in our community. I'll say that we think that this is a private landowner opportunity. We have willing landowners to trade their corn crop and land, prime farmland soil, to do another prime solar facility in prime ways. We think it'd be valuable to the community. We'd urge your support. Thank you very much.
Michael Ullman, Ted Boyle, Carleen Thompson, and then I think Tom Kopp I think that's Tom. Tim, okay, thank you.
And Sarah, can you keep an eye on, and let me know if you have any hands raised online?
Like one so far, so
Okay,
not
so
very many.
we'll flag me when it's time to turn to that.
I'd kind of want to wait till we had like 4 or 5. But that is a reminder that if you are online and would like to provide public comment, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom and keep your hand raised. And then when we move to that section, we will move you into the panel. You're going to push the button, Michael. Michael.
Thank you. Tech. Michael Allman. I truly wish I could be celebrating Douglas County's first solar project here today. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission wrote regulations that favor solar power plants on our flat river bottom capability 1 and 2 soils. This has regrettably forced solar advocates, myself included, to choose sides, solar or soil. Food must be the future of Kaw Valley, not solar, especially as corn ethanol is phased out by electric cars and by the Farm Bill. The promise of agrivoltaics for food is wishful thinking. Far more food can be grown on these 1,100 acres than if they were encumbered by solar panels. Why is food important here? It's because authorities such as Lael Climate Connections, the Food and Agricultural Organization, the World Economic Forum, and the EPA say that the greatest climate threat to humanity is not electricity shortages, but drought. See if I can get this to work. Share. I'm losing minutes here. Great, thank you. The feature of Kaw Valley soils that is consistently overlooked is water. A river constantly flows under the valley, enabling yields 60% greater than anywhere else in Douglas County, even in drought years. And Kansas is in a long-term drought, says the U.S. Drought Monitor. More than half of the state is rated as severe, extreme, or exceptional drought. In 2022 and 2023, Kansas lost our wheat crops due to drought. We had to import wheat from Ukraine. How sustainable is that? And California, that produces 2/3 of U.S. foods, fruits, nuts, and vegetables, is in worse drought. In 14 of the last 23 years, California has had drought. As the climate drought worsens, the Midwest river valleys will become increasingly important for growing food. A river valley cannot be relocated, but a solar power plant can be to upland sites and marginal land, thus achieving both goals of food and solar. Solar is supposedly to reduce climate emissions. However, solar is not particularly good at that, at only 22% efficient and only 5 hours a day of operation. For the other 19 hours a day, Evergy will continue to run their fossil fuel plants, as Jason Humphrey of Evergy said at the Planning Commission. Their plan is not about transitioning to renewable energy, as Mr. Polstowait claims, nor about decarbonization goals, as Mr. Martin claims. My conclusion, please keep the big picture in perspective. Solar is not the end-all. Please use your better judgment and locate solar elsewhere. The highest and best use of these soils is growing food. Thank you.
Ted Boyle, Carleen Thompson, Tim Cobb, Paulette Schwartz.
My name's Ted Boyle.
Ted, you got to push the button. Ted, push the button.
Every time. 310 Elm, Ted Boyle, North Lawrence Improvement. And I just wanted to mention that I don't know if you all remember the flood of 93 in North Lawrence. Was not created by the river. It was stormwater runoff from the north, Grant Township. And, you know, there was nothing out there. and there's only been 2 businesses relocate out there in the last 20 years, Hope Implement and Pine Sod. And the deal is, we have a stormwater problem that runs from Grant Township all the time. We partner up with Grant Township in the Northeast Sector Plan. We made that Northeast Sector Plan, and also the stormwater study of '05, which recommended a pump at TP Junction, intersection of 5924 Highway, and that was in '05. So it'll be 20 years next year that the county has had an opportunity to put that pump in before any development happens out there in Grant Township. And I don't know why North Lawrence has to take county water from the county into the city to pump it to the river. And what we see, we're not against solar, but the solar needs to be on the other side of the levee where the water can just drain into the river. I believe that's one of the reasons why they chose inside the levee. Everything inside the levee has to be pumped out to the river. Retention ponds don't do any good because the groundwater out there under North Lawrence flows every day. At my house, it's about 20 feet. Out at that farmland out there, it's 6 feet. And that's 6 feet when the river's down low like it is now. In '93, when we had them rains and the river came up, the groundwater came up. The top water runoff didn't have no place to go except into North Lawrence. We didn't have no pumps. And so they got an option. They can either relocate a half a mile or so to the west on the other side of the levee or put the pumps in. And if they relocated to the west, then it would save our soils also. So, and also the liability of this decision today, we're greatly looking at that. We have the backing of ICL plant. Their plant manager told me at a neighborhood meeting a week ago that they're behind us 100% on this, what we want done with this solar project, and they will support us 100%. That's Israel Chemical Limited. And so they are an international corporation, and they support us 100%, and as does other businesses in North Lawrence. So thank you.
Sorry, Sarah, I'm typing and not looking at you.
Carleen Thompson, Tim Kopp, Paulette Schwarting, Jared, who lives on 603 West 1190 Road. I cannot read your last name.
Carleen Thompson, Shawnee, Kansas. My great-grandfather came to Kansas in the 1850s. And at that time, they had free grazing, no defined property boundaries, and cattle could be driven over your land. Then came a great invention, barbed wire. It defined your property boundaries, kept your livestock contained, and protection for crop and your property. We now have free grazing. For me, it's looking over my property, and for others, it's the same thing. But property rights protect my free grazing for the use of my property to my land. But others' free grazing rights should not interfere with my property rights. Let me find the next page. The recent eclipse allowed for lots of free grazing. You had to wear eye protection as a recommendation, but your regulations for solar helps protect the county for safety for all. The sun supports free grazing, and the solar will provide a monetary crop for landowners and benefit of power for the community and the county. Please vote yes on this cup.
Tim Kopp, Paulette Schwarting, Jared on 603 West 1190 Road, and then Jane Kanuki.
All right. My Thank you for having us. My comments will be a little bit more passionate.
Sorry, Tim,
My address,
I didn't catch your last name.
Tim Kopp,
Got it, thank
COPP, 417 North 8th, 417 North 9th, 700 Locust, 800 Maple. My whole family, my father moved to North Lawrence. He's 87 years old, grew up on Ash Street. I've swam in Lions Park. I've swam in all the ditches in North Lawrence. I hear referral of runoff water. We don't have runoff water in North Lawrence. My father, being in the same place, has asked many times, where does the water go? It goes nowhere. The levee is cup North Lawrence, and you guys use the terminology cup. It's like dropping a rock in a cup. Where does the water go? Nowhere. It sits there, it sits in the ditches. They try to dig the ditches deeper. It doesn't work. I've watched the water run in North Lawrence, and it's saved from pumps that have been put in because the levee has contained that water in our area. I don't think there's been enough consideration done on the underground water. I understand that there is runoff water, but there's nowhere for it to go. As Ted mentioned, out by the airport water stands at 2440, you can swim across it. The water continues to stand in the Lions Park, even though they pump it out. The water continues to run down 2nd Street like a river. Those pumps are all there's just too much going on. We run too much water from the county into the city. And with that said, it's kind of hard for me because I've watched this all happen. I hear Chad talk about the runoff water, but I don't think he understands about the aquifer water underneath and where it goes. The wisdom comes from being over there all my life, and I think you guys are educated right now. You guys are being educated on what we've seen our whole life. And I hate to see my family's heritage and history be lost to a couple guys in a suit just because they think this is the better way to go. I don't think you guys have taken enough time. I don't think you spend enough attention on where the water will go. Not the runoff, but the water that already stands in North Lawrence. We have mosquito problems already. We've tried to deal with that. And I think nothing I can say will make you guys more familiar with the flooding problems that we already have over there. I don't even know why this was even considered. Thanks for your time.
Paulette, Jared, Jane Knoke, and then Bart Hall.
Good afternoon. My name's Paulette Schwert. I'm the trustee of Grant Township, 1891 East 1418 Road. Our responsibility of the board is the roads, emergency response and fire protection, public safety. Our constituents are residents of the township, including part of North Lawrence, farmers who own their land, and farmers who don't, who cannot speak up against their landlords. Our roads are in no condition to withstand a project of this size. Our roadside drainage ditches are marginal around this project. Runoff, drainage issues, and flooding are already a well-documented problem in the township. 600 plus more acres of impermeable surface will impact our roads. We have learned some hard lessons about reasonableness in our dealings with Southern Star's pipeline TBU. There is to be a road maintenance agreement for this project, which includes thus far only the roads to be used during construction. Other roads impacted by the project are not part of the conversation thus far. I will be working to include them and would appreciate your support on this. Regarding public safety, the project's wildlife corridors will funnel deer onto the highway and other farmers' property in search of food because what they used to eat is under solar panels then behind 12 miles of wildlife fence. We have water concerns, pilings that will be driven into the water table to rust and leach into the aquifer, and the reality that the only water some of our constituents have is their personal wells, both in the country and in North Lawrence. These water safety concerns have been dismissed both by the applicant and the planning staff. And then there's all those stormwater and flooding drainage concerns, and there's going to be an increase in traffic on Highway 2440, trucks idling when the trains block the roads, additional hazards for people who travel there. The value of new Evergy assets for this project will be huge, and it would also be reasonable that Lawrence Fire would want more money to protect these assets. But from where? Evergy's got a tax holiday for 10 years, and the county's most recent guess for real estate funds to us is less than $25,000 a year. In general, it remains unclear to us what revenue would come to our township, and if so, when. Slides fly by with lots of money on them, but no specifics for us. So to boil it down, we are concerned that our constituents will experience significant negative impacts if this project is approved, that our roads will be ruined without consequences, our fire protection costs will go up, that needed funding will not come close to matching our increased costs, that we will end up with unsafe water and even more flooding and drainage. Response to our concerns has been either, oh, that's not really a problem, or we still need to work through that. These responses do not inspire confidence. We believe Evergy will only follow any agreement that's made for this project if they're aggressively managed. And we are concerned that the county may not be well positioned to do this for a very large project. Given how little of this plan is complete, we are worried. Thank you.
Jared, Jane, Kanoki, Bart, Hall, and then Mike Forth. And then after that, Lavelle, Windsor. So Jared.
Sorry about the handwriting. Jared Pasley. I live at 603 North 1190 Road. On page of your 2040 plan, it reads, our community vision. The proximity of rural and aggregate land at the city provides beauty and respect and enjoy the economic and health benefits of a robust local food system. Agricultural, the principal land use in rural Douglas County, is a major contributor to the community economy. Our citizens value preserving the agricultural land to ensure continued agricultural production while maintaining rural character of the county. How does this meet that? Does that mean anything? Or is this toilet paper? In the, are we going to let big corporations continue to get their way? Or are we going to stand up and tell them no? The only people that will benefit from this is $2 billion corporations. It won't be us. They can sit here and tell us we're going to receive this kind of tax incentives, or tax money, when that's just not true. And for them to say that this can't be built anywhere else, I call BS. I've spent 30 years in heavy civil construction. Why can't they build this on their mountain of fly ash over at their power plant? That's all I got to say.
Jane Kanoki, Bart Hall, Lavelle, Windsor, and then Carol Schmidt.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Kanoki. I've met all of you. I live in Shawnee, Kansas, but I am also a Douglas County landowner. And I want to thank you for taking such careful consideration of this cup. This is truly a decision that you're going to have to make that is going to affect the future of Douglas County. I want to talk about the 4 different property owners that want to make a change in how they farm. I don't know any one of them, but they want to use the sun directly to provide energy. I want to thank them for their willingness to do something different with their land, for not just themselves, but for the benefit of their neighbors, their community, and for their courage. So what could they have done with their land? It's probably in a big trust. Well, they could have sold it for another sod farm. Maybe they could have worked to develop it for multiple homes, probably not a subdivision because of the water. Or they could have sold it off in 40-acre plots, 20-acre plots, 10-acre plots. And that might be flooding the market with property. So I'm asking you as county commissioners to respect the owner's rights, their property rights. In preparation for this day, the Douglas County enacted stringent text amendments. So stringent, it seems to have caused a planning commission to deadlock. Why? Well, it has various competing aspects of it. We want flat land, we want prime soil, we don't want grading, yes. So the real goal, though, of this text amendment is to allow a solar facility, a solar farm. The developers came to you years ago and said, we'd like to build a solar farm, but we want to work with you to get regulations. And they have, and they've waited. And I'd like you to respect the four families' visions for the future and for their property rights. Please vote yes on this CUP.
Art Hall, Lavelle Windsor, Carol Schmidt, and Barbara Clark. Bart Hall?
And Sarah, I think we'll probably shoot for a break at about 2:30, so that's maybe 4 or 5 speakers.
Lavelle Windsor. And then after that, Carol Schmidt, Barbara Clark, Ruth Rosell.
Good afternoon. My name is Lavelle Windsor, and my husband and I are third-generation family farmers. We farm the land adjacent to this proposed project, and we are opposed to this project. The main reason that we are opposed to this is because it is highly productive soils. And it occurred to me a moment ago that we haven't really talked about why these are highly productive, and it's not just anecdotal that they're highly productive. Across the nation, there's class ratings on the soils, on farm soils, and these are the top 1 and top 2 in the nation, the soils that we're talking about. The production that comes off of this ground is just quite significant. And our landowners that we farm for and the land that we own in Grant Township is some of the best soils that we farm on our entire farm. So I want you to understand that. Many people have talked about the drainage problems on that. The drainage ditch goes across some of the land that we farm, and we have had instances that we have actually been prevented to plant because the water does not drain off of that land properly. And so you add another 1,100 acre project, whatever acreage of that is, that's hard surfaces. That is just going to make that problem much worse than what it is already. One comment that I wanted to make about, you may or may not see a lot of farmers here in this room today, and that is because as we all stepped out and enjoyed the sun over lunch, every farmer is out there trying to plant right now. Because this is the time of the year that we do that, and we have to get the crop in the ground at the time that it is. So when I leave here today, that's exactly where I'm going to go back to the field where my husband is at right now working. So the last thing that I want to say is, according to the American Farmland Trust, 3 acres per minute are taken out of production and put into development. That's 4,300 acres per day. And is that really what we want to leave with this type of project, especially considering that is some of the highest productive land that you guys have in Douglas County? I think there's just better areas that this project could be done on. And I just really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Carol Schmidt, Barbara Clark, Ruth Rosell, and Carmen Schultz.
Hello, my name's Carol Schmidt. 2031 East 1250 Road, Grant Township. I'm a neighbor to the proposed site. I live directly across the road from this project in a house that's about 135 years old. A house that survived the flood of 1951 and 1993, the year after I moved into it. And I support the Sky Energy project. Some of my neighbors do not support it. We have different opinions, and that's what it is. But I support it because I believe it's time for our community to put into action the planning that has been done by our appointed and elected leaders and start walking the walk to decrease our reliance on fossil fuels as decreed in Plan 2040. I believe there's an urgency about the climate that's not being heeded and not taken seriously, as evidenced by this lack of action. And I'm afraid that if this opportunity is not taken now, if this CUP is denied, that it will stop further sustainable energy opportunities from happening here in Douglas County. Why would landowners and solar companies go through the time, money, and effort, seemingly following all the steps that have been set up, only to be denied? It seems like false advertising, a lesson in futility, because no matter the location of a project this big, and our energy needs are big, let's not kid ourselves about that, there will be opposition here, there, wherever. Evidently, we are not very good at finding reasons not to do something, especially if that something may benefit people we won't ever see or will never meet. We all breathe the same air, and that's why I support Kansas Sky Energy and ask the county commissioners to approve this CUP unanimously. Thank you.
Barbara Clark, Ruth Roselle, Carmen Schultz, and then Brandon Sack.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Clark. My address is 2050 East 1550 Road. So I'm a neighbor to the Kansas Sky Solar Project, and I am a strong supporter of it. I might just preface this that in 2011, I was on a group of community members called Citizens for Responsible Planning, and I was involved in the write-up of the Northeast Sector Plan. And at that time, capability class 1 and 2 soils were something that were preeminent in my thoughts and not for industrial development. But the project that brought that to our attention was nothing but impervious surface. It was poured concrete, and that was to obviously do away with all the soils that were in that area and also contribute to flooding concerns. That's not the case with this project. This CUP is pervious surface. It will be planted to native grasses and forbs. I wanted to also let you know that I was a signer on the letter from Save Our Planet. We had over 21 signers on that I believe, and it was a consortium of a diverse group of individuals who came from many, many perspectives. But the climate change issue was our big concern. I might also just tell you that I'm a certified USDA organic grower. I am also, our farm is a Monarch Way Station, registered with Monarch Watch. So I guess I was naive 20-some years ago and didn't understand all of the the loss of diversity, but the problems that are associated with GMO, monocrop, industrial agricultural soils. The heavy use of herbicides, pesticides, and synthetic fertilizers have been scientifically documented as severely detrimental to the biodiversity of our planet, and as well as serious health risks to humans. And as an organic grower, that is of extreme concern to me. I just wanted to also say that the cooperation that I've witnessed between Savion, the county planning and zoning staff, has been very apparent from the very beginning. And I think from this morning's discussion, that will be continued on and on throughout this process. To close, I'd like to just quote Charles Darwin. He said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change, that lives within the means available and works cooperatively against common threats." Thank you all.
Ruth Roselle, Carmen Schultz, Brandon Sachs, Steve Kadu.
Keeping in mind that we'll also take a break at
Yep,
2:30.
I'm watching.
So
You
I don't
got
know how many
15
names you're going to
minutes.
keep
Yeah.
adding.
Depends on how fast they talk.
My name is Ruth Roselle. I live north of Lawrence. I'm just off of Wellman Road. First of all, I want to thank all of you commissioners, staff, and others for your very thorough and hard work on this issue. I encourage you to unanimously approve this conditional use permit so that utility scale solar can begin to power Lawrence and the Douglas County. Every day as I'm traveling south on Wellman Road from McLouth toward my home, I come over the top of a hill to view for the first time the city of Lawrence in the distance. What I see first, because it's the most visible feature, is the smokestack of the coal-fired plant of the Lawrence Energy Center, with pollution spewing out into the atmosphere. My understanding is that Evergy backed out of shuttering the coal plant, at least in part because solar projects were not sufficiently developed so as to provide enough solar energy. And so the city of Lawrence continues to host a coal-fired plant, which releases airborne toxins and pollutants like mercury, lead, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, particulates, and various other heavy metals, causing such health problems as asthma, heart and lung disease, cancer, brain damage, and neurological problems. Even more seriously, burning coal releases large amount of carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas that is fueling global warming and our changing climate. In contrast, solar energy is clean, does not cause health problems, and does not release greenhouse gases. Compared to coal, the potential risks of solar are negligible. If our children and grandchildren and future generations are going to enjoy a hospitable and flourishing earth, and if this good farmland is to have weather conditions needed to be productive, we must do everything to eliminate fossil fuels and transition to clean energies such as solar. I urge you to approve the conditional use permit for the Kansas Sky Energy Project. It appears to me that they have taken great care to comply with all of the requirements of the Douglas County solar and zoning regulations and are sensitive to the values and concerns of Douglas County residents. They have expressed a commitment to practices that preserve the land for agriculture, to work on developing agrivoltaic farming with suitable partners, and have designated funds to make that a reality. Thank you very much.
Carmen Schultz, Brandon Sack, Steve Cadu.
Good afternoon, board members. Please vote no for the proposed Lawrence Solar Farm. Our community will not benefit from the loss of this premium farmland. This is not the place for it, for a giant solar array. But I do think Evergy needs to start investing in solar. They have a lot of land up by the power plant, and they can start there now. There are also infrastructure there that already is in place. And they could also provide incentives to the community by letting them have it on their rooftops. Share that with the community and also lessens the degree of risk for damage to a giant array. If they did this and built it on their own land and didn't take farmland away from the use that we need it for, this would eliminate the huge risk and unknown consequences to our community, our groundwater, which will be affected, and the Class 1 prime soil used for growing food, thus avoiding unnecessary risks to the investments that have already been made in North Lawrence by our businesses, community members, and preserve this farm ground for our descendants. Lawrence is a rich community with urban and rural amenities for all to share. We are blessed with a public who value these investments that have already been made, and we need to respect those. Thank you. A huge solar farm will detrimentally affect the people of Lawrence forever. Thank you.
Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Carmen Schultz. I live at 13636 262nd
Thank
in
you.
Lawrence.
Brandon Sack, Steve Cadu.
Hi, I'm Brandon Sack and I live in Lawrence, Kansas.
And I also work for Evergy. So I'm going to implore you to vote yes, please. But for different reasons, or the same reasons that everyone else is speaking about. Who is not represented here are my kids, who talk about renewable energy and how it will impact the planet, and is really a lot of the reason that I do what I do, which is help develop renewable energy for Evergy. I think, who benefits from this? Way more than just the people in the area, but way more than the landowner, way more than the community. The planet does benefit, but ultimately, even me as a ratepayer, I benefit. It does make sense to do these across our territory and to build the infrastructure that way. So my remarks are not prepared. I wasn't prepared to come up here and talk about this and even be as emotional as I am right now. This is kind of exciting for me. But everyone sitting right here, oh my goodness, all of the work they've put in to supply you the materials that you need to be able to make a decision, all of the work that all of you put in behind the scenes. Everyone behind me has worked on this for over 5 years, and it's still not all done. That's right, it is still not all done 5 years into it. That's right, it is going to take a lot more work, and the collaboration has been wonderful, so thank you. I'm really just up here to say thank you. It's been a pleasure so far, and I look forward to continuing to work with you in the future, so thank you.
Steve Cadu. I think Steve left. So I think we probably have time for at least one or two more, so that'd be Scott Thelman and then Wesley Henning. Yep.
And how many online hands do we have currently?
Only I've got 3 hands up, and we've got about 10 more speakers on the written. So if you want to sign up to speak, you need to go ahead and do so. And if you're interested and you're online, please use the raise your hand function on Zoom.
Okay, and I think we'll hold the online folks for after the break, just so they know.
Yep.
Commissioners, my name is Scott Thelman, and I stand before you today as a first-generation farmer and a concerned citizen who is lucky enough to be a resident and a steward of farmland in the Kansas River Valley. The discussion and vote to follow about this project cannot and should not discount the valuable importance of the special and finite levee-protected soils of the Kansas River Valley. Soils that are deep, adequately drained, water-bearing, and are primed for agricultural production. Soils that are more resilient and can better handle the stressors and impacts of a changing climate. Soils that are of much higher quality than many of the other prime soils within Douglas County. Soils that continually outcompete the uplands of our county, ensuring that in both flood years and drought years, good times and bad, our community and its agricultural producers can sustainably produce an economically viable crop that can feed our community and beyond. It is important to acknowledge that the applicant chose this location for many of the same reasons that make such great agricultural land. Its general ease and lower cost of development make it a prime candidate for both their renewable energy aspirations and their shareholders' dividends. But make no mistake, this proposal is not the highest and best use for land of this quality, and it is not suited for a development of this scale. Time and time again, we as a community have stood up and voiced the importance of these soils, going so far as to specifically note their importance and their need for protection in a multitude of our comprehensive plans. We as a community have put a value on these soils as open space, as wildlife habitat, and as open arable farmland. But the applicant, who stands before you today with an incomplete stormwater management plan, a yet to be determined agrivoltaic plan, and a 30% project design that has yet to have been presented directly to you as commissioners, clearly shows a lack of understanding of the proposed site area. They want you to look aside from those voices and values as you discuss the largest land use change ever to be proposed in Douglas County. The commitment to the applicant's agrivoltaic aspirations is weak. That commitment, in the form of a partnership with an organization that is not qualified to oversee agrivoltaic management, along with a fund that is less than 0.1% of the project's capital expenditure, is something both the applicant and our community should be ashamed of. The conversion of agricultural land to an industrial use at this scale, with the masquerade of a new way of regenerative agriculture on a yet to be determined scale or scope, makes this project no different than what we as a community have worked so hard to prevent from happening in this valley. I get it. Our community needs renewable energy. We need to work towards mitigating the impacts of climate change. We need to transition away from fossil fuels. We need to. However, as a farmer who has worked tirelessly day in and day out to sustainably produce foods for my community in these soils, I know that we can do better than this proposed project. We can do better for both our farmlands and our food systems. We need to slow down, take a step back, value these finite soils, and determine how these projects fit into our county, our lived infrastructure, and our lives. We can do this, but only with your disapproval of this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Wesley Henning. Then we'll probably just take a break after Wesley.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Wesley Henning, and I'm one of the market presidents for First State Bank and Trust. My primary duties with the bank involve the management of a loan portfolio consisting of both commercial and agricultural credits. I'm here today to voice my opposition to the Kansas Sky Energy Center project, not in principle, but in location. I understand the strong desire and need to find ways for production of green energy, but the proposed site would not be the appropriate location for this project. While I understand the excitement behind being a leader in the green energy movement, the incomplete plans and unknowns of the project leave a lot of questions to be answered. While the project raises many questions, there are many things that cannot be refuted. One of those things is the subject site for the project is currently home to high-producing ag land that many in the ag community would deem as some of the best farm ground in the area. This ground continues to produce very high-yielding crops on an annual basis. The combination of the extremely nutrient-rich soil coupled with the soil moisture being located in the Kansas River Basin gives the farmers in the area the ability to produce high-yielding crops on an annual basis. As the water table drops in western Kansas and our area becomes more heavily relied on for food production, the ag ground in the Kansas River Basin needs to be protected. While we are in a time that is considered to be a global food crisis, according to a 2023 UN study, it would be irresponsible to take productive ag ground out of use. So today, I would like to ask you commissioners to vote no on the subject CUP application. The vote of no I'm asking for isn't a no to solar projects or other viable forms of green energy in Douglas County, but a no to putting these projects in areas that take good quality soil out of production and putting further strain on the global food crisis we are in. I'd like to also echo Ms. Windsor's remarks that there would be several other farmers here today, but they're out in the field planting, trying to feed our world. Thank you.
All right, I think we have come to a bit of a break. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes and come back at 2:40. Thank you, everyone.
And I just want to encourage that if you're an online speaker and you want to speak, please raise your hand and keep it raised, and we will call on online speakers when we get back. Thank you. Online speakers into the panel, you need to accept my invitation to join the panel. So I'm going to move Kay Johnson, Jubilate 2000, Ty Gorman, and Greg Kessner. And Commissioner, you were going to...
Yeah, and before you get to that, I want to remind folks that people who hear better than I do can hear that there are folks that are kind of responding to public comment. We'd rather you did not. We just need to keep it pretty neutral. So, and it's distracting for other folks. So just a reminder for that. And also that after we finish with public comment, the applicant does have the opportunity to respond to that. So that will be the next section of tonight's agenda today. It's not quite night. We'll get there. And before we will turn to commissioner questions and comments. So Sarah, with that, if you'd find us some online folks.
Yeah, our first person is Kay Johnson. You're in the panel and you can speak.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate the time and effort each of you have devoted to study and contemplate the Kansas Sky Energy Project to make the best sustainable decisions for our county. My name is Kay Johnson. I live on Larkspur Court in Lawrence. I urge you to approve the conditional use permit for the Kansas Sky Energy Project. I'm the Sustainability and Environment Manager of a Lawrence manufacturer that has a rooftop solar array on one of its buildings. Lawrence and Douglas County businesses and residents alike must have access to reliable, abundant, and resilient electrical services that this project will provide. Utility scale projects in Douglas County are critical in responding to climate change. Utility scale solar is non-polluting, economical, efficient, generates tax revenue, and does not require water or the mining and burning of fossil fuels to generate electricity, which will go directly into the current energy grid. There are not enough rooftops in Lawrence and Douglas County that could produce this amount of renewable power in such an efficient, economical, and effective manner. Some are concerned about soils that are important for food production. What does food production mean in Douglas County? Clearly, for this project area, it mostly means food production for animals, not people, or its use for gasohol production. The commitment to agrivoltaics by project owners, operators, community partners, and lessees will permit soil improvements, not degradation. The willing property owners that are part of this project have determined that they support utility scale solar and are confident that these leases will keep their farm ground viable. I urge the commissioners to approve the conditional use permit for the Kansas Sky Energy Project. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Jubilant 2000. Please state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Maureen Murray. I live at 539 Millstone Drive. And I was there in person earlier, but I needed to come home. So thank you for taking my my comments. Also, thank you for this impressive and exhaustive due diligence that was done. I appreciate the way things have been laid out and understand the pros and the cons of this issue. The one way of framing it really is that it's the idea of immediate or soon renewable energy versus this prime use of the use of the prime farmland. So I appreciated the people who have pointed out that if other areas were available to be developed for Sky Energy, that those would be the areas that would be being proposed. It seems like there's not actually other area that would work for this project. The need for renewable energy is paramount. We need to act now. I have confidence in this commission and in future elected commissions and your ability to utilize all of those environmental protections, all those little check marks on the graphs and things this morning, that you'll be able to oversee the project well and protect the land there as well. So I think those are already built into the CUP process. So I have confidence in the commission and future commissions. I have less confidence in Evergy and in corporations. And so the one question I would raise is whether there are like a version of a whistleblower kind of protection, so that I'm thinking of Boeing right now and kind of disasters that we don't anticipate. But if there's somewhere in the process, I'm raising the question of whether there's somewhere in the process. So if somebody in one of the consulting bodies or somebody who is working with the energy company, if they have those kind of protections, if they see something, that they would have access to the commissioners or to the staff so that any concerns could be resolved, any unanticipated concerns. Again, I'm thinking about Boeing. So having said that part, and again, reaffirming my confidence in the commission, I would like to urge you to unanimously accept unanimously approve the Sky Energy project. I do think that the need for the renewable energy outweighs the risks at this point, and that you've done a really great job in making accommodations to see and to meet any challenges. Thank you.
Ty Gorman.
Hello, this is Ty Gorman. I'm the Sierra Club representative for Kansas and the central region here, and in the Beyond Coal campaign. And just want to ask you to unanimously approve the conditional use permit for Sky Energy Center. I think everyone said so well. A lot of the things I would say: the importance of the project, the need for it, the fact that it cannot be moved. This is a chance that can't just be pushed away and then another will pop up. This is a project from a development standpoint that needs to be moved forward, and then other smaller projects can come after that, as folks have pointed out, other sites around the county. And appreciate the agrivoltaics comments. I think the protection of the soil there will be much better maintained with agrivoltaics, and hopefully Evergy will be held accountable by the people in Florence and Douglas County for addressing some of the difficulties of the agrivoltaics plan that folks have highlighted. So I appreciate those comments. I think that if anyone does want to further protect our soils and really get involved in protection of our land, I welcome folks to look up the Sierra Club and join the Sierra Club to try to stop the kind of commodity crop farming, agribusiness, and other threats to our land and soils across the state and in Douglas County. I think that that covers everyone there's covered everything beautifully. Thank you so much for all your work and for the regulations that you've set and will enforce when you approve this Sky Energy Center. Thank you.
Next speaker is Greg Kessner. And then we'll move back to in-person unless I see more hands online. Go ahead, Greg.
Hi, this is Greg Kessner, coming to you from my tractor. I'm on 1964 East 1500 Road, just at the east corner of the proposed site. I too have two young daughters, 16 and 18, so certainly understand the concern with the global warming and everything else that's going on. Having sat through and listened to the original planning commission, zoning commission preparations and hearings, the two things that stood out to me then and sort of still stand out to me now, and a number of folks have talked about the 5 years of planning that have went into this. There's still an awful lot of what seem to be unanswered questions around things that everybody's talked about with watershed and the pilings and all of these things. It's a little concerning to me that there's still those questions. The other thing that stood out to me then, and again stands out to me now, is apparently the lack of enforcement by Douglas County that they would have over the site once it was produced or approved. Things like how much agriculture would go into that. During the planning commission meeting, at least, the applicants refused to sign up for any amount of land that they would sign up to, but they said we're planning to do 50 acres. And the question was asked, how is that enforced? And there basically is no enforcement. So those are the sort of the main points that I would be concerned about. And as a neighbor and a concerned citizen, I'd ask you to vote no.
Okay. So we'll move back to online or in person. Yeah. So the first person is B. Grocock and then Daniel Murray. Just push the little
I
button,
guess I
it'll be
do.
green. Yep.
Do I need to get shorter?
You can pick it up if you need to.
Okay. My name is Brad Grocock. I live on 1121 North 100 in rural Douglas County. Thank you for the opportunity to share my opinion on this. We feel like we've been late. My wife and I live on that property. We are somewhat late to this game. We didn't know about a lot of the large energy utility scale developments until October of 22. We didn't get to weigh in on the solar regulations, but I was impressed that we're using due diligence. We're hearing a lot of different perspectives. And it was actually from all the meetings, we now have played a lot of catch up. We've been to the planning commissions till 3 a.m. We have been to dozens, either in person or Zoomed, many of the meetings. And it's been interesting to hear all the different perspectives, and I'm here to share one with you. It was actually at the March 27th work session. There's been a lot of talk about agrivoltaics, what they mean, what their potential could be, how they're practiced. And as a bit of a wonk, somebody went to school to study engineering, study a lot of things that are discussed here, and a person that comes from an ag background and worked for many years with ag clients, I'm very interested in that. And it was about halfway through, I'm also sometimes dense and not quick on the pickup, I realized, hey, we've been doing agrivoltaics for the last 3 years. We put in a ground mount solar system on our small farm back in 2021. We did not put it in specifically for agrivoltaic uses. But as any farmer will tell you, you maximize what your production potential is. And the other thing that leaped out at me is that our footprint, as far as what's under panels, is significantly larger or smaller than what I read, the 8 million, I think is the square feet the Lawrence Journal reported were right around 1,000. It's also not lost to me that we would be double the size of operation. Well, maybe that's too close, if we could, but one of the energy companies here lobbied very hard to reduce the amount of net metering that's available in this state. So we have a smaller, but we're still practicing. And I bring that up only to point out, I think we get lost in the weeds dealing with all the specifics. It's very easy to forget what some of the base principles of what is happening here. And while I am all for agrivoltaics, I put my money where my mouth is when it comes to solar. I continue to do so. That's not what all this is about. This is about large business coming to a small county, a very population dense county that has unique characteristics. Though they, in the energy industry, have heard all the protestations, the opposition. Those are still valid, but they're unique here because they're the people. What gets lost in all the weeds are some of the human truths. My human truth is on the small bit of agrivoltaic activity I entertain. I have to stop now. Wow, 3 minutes. Please vote to defer.
Daniel Murray, Stan Hurd, and then Peggy Dahl.
Maybe Michael Murray.
Okay, so then Stan Hurd, and then Peggy Dahl, and then Julian Dahl.
Hey, it's on. So I've been traveling a lot lately, and nice to meet you guys. I think I've met some of you.
You can
Stan
state your
Hurd.
name too.
Stan Hurd, and I'm a river rat. Is that what they call us? River rat. I live in North Lawrence, have for a number of years. So I did the big earthwork that supported, so you obviously know what side I'm on. I grew up on a farm, southwest Kansas. We lived about a half a mile from the giant city of Protection, Kansas, and on a dirt road. And by the time I was about a 5th grader, I figured out that the city folks kind of looked down their nose at the farm folks. You know, I was like, my dad's a farmer. So I went up to Wichita State, and for a long time, I was kind of shy about admitting that I was a farm boy, that I grew up around agriculture, because that subset of the population was kind of looked down on a little bit, a caste system, if you will. So I guess I've been kind of fighting that my whole life in a way. But the one thing that I don't think has been talked about here is the people up there, the farm families, the Millerets, the Tholmans, the Hecks have had land up there for generations. The Florys down south, the Pendletons out west. These people have been here for so many generations. And when my wife and I, Janice, moved here, the first thing we did when we looked for a piece of ground was we got in an airplane with, God, what's the name of the pilot? Famous guy in town here. Flew the Pope one time, but we flew over and we saw that piece of ground up north, and we went, that's where we want to live. A beautiful little acreage right north of town. The soil is wonderful. It's a great story. The people that moved here, the people that migrated here generations ago, you know, football coaches come and go, university professors come and go. Lawrence is in flux all the time, an international community. These people came here generations ago because of a lifestyle. They love farming. And the great story about farming is if you want to become a millionaire farming, start with 2 million, and then in a year and a half, you'll have 1 million. So it's the idea of just I love what you guys are doing. I mean,
Sorry, Stan, you have to address us
oh, I can't talk to them?
No.
Even afterwards?
during the breaks.
Okay, sorry. But I just, the idea of how this will transform that beautiful valley, to me, is amazing. Are you telling me to stop?
Yeah.
Damn it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Dahl and Julian Dahl, and then John Frankie, and then Michael Murray, and that is the last of our public commenters. So if you want to provide public comment, please sign up. Is the button green?
There we go. Hi, my name is Peggy Dahl, originally Mersman. There's a lot of us in the Douglas County area. I have concerns for that part of my family because this is going to affect food production. It's going to affect my world because I'm still a farmer. I farm on my mother's property, her family's property, Laptad Stock Farms. It's not near as big as it used to be, but it is still there. We still produce walnuts. We sell them to Hammonds. Hammonds puts those walnuts in the store. You have them in ice cream. You put them in your candies and your cakes. So this is going to affect that production because it's going to raise the temperature. It may not raise it a huge amount. Solar is good. I want solar. I have solar on my house. I believe that that's great. Solar has reduced my electric bill to $40 a month with a $100 a month payment for the loan. I'm bragging, yes. So I'm concerned with this. I'm not happy with it. Savion has kind of crossed a boundary with me because they called me a stakeholder for a while. This is not going to profit me. It is not going to profit my neighbors. It is going to surround some of my neighbors in a sea of black. It could chase off Josh and Amber. They're great. I don't want them to lose their business. I really feel that this is not the best way to handle this. I pay taxes in the amount of about $5,000 a year. That does not maintain the road that runs in front of my house. It does not put the dust mitigation that runs on that road that runs in front of my house. I get to pay an additional $400 a year to do that. It is going to affect the ground source water. There is going to be lithium, which I'm intolerant of. There is going to be corrosion, and it will end up in the ground source water. I defy any of you folks to come drink the water out of my well without filtering it severely. My goats won't drink it, my dogs won't drink it. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to put that water on my walnut trees. You'll end up eating it. I would urge you to listen to agencies other than those hired by Savion. Please stop letting the company that is paying for these things, these tests, these surveys, please stop letting a company that is going to put the solar in be the one to fund the studies you're looking at. Please slow down. Please vote no. Please remember the 2040 plan. You only have to put up with me for another 25 years or so, and then Laptads will be gone. Thank you.
Julian Dahl, John Frankie, and Michael Murray.
Julian Dahl, that was my wife who just spoke. I really don't have a whole lot to
Can you
add.
speak into the microphone so we can hear you?
I really don't have a whole lot to add. Basically, my main point is I think it's kind of silly, kind of akin to allowing a tobacco manufacturer to do testing on cigarettes to tell you whether or not they give you cancer, to allow the solar groups to give you all the research as to whether or not the storm water is going to flood into North Lawrence. Perhaps they should fund a third-party study. And I really am concerned that we are coming down to a vote and we have so little data at this point as to what the final product is going to be. What is, I mean, I know what agrovoltaics is, but what is their actual plan? I have not actually seen a true plan of what they plan to do for agrovoltaics. So, but I urge you to vote no unless they have more data to show than what they actually have shown to this point. Thank you very much.
John Frankie and Michael Murray. And then I have one hand raised online, so if we're going to start here with the final call for signing up for public comment, both in person and online. Go ahead.
My name is John Frankie. I reside at 2222 North 600 Road. We've got a 105-acre farm there. We too are dealing with a future CUP coming down the road with West Solar Gardner. So I've been involved with this and following from the start of the actual coming up with the rules and regs and trying to stay on top of things. And I do appreciate the work you three have in front of you. I do request that you either defer or vote down the request as it stands. In my mind, there's too many questions still that in 5 years probably should have been answered a little more deeply by Evergy and their associates. With too many questions, I kind of go back and forth from West Solar to this, and there's so many things that are just stand out to me that apply to both. I'm concerned about water, more so about groundwater than water retention or detention in my area. Erosion is greatly concerned. Soil conditions in the river bottom, which we are located as well, are very unique. Without watering, I've got pecans, I've got walnuts, I've got oak orchards. It's unique land, and we do need to preserve that land for future generations. I've got 7 grandkids that come out and just love the hell out of that land, and most of it we leave just in natural grasses and pollinators. I also raise bees. The soil types, type 1 and 2, which part of our land is also needs to be protected. In fact, the county, when I looked at possibly breaking up part of that 100 acres for my sons to build on, the county came back and said, no, we prefer you keep it intact. It's very important to keep this farmland intact for the future food productions. I heard a lot about costs. I heard Evergy pretty much put a line in the sand. If you deny this one, then there won't be another one. This is the only place they can build. I find that hard to believe. So if we're really worried about that, let's defer it and have them come back with some more answers before a final decision is made. I feel that the project development was primarily due to cost, more so than the benefits that will drive. I am pro-solar. Use a lot of passive solar right now in my hoop house. That's all I've got. Good luck to y'all. I pray you make the right decision.
Michael Murray. And this is our last speaker in person, so if there's anybody else who would like to present public comment, we need you to sign up.
Michael Murray, 539
Is it red or yellow or green?
Sorry.
There you go.
Michael Murray, 539 Millstone Drive, Lawrence, Kansas. I think it's very urgent that we move away from coal production of energy. Does a lot of environmental damage, not just CO2. I think this project offers us a path forward, but I would like to speak to the benefits of this project for younger people. I teach 18-year-olds. I work with young people. We need a sustainable energy policy. We need to move away from fossil fuels, but we also need secure energy because young people need jobs. They need a strong economy, and that has to have a good energy policy. If we don't have energy security, we cannot have a strong economy, and that means our young people will not have jobs. This project, certainly that there are some issues with this project, and there will be some work need to be done on groundwater. I accept that. But the benefits of this project far outweigh the negatives of this project, both the environmental benefits and the benefits to our young people in making a strong energy system that is resilient and that can be sustainable. Please vote yes.
I've got one person online. Tessa Schultz, I'll move you into the panel for public comment. You need to accept my invitation as a panelist. Again, if there is anyone else who would like to provide public comment, either in person or online, please raise your hand and we'll get you signed up. Tessa, you're in the panel and you can provide public comment.
Great, thank you so much. And apologies, I'm not prepared to be on video today. I live in Washington, D.C., although I'm lucky to have grown up in Grant Township and attend Grant School. And I'm tuning into this meeting because I'd like to highlight that this local decision ties into a very global conversation. And while I am opposed to this project at this proposed site, I am not opposed to solar energy. Growing up, my family included public utility employees and multi-generational family farmers, and I deeply believe we need more and more diverse solar solutions. I think what's difficult about this decision is that it's about site selection, although it's really tough to have this discussion without making it seem as if solar and soil protection are diametrically opposed. I think many in favor of this project urging us to think broadly. I agree with that. Speaking broadly, Savion currently operates in about 33 states, and please, I welcome them to correct me if that's not exactly right. 26 of those states have roughly 15% or less class 1 prime farmland, and Kansas is lucky to be one of 7 that has more. So from this broad perspective, the Cobb River Valley just doesn't seem to make sense as a priority site. And I think we're lucky to be in a state that so frequently encounters the so-called problem of class 1 soils getting in the way of industrial development. I also agree that landowners have a right to make decisions about their assets, and this extends to the landowners who oppose this project. I think we've seen today that this proposal reaches far beyond the lot lines for the proposed site. I think agrivoltaics are indeed a hopeful possibility for our future and our survival as a global species. Speaking not from a development standpoint, but from this largest point of view, industrial solar belongs on marginal land, and I think utilities can and should respect our finite resources by expanding accordingly. I'll just conclude by saying that Douglas County can indeed be a leader in agrivoltaics. This vote is not an either or. They can do that by advocating for responsible site selection. This local issue will only grow in global importance, and what's decided here today really matters in Douglas County and beyond. So please do not squander the valuable assets we already have. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Commissioners, I believe that's all the public comment we have.
I really want to commend everyone for how well you have listened to each other and been respectful of each other. It's really commendable, and I appreciate that a lot.
I had one more hand raised.
We have one more hand raised. All right, it is. We have not yet closed public comment. Let's go for it.
Romero Murray. Please, if you're planning on speaking, go ahead and raise your hand now. Romero, you're in the panel and you can provide your public comment.
Hi, yeah, I am Romero Murray, 539 Millstone Drive. I just wanted to encourage you to vote yes on approving this project. I want to emphasize to everyone who's brought up all the potential cons that there is no good option at this point. The Sierra Club estimates something like 9 premature deaths in Douglas County per year from the coal plant that is currently operational, plus additional, asthma and heart attacks, on the order of tens of millions of dollars in damages to Lawrence Douglas County residents. There is no safe option. This isn't about the future. It's about right now. Every day we don't close this coal plant is another day we're putting Douglas County residents at risk. I understand that this solar project is not going to be conditional upon closing the coal plant, but it is an important step. I have no love for Evergy. I do not think that they're acting out of some sort of goodwill. They are trying to maximize their profit. They're trying to get their money. But as it just happens to turn out, this is a case where they can get their money, we can get our energy, and we can all stop using dirty coal. We can stop poisoning our kids, our adults, our old people, and I hope you will approve the project. Thank you very much.
Do one last call for public comment. Is there anyone here in person who would like to give public comment who has not yet? And is there anyone additional online? All right, with that, I'm going to close public comment. It is only 3:15. And then that does bring it back to the applicant has the opportunity to respond to public comment. I know I will need some time to go through my notes before my part of asking questions. Are you ready to, do you know who of the applicant is going to speak?
Thank you, Commissioner Matt Goff, Barbara Emerson. Would you like those comments? The button's on, believe it or not. Sorry. Would you like us to proceed now, or did you mention that you wanted some time to look over things as well?
I'm happy for you to go ahead and respond to public comment, and we'll probably take a small break after that for me to just organize my notes for the questions that I will have.
Certainly. I may call on others here to help me where I need more detail, but a couple things come to mind. There were some comments that the solar panels will leak. The solar panels contain no liquid, they don't leak. The argument being made about the relocation of the solar farm, we can't emphasize enough to say that there is no Plan B site. There's exactly one regulatory application to the Southwest Power Pool. It's at this site, at that substation in Douglas County, Kansas. Any other applications for interconnectivity that are pending at this time are in some other county. This is the only one in Douglas County. Proximity to transmission lines does not translate to the ability to interconnect. The study that we prepared in the siting analysis concluded that of the 11 other potential sites, every single one of them would require significant additional capital investment. And we're not talking about a couple million, we're talking over $150 million to bring in the infrastructure to connect to the grid at those locations. So it would be impossible economically and very difficult otherwise to actually produce at another site. So the statements that you saw or were discussed in the geotech report about corrosive soils, there was a footnote or a statement made. It was in the context of a ferrous metal, and I think that the addition of the zinc coating is to combat that so that it's not a ferrous metal. The zinc creates that boundary between the ground.
And by ferrous, you mean iron-related, for those who don't. Ferrous meaning iron-related, for those who
Correct,
don't speak chemistry.
I think rusty, right? Okay. The vegetation and agrivoltaics management plan and the conditions talk about that if herbicides are going to be applied, they would only occur when necessary, once site vegetation has been established and must be applied by a Kansas Department of Agriculture certified applicator. The application of herbicides would focus on spot treatment. It's not the intent to use broadcast herbicide treatment. And again, that there's a condition which controls that use. With respect to groundwater contamination, photovoltaic solar has been around since the 1960s. The first utility scale solar project in the US was built in the 1980s. There's currently 161,000 megawatts of installed solar across all 50 states, and groundwater contamination from zinc-coated steel piers has not been identified as a concern. In addition, based on the body of research and site conditions, there's no evidence to suggest that groundwater contamination will occur as a result of the project. The vast majority of the site will remain vegetated during the term of the CUP and available for traditional agriculture upon decommissioning. There were some comments that there were missing studies. You have those studies. There are 30% plans in your packet. There is an agrivoltaics plan. I think the comment and the condition is that the agrivoltaics plan and the stormwater management plan be updated. That is our intent, of course. There are certainly a lot of conditions, and we haven't spent much time talking about just how many conditions there are. But if you approve the application today, your work here will not be over. There will be plans and agreements to approve. And if you approve it today, those are the only way that all those conditions can be met. I would echo a statement that came from the staff early on, that you have within your power the ability to continue this hearing or to refer the matter back to the Planning Commission. This project wants to be at this location in Douglas County. And if the long road to approval requires more miles, then so be it. But we're pleased to stand for your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, I would like a few minutes to get my notes together. If that means that you want to start and I can do that, or I'd like to take just a 10-minute break. Okay with that? All right. So we will recess and come back at 3:30. Thank you very much. We have finished and closed our public comment. We've finished and closed our response from the applicant. Brings it back to the commission for further questions, discussions, and a vote. If it were up to me, I would ask and get answers to every single one of my questions. I'm not sure if that's the best use of everybody's time. So I kind of pitch it to my fellow commissioners about process. We have kind of a list of factors that have been provided by council that we get to weigh in terms of our decision. And then we have questions that were raised by the public. At least some of those I definitely want to see answered, though I may not be very systematic in that because I'm kind of going in the order of when people brought that up. I'll pitch it to you, and I have another thought.
Yeah, I just think it would be important for us to have a little bit of discussion about process and how the three of us are going to talk about this. As just a reminder to everyone, we had 28 different things we need to look at, and I think it's great. I'm sure we have questions, but I want to make sure that we're not getting outside of the scope of those 28 issues that we are charged with considering in this application. For the public's reminder, we're in a quasi-judicial role, so it's citing evidence specific to these conditions here, and I just want to, I'm advocating that we stay pretty narrow within that, and that if you have a question, how does that question support evidence one way or another? That's sort of my line of thinking, but I'm open to talking about it more, about a good process for this.
I guess I have kind of a structural question, and that is that much of the community conversation hinges on plans that are not specifically for tonight's discussion and vote. But there's a lot of community interest there, and I want to make sure that we are, honoring that too. So I'm kind of pitching that to fellow commissioners in terms of those plans, and those would be the stormwater drainage and agrivoltaics and some of the other pieces that have had a lot of community input. What is our role tonight, knowing that by design, those questions are not answered by the applicant because staff has not asked them to bring that in its fullness until or unless there's the suggestion of moving forward. It's a question for you guys.
Can you do me a favor, Commissioner Willie, and try and rephrase that question for me? I just want to make sure I'm tracking.
Okay. So we have a list of plans that will not come to us for a vote tonight, but would only be worked on by the applicant and staff in their final phases if they're given the signal to go ahead, if there's a vote tonight to approve. But some of those pieces have a lot of community interest, so the stormwater plan and the agrivoltaics plan, and then I have to look for the other list of the others, there were 5 or 6. Decommissioning plan is actually one that I would like to have come back for a commission vote also, if that is a condition we can put in with staff, if that's just me.
Well, I guess, I think if I'm hearing you right, my response to that is really that today's purposes and this part of our deliberation is for us to ask questions about the process of those, the fact that the conditions lay out these various plans that will come back, that will be administratively reviewed, and then the distinction between the ones that will come to us for further review, approval, and public input. So I think, I guess to me, that means talking about the process of that, deliberating about the pros and cons of that process, and any questions around that makes sense to me. The questions about the content of those studies that have not yet been done is obviously something that we don't have much to work with in terms of very specific questions to drill down on. So does that help? I think it's, to me, talking about the process of which, if we approve today these next steps, what we all think of that.
So is that a question that we can deal with the 3 of us in terms of, these are the plans, and I have the list here. Are we comfortable moving forward with a vote if knowing that those are still going to be out there? So are there pieces of that we would need to defer in order to tackle that? Or is this a structure of tackling a project this size that commissioners are comfortable with?
I don't know the answer to that question just yet. I think we need to discuss it more, but I will offer this that's on the 3rd page of the regulations, which says it's the intent of these regulations to address major issues associated with a project. However, issues that are not listed and are deemed as significant during the course of the review will be addressed with the review and conditions of each conditional use permit. So in my reading of that is that it was anticipated that there may be issues that arise that need further attention, and we could condition those issues to be part of a longer process. So that's just the way I've read that.
And to that end, we have how many conditions, staff? We have A through Z and then AA through FF. Would that be right?
I believe we have more conditions than we have pages of regulations. I'm not positive on that, but it's pretty close.
No, we only have 18 pages of conditions and then
Okay, I
24
was wrong.
pages of the regulations. So, but we were close. And we may yet add to it. So if that's your goal. So who wants to jump in?
I've got questions. I mean, I think, I guess I want to make sure that commissioners feel like process-wise, to me, there's opportunity to get clarity on questions that either the public asks that we're interested in the answer to as much as possible, and an opportunity to ask further questions that came to mind for us throughout the past few hours of public comment and listening to the applicant's response. And that's both for questions for the applicant and questions for staff, as far as I'm concerned. So to me, that's the first phase of this, is to just sort of start digging into some of those questions. And throughout that, as we normally do, we are going to have comments and discussion and deliberation about that.
Would you care to begin?
Yep, I'll go for it. So my first question is actually for staff. Mary, Tanya, Sarah, whoever wants to take a stab at it, collaborate on it. Can you talk to us a little bit about the comprehensive plan and what the obligations for us to apply the contents of the comprehensive plan are? How does staff consider that in these planning decisions? And if you can speak to any of the statutory requirements that we heard about related to review of the comprehensive plan.
Yes, the comprehensive plan, conformance with the comprehensive plan is one of our golden factors. So if we have an application that does not comply with the comprehensive plan, we initiate a comprehensive plan amendment. Now, if the comprehensive plan amendment goes through the process and does not get approved, that does not mean that the project dies. It just means that the comprehensive plan did not get amended. We've had an item just recently that the comprehensive plan did not get amended, but the rezoning went through. It's just that it isn't required that all the golden factors be met. We want to meet all of them we can, but not all the review criteria have to be met. So in this case, in the staff report, I do mention the conformance to the comprehensive plan. And the comprehensive plan has kind of like two differing kind of things. One is in the growth management chapter, and that's the one that we want to minimize the conversion of agricultural land to non-agricultural uses so we can maintain our agricultural properties. And so for that, we'd try not to convert land. If the project came through in this area, this, like we mentioned, a factory with a big parking lot that was actually converting the use away from agriculture, that would not be in compliance with our comprehensive plan and would require a plan amendment. In Chapter 2, our natural resources, there's several recommendations. And this is written in 2019. We didn't have any renewable energy projects, but looking ahead to them, it encourages that we look into ways to reduce air pollution, to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And so that falls into this category. And the comprehensive plan, I don't think wanted to designate areas and say, we think wind would be great, or we think solar would be great, because that's a later discussion, and that would come with every project. I don't think we could do that in our comprehensive plan to identify areas, or even to specify what types of renewable energies, because technology is always changing. There may be another form of renewable energy that comes out that would be even better. So in the staff report, in that section, but conformance with the comprehensive plan, in staff's opinion, it did meet that because we are trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are trying to reduce air pollution. We're following the climate protection plan, and we are trying to minimize the conversion of agricultural land by requiring agrivoltaics, whether it's a cover crop, some other plantings, or the specialty crops. So I believe the comprehensive plan is being conformed with. And as far as the comprehensive plan reviews, I've got that statute up and I can read it. It's talking about the state gives the Planning Commission the authority to develop a comprehensive plan. And it says, at least once each year, the Planning Commission shall review or reconsider the plan or any part thereof and may propose amendments, extensions, or additions to the same. And so the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2019. The Planning Commission did not do a review in 2020 because there was the pandemic and the meetings were kind of convoluted. They did review it, I think it was 2023. They had two meetings where they reviewed certain portions of the plan, primarily growth management and annexation. And they're planning another one in 2024. And then they review it each time we bring items to them. We take comprehensive plan amendments to the Planning Commission, and they consider those. They may initiate them and then we move forward with plan amendments, or they may decide they don't want to move those forward. And so I believe we are in compliance with that requirement.
Mary, the solar regulations that we have before us was reviewed by the Planning Commission, correct? Yes. And part of their review required them to review them in alignment with the comprehensive plan. Is that correct?
I'm trying to remember the criteria for the text amendment. It's something we always look at, because otherwise it would have required that. We were not adding a new use. The solar energy would have been allowed already as a major utility, so we weren't adding a new use to the comprehensive plan. So the standards we were developing, I don't think the comprehensive plan actually would speak to locations or soil types. But we did look at protecting land, and we did look at trying to protect that.
But maybe the regulations specifically address the goals of the comprehensive plan. Right. I mean, I'm reading them, so I know that to be true.
Okay.
Right. Well, it says on the 4th page, a food sustainability and preservation of prime agricultural lands are goals of the comprehensive plan. So
Right, the regulation, I see what you're saying, I'm sorry. The comprehensive plan is written and then rewrite the regulations to implement the comprehensive plan.
Right.
And so first you get your comprehensive plan, general goals, and then when you do your regulations, they are meant to carry them out. And so in the regulations, we specify what goals we're looking at and what goals those regulations are implementing.
are there any expectations, like our golden factors, for these regulations and reviewing regulations alignment to the comprehensive plan? Tanya?
I would have to look at our zoning regulations. I didn't bring them. We look at, for tax amendments, we look at things such as would a tax amendment benefit the county as a whole, or would it only benefit one person? I mean, we have specific requirements in the regulations for what a tax amendment is supposed to do. Does it correct an error in the development code or the regulations, or is it a response to a changing condition?
I may
Am I
be
not catching
asking
what he's saying?
a confusing question.
Yeah, and maybe we just need to kind of make sure we're understanding your question,
Yeah.
Commissioner. I mean, in the factors that Terrell outlined, specifically related to our zoning regulations, factor 8 of those was whether the use is in conformance with a comprehensive plan or other adopted plans for the area, which is tied to the golden factor number 8. So that is a consideration the commission can make. But you're hearing from staff that it wasn't the regulations were developed in conformance with the comprehensive plan.
That's what I was asking. Yes. Okay.
We can kind of keep it topical. I don't need to just go through my questions. Any other questions about the comprehensive plan specifically? Commissioner Willie, I'm looking to you. Okay. Let me see if I have another staff question that's jotted down. Nope, not at the moment. Okay, so I've got some questions for the applicant. I don't know, you guys can determine who answers what. I'll pitch 2 of them that I think are kind of related. Oh, wait, let me back up. Sorry, I just missed the question that I had, the other question for staff because it's scribbled. There was a really good question asked early on in public comment that I also have going into this meeting, which is the subsequent plans that we were just discussing, the conditions lay out that these subsequent studies and plans would come back to us for review and votes. Would a unanimous vote be required for those? Are there any other particularities to that process worth noting that are special, unique, worth mentioning?
Right. The unanimous vote is just required because there was a protest petition, and protest petitions can only be submitted for public hearing items. And so anything that the Planning Commission considers with a public hearing, and those are basically zonings and conditional use permits, those can have protest petitions. And when those items come to you, then a unanimous vote is needed. But if you would vote to approve this, the other items, the stormwater tests, those are not public hearing items, and they would not need a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions for applicant. I'll just take one at a time. I'm interested in understanding more about the interconnection request and the process for that. So it was just mentioned to us in the applicant's response that there's only one request, interconnection request, if I got that phrasing right, and if not, please correct me because I was writing fast, that has been and can be filed with the Southwest Power Pool. Can you just help flush that out a little bit more? Like only one per year? Is there a time clock on that? What other things would be helpful for us to understand and for the public about what that process means and what sort of, I guess, limitations or prescriptions for process?
Green light. All right. Travis Narum with Savion. So the Southwest Power Pool is a government body, well, quasi-governmental body that regulates large generator interconnections. So anybody that wants to interconnect into the transmission grid and transmission, so you have subtransmission, distribution. Transmission is the high voltage lines that you see going overhead. Anybody that wants to interconnect into that has to put a request in through the Southwest Power Pool. When we said there's only one, we're the only one currently in Douglas County. There's I don't know the exact numbers, 30 gigawatts maybe, Scott, do you know off the top of your head, in Southwest Power Pool? So SPP Central has about 30 gigawatts of projects currently in the queue. The way it works, you put in a request, and they do a series of studies, starting with just what's the impact of the individual project and what's the individual project's impact on the larger grid. Finally getting to a facility study that says, here's all the details of the facility. So the facility being the interconnection point. We sometimes call it a substation, interconnection yard. There's lots of different terminology, but it's by design. So this is a FERC process. So Federal Energy Regulatory Committee oversees that process, and it can take, right now it's taking about 5 years. So when we say this is the only place, what they do is they look at those transmission lines, and we look at where we think there's capacity. And right now there's no capacity anywhere else in Douglas County. So you can't just go and insert megawatts onto the grid. If this project doesn't go forward, the reason there's no other interconnection requests, the reason we don't have more, is because there was nowhere else that was viable within the grid. Does that mean if someday they add a new line, 10 years down the road, that there wouldn't somehow be interconnection capacity? That's entirely possible. Those are very slow processes. There are no current future transmission lines that will get us projects in the next decade. So when we say this is the place, think of it for the next decade, 15 years is probably the only shot that there will be a large scale solar project in the county. Could there be behind the meter? Yes, you could get, a few 100 kilowatt projects on a rooftop. It's not gonna dent the grid. It's not gonna meet demand, if you will.
Can I tag on to that? So within the Savion report, it showed a bunch of sites that were looked at and for a variety of reasons were not selected, and this one was selected, but interconnection capability wasn't part of what I remember being said as one of the weed out criteria. So why didn't it start with that? I mean, were those other potential places?
It is, I think probably, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do you want me to start answering part of what you were, okay, so it was in there. I don't know the way we laid it out in the slide, it may not have been clear, but interconnection is. What I will say is we can do preliminary studies. There are models that we can use that tell us whether we think there will be, and we use consultants to tell us that as well. So we will put an interconnection request where we think there's capacity. We're not always 100% correct because it's a series of studies. So it absolutely was. We did look at where all the transmission lines were and so that was one of the initial criteria. And then you get into things like slope. And so all of those create a funnel until you really have one viable project of all of the places that we looked.
So in terms of the community request or question about, if this project is a no and say Savion, we're still willing to try again in Douglas County, what's the time frame for? This is proposed for 2026 to come online, started in 2019, so it's a 7-year. How long would it, when would we expect the next one if there were to be such a thing?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to answer that question because there's a thing going on right now called FERC 2023 where they're redoing how transmission grids work. It happens every couple of years and it's supposed to make the process shorter. It never does. Keeps getting longer. Right now it's taking, originally this project, when we put it in the queue around 2020, I think we would have thought we could get through in about 2024 and it's already out to 26, 27, right? So it's taking 7 years. We would have to find a new site, we'd have to find new landowners. Odds are we'd have to run transmission lines. And one of the reasons that we try to get within a mile of an interconnection point is we don't have eminent domain. We can't use an eminent domain, and getting 10 landowners to sign up for a 10-mile transmission line is very difficult. That takes years. People, it's been done, but it takes years and years because it's just very difficult. A lot of people don't want transmission lines. It's also very expensive. I use as a kind of a rule of thumb, $1 million a mile. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less, depending on the voltage and a variety of things, but it's not easy. Some utilities have eminent domain, and even when they do use that, it takes them a long time. We, as an IPP, independent power producer, do not have eminent domain, so.
That was going to be my question. When you say we don't have, you mean Savion for how it's organized doesn't, but other entities, because I know power lines or transmission lines can be put in with eminent domain, and I don't know who can and who can't.
Yeah, and I can't speak to Evergy. I don't know if.
So what I'll call generator lead line, the big extension cord from the power plant to plug into the grid would not be a use of eminent domain, even for Evergy. Had to be an actual transmission asset for that to happen. We also don't want to use eminent domain ever. It's the least fun process we have. So sites like this that have willing landowners and an available transmission interconnect are prime. Probably one of the reasons that interconnection capability didn't stand out as a filtering thing is before you can even put in your application with the Southwest Power Pool, you have to have firm land control. So it starts with the landowners before you can even apply for that interconnect. So the process that we were talking about, 5 years, there's everything to the left of that on getting the landowners on board, on doing the transmission siting analysis that would allow that to happen. So it is a very long length of time that a lot of things have to align for a site to be viable.
Thank you. Go ahead if you can. I'm in a pause. Go ahead. Otherwise, I'll be switching gears quite a bit.
Matt, this may be a question best for you, but also maybe a few of you want to answer it since, Matt, you're local to Douglas County. We had some conversation and heard from staff about the different types of land use processes, rezoning, CUPs. Can somebody talk to us about with other projects, doesn't have to be solar, but other energy development projects that Evergy and or Savion have worked on? And I'm interested mostly in examples in Kansas, but other examples are okay too, about what does that process look like? Is it permitting? Is it a conditional use permit? Is rezoning sometimes the process? Are there other versions of it that maybe we're just not familiar with because it's not a part of our regulations? I'm just interested to have some context from the applicant's point of view.
So Ashton Martin, Savion, Senior Permitting Environmental Manager, and I may ask Emily to also come up. She leads our permitting group across the country. I can say that there are a variety of different permitting regimes. The conditional use permit is the most common that we run into. There are some counties that have no zoning. Some have CUPs where it's a permit the box, where you don't provide any design. You just say, we're going to build a project on these parcels, and then they evaluate it from there. Sometimes it kind of depends on the facilities that you're proposing. If you have battery energy storage, it may require a different approach. If there's proximity to a municipality, it may require subdivision, it may require other processes. But by and large, I'd say the most common development that we see or permitting regime is conditional use permits.
This is switching gears a little bit, and I think this would be a question for staff, and just it's a clarification, and I think I know what was meant, but it was heard differently in the community. In terms of if land is leased from landowners, it becomes, it falls under the Douglas County appraiser and is appraised at the county level for the tax benefit to the county and all the other taxing entities. If it is land that is owned by Evergy, that becomes state assessed. So it is the state that assesses what that value is. It's not that that land only benefits the state tax-wise, it's that it's not within our purview of to set that value. Sarah, do you just want to give a little bit of background on that?
That's correct, Commissioner. And I could dig and find it, but one of our presentations, I think last week, we showed the amount of state assessed property taxes that Douglas County receives from its variety of payers into state assessed, Evergy being one of them. And so if it is owned by Evergy, it would be state assessed. And there is an exemption on that for 10 years. But the local land that is leased is not a part of that because it's just it will be paid by the local taxpayer. And then assuming the lease relationship has a clause that passes those, if there are increased taxes, which we anticipate that there will be, that those increased tax costs would be passed on to Evergy. So it's not included in that total. And we did a lot of work on this before this came before the commission, because in other places in Kansas, the utility provider owns the land. So that's different. So then that would be included in that state assessed number. But just because it's assessed by the state, it is received locally. The taxes are received locally. It's a significant part of our budget. I guess I'd also add that I think that is also, there's other projects that would be for wholesalers. There's a different way of taxation and a different amount of taxation for Evergy because they are a state regulated utility. That's what I would call you. I don't know if you have another name. But as opposed to a wholesaler like Nextera, they pay differently and they are assessed differently. So I won't go down that rabbit
And
hole.
Savion is yet different again?
Yes, but in all of our conversations with Savion, this is Savion and Evergy as as soon as the project is permitted, approved, it's going to be transferred to Evergy.
Can you just clarify? I think you said it, Sarah, but I just want to make sure if I might not have heard it. You mentioned that the state assessed valuation on utility owned land, that there's a 10-year tax holiday break. I forget exactly what the, thank you. Like exactly what the federal government and the state government call it, escapes me sometimes, but the locally leased land that would be assessed, that taxation could and would start on operating day one.
Well, it'll start January 1st of when the land use
Thank you.
changes.
Thank you for that. So if the project is complete by the end of 2025, by December 31st, if they're operating on January 1st, 2026, then that would trigger that when the local tax valuation would shift.
Yeah, and even in partial. So even if it's partially done, like there could be a change. And it's because the land, remember that whole conversation we had in the beginning about predominance of use that Mary brought up? That's that. The predominance of use of that local land will change for appraisal purposes. So it will no longer be appraised as ag and it will be appraised as commercial industrial. But if it's joint, let's say like there's the acreage that's partially ag, the appraiser does that all the time. He can divide out which parts of it are ag and which parts are commercial industrial.
And just to put a clarifying point on it and make sure that I and the public heard the explanation earlier that the change in taxation going to commercial or industrial taxation does not mean that the zoning of the land changes.
Very different things. I understand from the public's perspective, that seems like bureaucracy at its height, and you're probably right. But yes, the appraiser's definition is different than the zoning definition.
And the 10-year before that comes fully onto the tax rolls, that is not us or our decision. That is
Nope,
a
the
federal
state of-
decision.
It's the state of Kansas.
State of
I believe,
Kansas.
right? Yeah, I believe it's the state of Kansas.
So, and Jess, I know we're reiterating this at this point, but it's the structures that are exempt, but the land is still taxed even in that first 10 years.
If it is leased. If it is owned by Evergy, it is included in that total. So my understanding of the project is that roughly 20% would be owned by the applicant.
Can we get that clarified? What
correct.
percentage of land is intended to be owned by Evergy and how much of it is leased land? I see somebody doing calculations.
It was around that, and that's what we put into the calculations we showed you on the 27th.
Members of the public had asked, for clarity on, like we don't know what these numbers are yet, but they've been in our packet in terms of what is anticipated for the first 10 years, and then what is projected for the 15 years after that.
Correct. And there were some questions about the estimates used for what we anticipate the tax value would be in year 11. So when the project comes onto the tax roll, we did some investigation and due diligence at our level to determine if that number seemed appropriate. And given what Evergy currently pays in taxes for the Lawrence Energy Center, we believe those projections in the economic analysis are appropriate.
And Ashton, you had a question, an answer to that question?
Yes, approximately 16%.
I rounded up. Because we thought that there might be some land that's split, you know, because there'll be some parcels where, oh no, that's the lease part, yeah. So that's about where we were.
So 16% of land is currently or is anticipated to be owned by Evergy?
It's currently owned by Savion and would be part of the transfer
Okay.
to be owned to Evergy. Go ahead if I've got that wrong.
Sorry, we have an option to purchase, so it's not currently owned by Savion.
But the anticipation is if the project moves forward, that is the ownership change. So it's not like an out there, we have a option, that's the intended change.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question, this Commissioner Kelly? Is there any discussion, has there been a plan to purchase land down the road? So I could understand if the community, if we hear 16% today, there's a certain tax implication there. But then 4 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, it becomes, Evergy purchases the land, it would reduce the tax implication for Douglas County.
I know.
Scott Zymus with Savion. When we approach landowners, the general preference is to purchase the land. And I believe, at least with the Mr. Strong's property, I believe the same with the other properties, that offer was made and refused. That's not to say that in a couple of years that they might come back and say they want to sell, but there's no obligation for them to sell. And that was our strong preference leading into this. So I would say the chances of changing from a lease to a purchase option right now are pretty minimal.
Can I ask a question? So I don't know if you're the one to answer it or if staff, but we'll just hold up there and I'll ask. So in terms of land that is owned then by Evergy and the CUP, but it's zoned agricultural and the lifespan of the CUP ends and the decommissioning plan happens, what are there, and it's probably a staff question, like what are the options then that Evergy would have to do with that land that is zoned ag different from anybody else?
Their options would be anything, any land use that's allowed in the land use table. So they would have the option, if it's zoned agriculture, any uses that are allowed in the agricultural district, they could do by right. Anything else that would need a CUP or site plan or other process, they would just need to go through that process.
So the next generation would be the one to go through the public process for that?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll switch to roads, and I recognize that we don't need to answer all of these questions now because the road agreement is one of those pieces that will come back. But I've visited a lot of counties and talked about a lot of roads, generally regarding wind, and it's highly variable. The results that counties get, for the most part, it's one of the things that counties that have less income than Douglas County really hold up as of high value, is that their roads become improved during the process. But I've also seen counties that didn't negotiate very well. So so there are concerns about how the roads will turn out, but there's also a lot of power in how the roads turn out and how those agreements are written. So my understanding would be there shouldn't be anything of the upkeep or changes related to the project that falls on taxpayers at all. It would fall on the agreement that Savion Evergy would pay. But I'll let you take it from there.
Okay, I hear you're kind of working around the issue of, does the project have a net improvement for roads if that's required?
Or if so, who pays for that?
Exactly, yeah. So Grant Township roads have historically been challenging because of the soils and, the maintenance out there's been difficult for folks for a while now, and they're doing a real good job of catching up on that. The roads that we're talking about here are going to need some improvement. And my thoughts there were, I've started to rough out some costs for what the township should be looking for as an upfront expense. And I've broken it in my rough thoughts into a level 1, 2, and 3. A level 1 would be something that we might do when we go out in the spring where a road is in really bad shape and we make it good for the year. A level 2 might be where a road wasn't previously used at all and it's about to be used and we have to actually do some rebuilding. And then a level 3 is this process where we're able to go in and do base stabilization with magnesium chloride in the subgrade. And what that does is it firms that ground up, and that gets to be more expensive. And so my thoughts were, we'll take a level 3 approach on N1800 at the entrance to the project where all of the traffic is. And then as we migrate into the other areas, we'll drop in levels of initial investment and try to match the load that we see coming. So I think what we want to do is make sure that the roads can take the traffic that they're about to receive and that they don't deteriorate, more than we would see them on the roads that we maintain. And then that would be in addition to a quarterly maintenance payment that would be based on what it takes to maintain a road at the traffic levels that they're talking about. And my thoughts there are that the county maintains some rock roads. I could see this project sending that traffic down our rock roads and having no problem. We spend $18,500 per mile per year. Grant Township spends $6,400 per mile per year. And so you could look at it and say, well, the difference right there is what it would take to support this new level of traffic. You got to understand that all of the roads in the county were formed in the 1800s. Their primary purpose was ag, serving parcels, and that's how they've sat for 100 years. And so what we're saying here is we're going to introduce new loads to those roads. And so I think there's some logic there. So I think the answer to your question is upfront costs, yes, get them to a level that they can sustain this traffic, and then ongoing through construction, make sure that we have maintenance dollars.
So the portions of the pilot payment or the tax payment, either one, that are kind of naturally flowing to Grant Township, those are not anticipated to bring the roads up to specs to manage this. Those are just ongoing maintenance dollars that would benefit their budget. Is that right?
Well, there is a huge disconnect between tax dollars that come in to anybody and what we spend on roads, right? And Sarah can help me here, but very little of what we pay in taxes goes toward roads. So
The township's taxes, I don't mean.
no, I understand. The township taxes, go $155,000 a year to fire protection. So
I think Chad, is it anticipated that there would be a payment from the applicant related to the road maintenance agreement?
yes, that's what we're
So
saying.
that's what I think she's trying to get at, is that question.
Well,
That
it's
in
a-
addition to the taxes, in addition to anything with a pilot, it is anticipated that there would be a payment from the applicant to either or the county or the township for the road maintenance plan.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the pilot is replacing taxes that already exist because they're not going to be paid.
Yeah, we're not
So-
really talking about the pilot.
Right, we're
Yeah.
not. And so taxes that already exist are supporting that road at the 1800s level.
I guess what I'm saying is the road agreement, when it gets negotiated, will make sure that the township is whole due to the changes of need to those roads.
That's right.
That's kind of what I was getting.
Yes, that is our goal.
Thanks.
Okay.
I went in circles on that. Does anyone want a new topic? No, I'm still searching.
Okay, I've got a question. I don't recall, and perhaps it just, got tucked way back far in the back of my brain, but I don't recall in any of the recent meetings, or previous presentations, including the Planning Commission meeting that I listened to in its entirety, I don't recall the applicant ever really touching on what their communication with or outreach to the neighbors in the community have been. So we've talked a lot about, and we have letters from different taxing authorities and other entities such as the Caw Valley Drainage District and Grant Township and Rural Water District number 13. Can you give us a sense about what have the conversations with other landowners, neighbors, and nearby business owners been? What have they been? And if this project moves forward, what do you expect that sort of continued communication to look like?
You'll have to forgive me because Brianna Baca was leading a lot of those outreach efforts. I was part of a lot of those conversations, and I'll do my best to give a comprehensive review of what those were.
Can you make sure you definitely speak in the microphone too, Ashton?
Sorry, I'm
I know,
terrible about
You're
that.
tall and just pick it up.
Let's see, the best way of approaching this. So when we were thinking about outreach, we really thought about looking at it going out in concentric distances, if you will, starting with the people that were most closely potentially impacted by the project and then moving outward from there. So that started with phone calls, emails to any adjacent neighbor of the project. My understanding from Brianna is that we weren't able to get in contact with every neighbor, but not for lack of trying. And so those conversations involved meeting folks at coffee shops, at their homes. We, coordinated to identify, some of the concerns that they may have had, whether it were related to stormwater, whether it were to herbicide drift, visual impacts, sound impacts, screening. One of the things that we did is we brought Burns McDonnell on to do visual simulations for anybody that was willing to meet with us to help them understand what the visual impact may be. We said, okay, if you're willing, we'll come out with, Burns McDonnell will come out with a photographer and take a picture from like the view that you're most concerned about, and then simulate what this project would look like from your back porch, from your balcony, or whatever it was. And I think those were included in our original application. So those are some examples of the local outreach to the immediate neighbors. Then going out beyond there, the first meeting that we had, the first community meeting that we had, we focused in on sending out mailers to everybody within a mile. Now, it's not a requirement of the ordinance, but it's reflected in the public notice of the ordinance. We thought that was a good, appropriate metric to use for public outreach. And the purpose of that April meeting was to really reach out to the neighbors that were in the immediate vicinity beyond the direct neighbors. And then the meeting in June went out more broadly, and that was the one that we advertised on Facebook and put an ad in the paper and tried to reach more of the community as a whole. We opened a project office over on New Hampshire. Gosh, it's been a while now, 6-9 months ago. And have had many meetings with neighbors, community members. Moving forward, what does the community outreach look like? I think that, really depends on who's going to come to the table, I suppose. We've always had an open door approach. We're happy to meet with anybody to discuss anything.
I appreciate that. Can you talk to me about whether or not you will make any assertive efforts towards further outreach and circling back to some of the neighbors, nearby landowners, and business owners that maybe have had conversations with Brianna or not before? I mean, will you be making assertive outreaches, or will you just be leaving the door open for people to come to you?
I think, per one of the conditions, we have to reach out to everybody within I'm sorry, I'm looking to Mary for the distance, but we have to reach out to neighbors to discuss landscape screening. So that will be a guaranteed, point of communication. When the vegetation management plan is updated, there may be questions and benefit to reaching out to adjacent neighbors to, discuss concerns about noxious weed control, similar with the stormwater management plan. Meeting with neighbors in North Lawrence. I'm a North Lawrence resident. I understand the concern of stormwater. So yeah, I'm not sure if I'm really answering the question, but
You answered it. Thank you.
You can stay up there. The packet talks about potential outreach for the good neighbor agreements. Is that part of the conversation around landscaping? Is that just a person by person conversation? What does that entail?
thank you. I knew I was going to forget something. So the good neighbor agreements will be dependent upon a few items, including final project design. Without getting into the weeds too far, where project facilities are located and how negotiations with the township and the county evolve. The construction haul routes could change, which could change who's impacted by the project. But the good neighbor agreements are intended to be a way to address any potential impacts of construction of the project. And that would happen prior to start of construction and be available up until start of construction.
And those are tended to be personalized to each person, what their concerns are, and if they may or may not be able to be met by the applicant. Is that correct? Good neighbor agreements?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe if you could restate the question.
So those good neighbor agreements, those are contractual. I think sometimes people are
Yes.
offered compensation or like some other, but those are personal, right? That each person then would weigh in like what matters to them and whether that can or cannot be accommodated by the applicant.
I think I might look to Rod to speak. He's been far more in depth on the good neighbor agreements.
Hi there. I'm Rod Northway. I'm a developer with Savion.
Can you say your last name again?
Northway
Thank you.
with Savion. On a good neighbor agreement, it's based on how each individual landowner is impacted and how we can mitigate and make it, easier on the landowner, whether that be construction impacts or visual impacts. So it's truly a personal one-on-one evaluation of how we can compensate for their inconvenience, mainly during construction. During operation, things calm down. There's no traffic in and out, very little maintenance, very little impact after operation. But that we will and are committed to continuing discussions with the landowners. And if they are willing to engage us, those good neighbor agreements will be available.
Thank you. Follow up on those. Okay. Among the list of things that get approved later, one that I did not see on there is the pilot agreement. Does that mean that that is executed with staff, or does that come back for a public process?
It will come back to the commission it will come to the commission for consideration, but it is not a part of, nor is it subject to or tied to this conditional use permit.
Thank you for the clarification. There's a question. It regards LDCFM. There was a suggestion in the communications in the packet that there was a concern by the township that cost, contractual cost to serve might go up. But I thought we'd also seen that it would not. So can we address, is that a known or is that still being worked out?
The 3-year agreement with Grant Township and LDCFM outlines how the current method of is lined out, and it is not related to the project or not, the project being there or the project not being there.
Then after that 3-year timeframe, is it likely to impact cost of upkeep or not?
Well,
Cost for
without going down a whole lot of rabbit hole about how much it costs to operate a fire service or an EMS service, it generally, those costs are associated with how many calls are run, not necessarily the types of projects on the land.
Thanks. What's the next one? I'd like to talk about vegetation then. So we have a vegetation management, plan in there, but there are some pieces of it that have left some questions open in terms of, I guess we'll talk about the cab request also, but so you've got grasses that are expected to grow fairly tall and will need to be mowed, or I know there's agrivoltaics has a suggestion of grazing, et cetera, but that's not necessarily going to be the whole footprint of that land. I don't know that that's what's proposed, or if so, we don't know that yet. Presumably, mowing and vegetation control is pretty standard and pretty common with these projects. Can you just talk about what may be difficult with it and what may be not as difficult as we're thinking?
Thanks for the question, Commissioner. Benny Gaskell or Benjamin Gaskell with Savion. So are you asking specifically in regards to what might be difficult with or without the cab system? Is that the question?
We'll save that one for next, but the question is, it's been suggested that you couldn't possibly mow what's needed to be mowed, but and that we haven't allowed in our regs to blanket spray anything to like kill off the vegetation. Like vegetation, perennial vegetation is required in and around every aspect of this. So, but there's always the concern coming back that chemicals will be used or that excessive chemicals will be used. Can you just address aspects of that plan?
Yeah, maybe Ashton could talk more to the plan itself, but just typically for solar projects, the majority of the vegetation management is done with a mower. So you can mow pretty wide strips up and down the rows. When the panels are tilted, you can get pretty close to the piers, the piles. You can have attachments for the mowers that can even trim around the piles. So you can do a lot of the vegetation management with just a mower. Yeah, there might be some hand trimming in very select areas around inverters and things where you just don't want to drive the mower around, where there's cables coming up out of the ground. Herbicides, yeah, I mean, very selective spot treatment. Yeah, I don't know if there even talks to it in the plan about where exactly it would be, but it would be very selective.
I think it's probably unknown how selective it can be until you know what noxious weeds or other issues arise. What's the balance between there has to be a certain height before flowering plants are going to be of any use to pollinators versus mowing? What is that height difference? How do you manage that?
Obviously, every plant is going to be a little bit different in when it flowers, how tall it is when it does flower, before it has a beneficial pollinator value. Sorry, Ashton Martin for the record. So the species that were selected for amongst the array were selected with several criteria. Among being pollinator species, they were selected for their pollinator value throughout the different parts of the year. So not just, one species providing value at one month of the year. They were selected to have value, pollinator value, early in the season, mid-season, late season. And then the other criteria, which I think gets to your question, was for shorter in stature. Now, I think that there's been discussion about whether or not the advertised height of those plants will actually be accurate, given the soil quality. Speaking as somebody who grows pollinators in North Lawrence, I can tell you that my yarrow gets about that tall and then flops over. It just kind of, I think it'll depend.
Go ahead.
Ashton, we heard some public comment around the size of this one and agrivoltaics, or the size. You have lots of projects, is my understanding. Do you have any projects that are of this same size with this level of agrivoltaics that you have experience? Or is this your guess? Yeah. So let me stop with the first question. Do you have any other projects of this size with this level of agrivoltaics
Yeah, I might ask somebody else from our development team to speak to Madison Fields in Ohio.
Commissioner, by that, do you mean the so-called passive agrivoltaics, the pollinators, or do you mean other pieces?
I'm just interested if, as we look at the agrivoltaics plan as it stands now, there was some public communication that this site is too large for agrivoltaics, or we don't understand the demands that will be here. And I'm looking for some assurance from Savion that you've managed projects of this size with this type of agrivoltaics in other spaces.
Scott Zimetz with Savion. We have one site in Ohio that has agrivoltaics. At the moment, I believe it's 60 acres, and this is our first year operating it. Recognize that agrivoltaics is a fairly new thing, and we've been incorporating it into projects. We've got a 6,000 acre project in Ohio that's gone through permitting now that agrivoltaics is a part of the, I think it's 1,200 acres. But ultimately, to your question directly, no. 60 acres is what we're working on right now, and it's just starting for year one in Ohio.
I have a follow-up question to that. Thank you for the update about what projects are in progress for Savion. You good? Can you talk to me about, Kurt, can you talk to us about whether or not you've consulted with or talked with other colleagues in the industry who do have quite large agrivoltaic projects that are easily findable online? Have you done any sort of consulting, trying to learn from where? Just talk to me about that.
So Sarah Mosier was here in December for the all-nighter, and she spoke to this a little bit to planning. But ultimately, under me, I have a position that is solely focused on agrivoltaics. The concept is much older in Europe, and it's been around a lot longer just because of permitting, I guess, issues. I mean, there was as early as I think 2010 in Italy and France, they were calling for grazing as part of their CUPs, like it was mandatory on certain sites. But to your question, Sarah's gone to Europe multiple times, Israel multiple times, going to consortiums, meeting with other people that have been doing this for extended periods of time. In the US, there's a lot of people that are talking about it, and there were some examples that were shown earlier in terms of Jack's Garden in Colorado, so on and so forth. But our research has been with the Ohio State University. We have a grant that we're studying a project in northern Ohio to show what the production is year on year, what the impacts to the soil are year on year. I would say that we're pretty far ahead of the curve when it comes to our competitors in terms of trying to do this on a large scale. But that's a summary of our efforts to date. Did that cover the question? It doesn't seem like it.
No, you did cover my question, but I
Okay.
just can't help. I need to just make a comment for the record too, that there are over 500 agrivoltaic sites in the contiguous United States. Approximately 30-ish of them, 32 I think is the number, produce over 100 megawatts. And the largest one is 4,700 acres, which is quite huge and a huge jump from what many of those others are. But just there have been some statements made by the public, and now I'm hearing the applicants sort of uphold some of those statements, that it's very new and there aren't that many projects in the US, and my research tells me otherwise, and that it's not just that those solar sites are large and producing a lot of energy, but that the whole site or a majority of the site is also being used for agrivoltaics simultaneously.
I probably should have asked you to define agrivoltaics to start with. I mean, when we're talking about pollinator-friendly species and grazing and things of that nature, I think that's the reality of it. We've been working with Kubota, John Deere, and others, and part of what we're trying to do is take it to what tilled ag looks like. What are short season beans going to look like? So yeah, your
Thank you
data
for that
is right.
clarification, because you're right, crop production is that is the less known use, less researched, but also lots of research projects going on around that.
Right.
And solar, sheep grazing and pollinator habitat are the more common and larger standing, but I just wanted to make sure I
Yeah.
put on the record that Jack's Solar Garden is not the largest,
No.
nor the largest research facility, because in fact, that filter there's at least 4 of those 32 projects are listed as research sites that are over 100.
Over 100, yeah. And maybe just one point to add quickly to tie that out is with our efforts and trying to crack the nut on tilled ag and working with some of these other equipment manufacturers, really the focus is trying to bring more of the community, the farming community, into that conversation for, actually farming the site. Farming is sheep, it's
It's a lot of different things. to a lot of
pollinators,
different
it's a
people,
lot
you're
of
right.
different things to a lot of different people. But for the farming community at large, which is where I grew up, it means you got rows and you've got tilled acres and you've got harvest.
So that's helpful to hear, and I just want to make sure I'm capturing it correctly, that it sounds like although Savion is a little bit new to these types of projects and this type of management and the collaboration that it takes to move forward, it sounds like Savion is focused specifically on crop and food growth production as one of the tenets that you talked about some partnerships with ag equipment companies and things that are working to move beyond sort of those 2 other types of more common agrivoltaics use. Is that fair to say?
All the above, yeah. I wish Sarah was here right now.
Me too.
She reports to me, and she would do a much better job of explaining this. But yeah, what she is researching right now, what we're trying to implement is everything. The pollinator species, it's a pretty easy to implement addition to, I guess just mowing the site. And sheep, you could say that that's fairly easy too, but when you're trying to, monetize what you're going to do with that many sheep or figure out, a marketing plan, that gets kind of difficult. The same with hay. If you've got 500 acres of hay in an X area, trying to market that as well it comes with a lot of logistical challenges. Whereas that framework, that backbone for commodity crops, it's a lot more omnipresent.
Thank you.
I just got to put the shout out for no-till agriculture is row crop also. And
Yep.
unless there's a real reason to have that level of disturbance, which some specialty crops do, like I'd say, so long as we're trying to set the bar, no-till.
Yes, agreed.
I'll ask now about the cab system, and we had asked, and one of the questions that was answered and is back in our packet was some of the pros and cons about above ground or below ground. Mostly what we got were pros for above ground. So I actually wanted to tag on something I think we heard from Tim Horn about, I know car wiring went towards a soy-based coating. That's been a little bit of a problematic thing, and if anybody has had pack rats in their vehicles and such. So is that also the case here, or is that gone a different direction? So that's one thing is, are the wires subject to wildlife damage is one thing, and then the other is the real pros and cons of whether that cab system should be above ground or below ground.
And thank you, Commissioner Rowley, for tracking that, because I read the response in the packet, but I'm curious to hear from staff about that too, and just staff's conversation around that condition specifically. In addition to the applicant, I just
We can
wanted
start
to,
either way,
I
I'm
just
fine,
wanted
yeah.
to piggyback off that.
Benjamin Gasco with Savion. So yeah, the response that you have in your packet had a list of pros. There's a blurb at the bottom about cons. So yeah, when the cab system, so what is the cab system, right? Cab system is actually a brand name for a product that you can buy that includes a messenger wire, which is like a steel cable, that has these hanger supports, and the cable then runs inside the hanger supports, spaced every so often. And so, yeah, it allows you to connect your modules module to module, and then run this messenger wire east to west, and run your DC cables above ground between the different rows, and then in some cases north and south back to the inverter. And so, yeah, you can run it on this cab system, right? This messenger wire system, or you can, in each case where you would typically have this above ground system, you can have a transition with conduit where you bury all those lines. So you end up with actually quite a few trenches, and some that are very wide because you need space to lay these, dozens and dozens of DC cables throughout the array field, where all the piles are, where all the construction work is happening, where people are installing modules. So there's definitely some construction benefits to having the cab system, because you're not disturbing the soil as much, right? There's less stormwater impacts because you're disturbing the soil less. There's also a lot of operational benefits to having the cab system, because now your cables, and there are issues with the cables, and there will inevitably be issues with those cables, is that they're, instead of them being underground and having to go locate them, they're right there, visible within arm's reach. You can test and replace and repair those cables. But, if they're buried underground, they're a lot less susceptible to damage. So there's less chance that they get hit with a lawnmower, right? There's less chance that they're get wind damage, right? They fall out of the cable support or something like that, right? So they're definitely exposed to the elements. But it is, it's also a lot cheaper to run it above ground, because you can do it quite a bit faster. You can, instead of having to do all the trenching, all the extra earthwork, you can just run a messenger wire, put up some supports, and hang it out like, your clean laundry on the line. So it's much faster.
From a soil disturbance perspective, I can certainly see the benefit of having those above ground. From an agrivoltaics perspective, or even just a mowing perspective, how do you manage with the cab lines?
Yeah, so if you can imagine the east to west run from row to row, it does block access so that you can't travel all the way down the row, right? So you travel down the row to a point where you run into this cab system, and you'd have to have a zero-turn mower, sort of turn around and go back down the row. So it doesn't make it impossible to do the vegetation management. It just makes it more costly. You add a bit of extra labor hours for the time spent turning around and coming back the other way, and then going down the rows halfway each time, right?
So do you anticipate a zero-turn no-till drill also?
Yeah, so that's some of the work that we're working on. I don't know if Scott wants to get up here and talk about that at all, but the implements that they're working on with these vendors, how high does an implement need to be? How high does the cab system need to hang for you to go straight through with some kind of agrivoltaic equipment like that?
But the only cab system that I've seen in person was the one at the Stell site, and it was about yay high.
Yeah.
So are you talking about something that is high enough to drive a tractor under?
I think the objective would be to work with these vendors to figure out what the balance is. How high does that messenger wire need to be? Of course, with cables and the sag that comes with the cables when they're hanging, versus how high does the implement need to be off the ground, right? So there's some combination of that makes sense, I think.
This is a little bit related, but in terms of if you've got panels on rows and they can track with the sun, can you also go in and tilt them? Can you tilt them manually or whatever that would be, so that you could tilt both up so that you would have more room if you were doing like a no-till drill?
So it sometimes depends on the particular equipment that you have that does the tracking, right? In this case, the system proposed, this particular vendor may have independent row control. But you would also have to have that capability in the control system. So it's not infeasible, but it's something that would have to be designed in. Yeah.
So at this point, you don't know if that vendor provides that as an option?
I don't know. And it's a combination of a design between the vendor and the vendor of the SCADA system, the control system for the plant. So those things would have to coordinate.
I guess that's one of the conversations that's hard to move forward with the application until we have a little bit more information about the agrivoltaic, like how it interfaces, because if they're expected to come in and just work with whatever they're given, that's one set of options versus if there's some of these things that can be worked out ahead of time, like that conversation of does the cab system be raised up and move under, or can you back in the implement that is needed and then operate that on the way out? Just some of those questions. So I don't know that we'll answer all of those things, but how will those conversations move forward? Like what avenues of give and take are available?
Well, and I guess, if I can interject a little bit, I guess I would say that's part of the reason why we have the vegetation management plan and the agrivoltaic plan coming back to this body, is that there's an expectation into the applicant that they work together to figure out how these two plans are going to work together, because they have to both be approved subsequent to this process.
Okay, I can accept that. Go ahead.
I've been waiting a long time to ask this question. I'm really excited because this was not a question I'd ever thought I'd ask before I ran for county commission. If a sheep ate your electrical line on your cab system, what would you do?
So in my experience of doing sheep grazing at a solar farm, it's not that, I would ever expect to have the shepherd let the sheep just go out on their own. There's some bit of management that goes with that, and whether that's fencing or direct management of where they're at and where they're grazing. That's I've never heard of it, a sheep eating a cable, because it tastes like soybean fat.
And thanks to the English teachers out there who are correcting my a sheep, I appreciate that. But you would have to replace it, correct?
Yeah, I mean, if the installation is damaged, yeah.
Great, I can put
And the
that on my
sheep,
list of
possibly?
great questions.
So I've raised cattle, sheep, goats, hogs, chickens, turkeys, bees, and I wouldn't have any reservations with sheep eating weird things. Goats, I would have a different story.
One last question for you before you walk away. Are cab lines being above ground quite common in other projects, or is there a lot of variance and it depends a lot on different regulation? Is that something that varies quite a bit, or is that a little bit of an industry standard?
I'm seeing it more and more often. There's lots of benefits that outweigh the cons that we listed out. There's a lot of benefits in the installation phase that are really helpful for the EPCs who are building the projects. The soil disturbance is a huge deal, not having these trenches everywhere where people are trying to work, and having to revegetate, to restabilize the soil. That's a huge benefit that they're seeing. The cost impact is a benefit. So yeah, I mean, we're also sort of looking at the cost benefit analysis. Some of these are not as quantitative as we would like them to be, but we're sort of weighing those as well ourselves and just trying to figure out what that looks like.
Okay. Sorry, Lori Gates. I would just like to add that also as part of decommissioning.
Lori, make sure you come right to the mic.
As part of decommissioning, the cab lines would be, and all the wiring would be taken out. Whereas depending on how deep that you would actually install the cables below ground, they might be cut and left in place. So that is another advantage of the cab system.
Actually, I have a process question regarding this to staff. So one of the conditions in the CUP that's being offered here is to make that variance, that they would be allowed to keep the cab system above ground, which frankly, from a soil perspective, is my preference. But in terms of making that determination when we don't yet have those other management pieces, is it possible that that piece could be conditioned, or yet again conditioned on having a vegetation and agrivoltaic plan that works with that decision?
Yes, you could defer action on the modification that's being requested and have that come back with the vegetation and agrivoltaic plan. And the CAB, it can be above ground. There's an exemption. Anywhere where it's prime soils, it can be above ground. So it will be above ground in all those locations. The modification would just be for where it's not prime soil.
Okay, I have some questions for staff. First question is, I think we touched upon this a little bit in our work session, and commissioners are fairly familiar with this, but for the public's benefit, can staff talk a little bit about bonds? So we have decommissioning bond, vegetation bond. Sarah, maybe this question is good for you, just in terms of a process, like what does that mean? What does requiring a bond, once an application or permit is approved and eventually released, what is the process for those bonds and what is the purpose of them?
Yeah. So a decommissioning bond is a pretty standard practice in terms of conditional use permits. We use them in a variety of different, we've used them with other projects too as well. And basically it just says that up front at the beginning of the project, that there is an amount of funds set aside to help cover the cost that is a future cost down the road. And so that they have to pay, that we have to get a bond to cover that amount up front. And so that is a decommissioning bond. The vegetation bond, I'll let Tanya talk a little bit more about.
Yeah, and I think in regards to the decommissioning bond, that would be, in examples that would need to be used would be if the operator or company goes bankrupt, is unable to do the decommissioning at their cost, that we have money in the bank to be able to hire or do that ourselves if necessary. And what they do when they provide that bond information to us, the bond will come back to you. I was very adamant about that because this will be such a large amount of money, not typical of our smaller projects. So when that bond, that what they do is they will remove values such as salvage material. So for wind, if they can talk with companies that can break down the foundations and recycle the steel, then they can reduce the cost of the bond with the salvage material. So often we'll see a bond amount, but then some various types will be reduced from that. Regarding the vegetation bond, this is fairly new to Douglas County. I think it's the first time that we've requested this. And how this came to light was we had a meeting with Pueblo County, Colorado. They have 42,000 acres of solar in their county. And in the state of Colorado, that is all done by state regulation. So they don't have specific county regulations where everything is separate in every county. So they follow the state requirements and then apply. And one thing that they were very adamant about, lessons learned, we learned quite a lot from them, was that they really struggled with making sure that the site was vegetated to the standard that staff wanted it to be. And so they've been, with their newer projects coming forward, requesting that vegetation bond. So it will be, I think the amount has been agreed upon, so they would set bond and then we wouldn't release that until it meets some 70% vegetated, which we're kind of following the KDHE requirement for the SWIP permits, which is also 70% vegetated, to try to stay in line with state and local.
I will add too that the decommissioning bond is reviewed every 5 years for sufficiency. So it will be reviewed as a part of that process.
And by that, you mean
If it isn't sufficient, it would be increased.
it can be amended
Yes.
in the future. And with the vegetation bond, a distinction about that from the decommissioning bond is you just mentioned that if and when that 70% vegetation is achieved, the bond would be released. So unless and until then, we would have that security, but if they, and when they reach 70% vegetation, it would be released, and that would be that, right? It's not like we would be able to issue another vegetation bond. It would go away theoretically, it could go away sometime in the lifetime of the project, whether it's 5 years or 15 years, versus the decommissioning bond, which is for the post lifetime of the project. Okay. One more question is, and I should have done a better job at clocking all the different conditions that, and I don't think there's a ton, but a few that mention penalties for failure to comply. Will one of you just sort of review that for us and for the public, the conditions that, if not followed, may come with penalties?
Commissioner Reed, do you mean monetary penalties?
Yeah, I thought maybe.
And
just
it
totally
is
making this part
related
up.
to the road maintenance agreement. So we also got that example from Lyon County and their wind farm project in Lyon County. They made a condition in the road maintenance agreement that they would be able to apply penalties for violations of the traffic route or things related to the road plan. And that was very helpful to their community. They, when we met with them, they really highly recommended it. And it was a really useful tool for their community. I don't know
We
that I
do
know.
have it applied to the haul route. That's what I was primarily thinking
that's
of.
correct.
Thank you. I thought there was another one, but maybe my brain just
Just the haul
transferred
route.
the word to another paragraph because it's a lot of words. Thanks.
I gotta say, I really loved the idea of the vegetation bond, because that was one piece that I had struggled with the Stoll site, which I know is very small, but it's a good learning piece for us of like, well, we said we would vegetate it, we didn't say when, and it's just needing to hold to a standard for a site like this and a site this large. And I really appreciate having a tool and didn't have that really envisioned, but I appreciate it. And so I imagine that would come with like, there's a time frame, like this is the expectation of that 70%. And if they don't meet it within that time, does some of that, did they forfeit that bond and we go vegetate it or what?
I would say that yes, if it wasn't the bond, if it wasn't vegetated to our satisfaction to the level that we were asking for, we would not give the bond back, and we would use that to either do it ourselves or hire a contractor to do it to our satisfaction.
Thank you. We'll do a new one unless you have something.
I have one more for the applicant that I had forgotten. The piles that are in the ground, do we know the thickness level of the zinc coating on them, the thickness level of the galvanizing?
Benjamin Gaskell with Savion. So we have an idea of what sort of a baseline would look like. And that's included in the original application on the structural plans. But as everyone's aware, that corrosion is a thing that gets considered when we do structural design. When we progress that all the way up to IFC, they do some very extensive calculations and some additional soil sampling and really calculate what that corrosion rate is and what it will be over the next, through the life of the project, and how much steel loss they expect to determine how thick that zinc layer needs to be. So right now, today, no, we don't know what that thickness would be, but we have an idea of where it'll start, and then it may grow from there.
So hearing you admit that there is a concern about corrosion and that we will experience some corrosion, is there any plan you have in place for determining the level of corrosion throughout the project?
Yeah, so a corrosion assessment will be done, it's done on every project that these steel piles go into the ground. It's required to determine the thickness of the galvanization required to maintain the structural integrity of the pile over the design life of the project. Yeah, I mean, you can't, the independent engineers will review those plans and make sure that your arrays, I did it again, talking with my hands. Just to make sure that your arrays aren't going to fall over, right? The insurance requires that you understand the design life of your structural system. So it's a requirement for that.
Was that prior to the project or during the project?
Prior to.
Is there anything that you're planning to do during the project to determine whether those calculations were correct?
No, not currently. I mean, typically that's well studied and understood as you progress through the design. And once you've got those issued for construction drawings, you sort of know that your piles are going to last the life of the project.
I was going to take a different one. There was a thought raised or a concern raised about whistleblower if somebody finds something to be wrong with the project. Usually whistleblower is someone who's within an organization, being protected from that. And in this case, we have, the county is kind of the first one that would receive any concerns. So I think, Tanya, you had addressed this somewhat early on today about like what happens if someone in the public, and that could be extended to someone who is associated with one of the companies working on it, has a concern. Are they free to come to you, and is that something that is kind of protected?
Anyone who has a concern is always free to come to our office and contact us with that concern. Regarding it being protected, because we're a public office, I think any information is subject to open records requests. Terrell, I'm not sure on that.
So I think we're kind of going down a rabbit hole here, but whistleblower protection is really typically for employees of, say, Evergy or Savignon, who feel like something has gone wrong, and then they get to say, you're violating the EPA requirements or the OSHA requirements, and then they can't get fired or lose their job because they did that. So that's not really our role here, but those laws exist.
Thank you. The washing of panels, early on when we did the regs, there was a lot of concerns raised about what chemicals would be used to wash panels, and the answer was generally that they weren't washed at all, that the rain did that. But can you tell us what's expected for this project and what the industry standards are?
Sorry, can you ask the question one more time so I make sure I understand it fully?
What's the plan for washing panels?
The plan for washing panels, that is very succinct and direct. Thank you. That is ongoing as well. What happens in the Midwest is we get a lot of rainfall, which we all talked about all day, and that keeps the panels clean for most of the year. However, after years and years, just like our windows, there's a little residue buildup. Anytime the panels are washed for us, everything is, it goes through our environmental team. So Evergy has a fully staffed environmental team to make sure that its impacts to the environment are basically nil, right? So we're going to use a friendly wash out there. So does that mean a guy drives up and down on a Polaris scrubbing the panel? Not necessarily. We've tried different methods. We have done that before, though. They have, if you go to the desert, they have robots that run up and down. We probably won't ever have to get to that point because our panels just won't get that dirty. So I would expect every 2 to 3 years, we would make sure that if there is a residue buildup, we would clean the dirtiest panels.
And you think that wouldn't just be a water, or?
It could be a water. It'd have to be some kind of ionized water if it were that. But there may be some kind of solution sometime that is friendly to the ground. So it wouldn't be something harmful. So if, I would say Windex would probably not be what we would use. It would be something a lot more environmentally friendly.
Is that something that staff would have input to or knowledge of? And maybe that's a staff question.
Didn't think of that.
But the solution, again, goes through our entire environmental team, and we still have to maintain and follow all of the rules that are out there and established.
I'll let Tanya stew on that if that's something that we need to
Now, if we're going to
think
add
about.
another one,
Yeah.
that's how I feel about that. No, sorry about that. I was talking with my hands.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think I just have 2 more questions, and they are for the applicant. So I want to just make sure that I because I don't think that I am tracking correctly. Lots of numbers. We've talked about so many different numbers, right? There's the 1,105 acres that are a part of this project. 604 acres are the site area, and we've been defining the site area as the amount of land that will have solar panels over it. So excluding the roads, the inverter pad, the sensitive wetlands that would be left alone, all the other areas, correct? I'm seeing some affirmative head nods. Please jump in and correct me, because I got more numbers that I want to
So,
understand in that.
and I appreciate this question because I started out my career as a GIS analyst, so this is kind of my bread and butter. And I may also lean on staff to give like actual technical definitions of different things. But I think the site area is often misinterpreted as the footprint of the panels, which is not quite right. So the footprint, if you took every single panel, laid them flat, squeezed them up next to each other, would be 218 acres.
That's where I was going with it, because help me understand the difference between that. In my mind, it is the space between the panels on the racking system that are included in the 604, but not the 218 that is just the panels. Am I understanding that right? Because there's been some question for me, and other people have brought it up too, that have really dug into this packet that don't understand the discrepancy
Why
between
there's
those
different
numbers.
numbers. Yeah, I think one way I've thought about it is if you took like a block of the array and you shrunk wrap it and you just drew like the closest polygon around all of the panels, that would be a module. And then all the modules together make up the site area under the ordinance, which is 604 acres.
And to Commissioner Reed's acreage there, are those considered panels laying flat, edge to edge would be 218 acres, or? Like,
Flat at a,
Okay.
yes, flat on the ground.
got it, thank you.
And then I lied, I had 3 questions. This is my second one. I've found different numbers and different sources on the internet. I think there's a ton of variables, and also that some of this energy conversion math is just a little too complex for my brain. But I want to hear from probably Evergy specifically, approximately how many residential homes does 159 megawatts generally power on average in a year, based on Evergy's market, which is Kansas and other nearby states in the Midwest?
So Lori Gates with Evergy again, but we ran the model and you use an average for an average Kansas home, and it was nearly 35,000 homes. So
Annually?
yes.
And then to piggyback off that, can you just give like a very brief description of how energy sort of goes onto the grid and then is distributed? So to many people in the public's assertion or question about whether or not the power being produced here stays here, or if we're just putting it on the grid and sending it somewhere else. Can you just help the public understand I know there's a lot of nuances to it, but a general description of how that power moves from the panels through the wires to the substation and onto the grid?
So, I mean, you talked about how it gets to the grid, it goes from the panels to the inverters, and then the inverters are then collected into the collector substation, which then is transformed to a higher voltage and then taken to the substation across the street. So that was very project specific to taking it to a grid specific. Once it gets there, just like water, it's going to follow the path of least resistance. So it's going to, if there's need locally, it's going to go locally. If there's, we cannot control where those electrons flow, but it is going to go where it's needed. So.
Thank you. Do you want to add to that?
It's Jason Humphrey with Evergy. I want to make an important distinction about this being an Evergy project versus somebody else. So we had the integrated resource plan bar graphs up there earlier, And we have strong desires that Kansas Sky is part of the projects that serve those bar graphs, that this is energy for Evergy customers in the Evergy service territory. This is Evergy Kansas Central, where we are today. That's our largest Kansas service territory, and that's the proposed owner of this site. And so the energy that we generate from Kansas Sky will count towards the energy use of our Evergy Kansas Central customers. That won't be the same with different ownership structures for a project. If we're not the off-taker, that can go somewhere else on the interstate highway. So this would go to Evergy's capacity plan, and be used to serve our retail customers.
Thank you. That is what I was hoping to understand, so thank you for articulating it. And then my last question, I guess, is a little bit for Savion and Evergy, and forgive me for not remembering all your names, I'm sorry. But the person who recently spoke with us about agrivoltaics, who is over Sarah Mosier's position, that's Savion. Savion is developing the project, will build the project out if it's approved, is going to continue to be the primary developer along with Evergy and any third parties that we might utilize to develop these further studies and plans, including the agrivoltaics plan. If everything passes, you get the final certificate of completion and the project is built and now it is owned and operated by Evergy, does Savion have any continued work in that space around, Savion has agrivoltaic specific position. As I understand it, Evergy does not necessarily, and we have documents about you having an MOU with the Nature Conservancy and working to figure out what that management would look like. I just want to kind of understand from the process, will there be any continued involvement from Savion, who it sounds like is going to be a primary developer of the agrivoltaics plan if things move forward? Will that continue in any sort of, maybe you don't know the answer to that question yet, but if not, that's a question I'm interested in us understanding better later on.
Scott Zimetz with Savion. I am not involved contractually in the effort between Evergy and Savion. My understanding is, we get it up to start a construction, and then that's about it. But this guy would have those details. I'll just stand right here in case there's anything I need to add.
So Jason Humphrey, Evergy again. Scott described our contract for this project well, but one advantage to Evergy and Savion's partnership on this project is that we are both very, very local. We live in Douglas County, we live in Kansas City. We're partnered on this project and at least one other very public project at the Kansas City Airport that both of us are involved in. So the relationship with Savion and Evergy is relatively deep. And I trust Scott will continue to pick up his phone when I call him. But we're the local energy provider and kind of contracted to be the stewards of this project going forward if we're successful. And so we're at the table with TNC, we're at the table with Savion. We're helping develop these plans that we fully intend to execute.
Thank you. Okay, that really was my last question.
You can stay right there. I'm going to tag on to it.
Okay.
So Savion has some experience and is building some more experience with agrivoltaics. Does NextEra, sorry, that was a slip. Does
That hurt.
I know. Does Evergy have any experience to speak of with agrivoltaics, or is this a fairly new undertaking?
Yeah, we have experience with, I think, what is termed as passive agrivoltaics in the Douglas County statute on a number of our sites that we have built. We participate in the Monarch Conservation Program that was mentioned earlier. The active agrivoltaics, and I think Commissioner Reed's research would support this. It's new in a lot of places. And so, yes, this would be the first project we would learn on active agrivoltaics as they're termed in the Douglas County regs, but we've participated highly in passive agrivoltaics on most of our sites that we have built.
Thank you. Commissioners, I do still have questions, but we've been going for nearly 2 hours and without a break, and I wondered if that would be okay if we were to take a small break and come back at 5:25. That work? All right, we are recessed until 5:25. Thank you all. We stole a couple of extra minutes there, so thank you for that. I will try and get through kind of my abbreviated list here of things that can't wait. Recognize I still have other questions, but those would fall under possibly other pieces as they would come forward. So can the applicant address anything about potential recycling, disposal, end-of-life issues with panels?
Another nascent industry for me to come up and answer about. I'm excited to. I'm Brandon Sack again with Evergy. Actually just attended a conference and I spoke with several recycling companies. And they're just now with the IRA actually starting to build more and more in the US. So it's becoming bigger, and the things that they do is they start to take apart each panel individually. They'll recycle the pieces individually. They'll take the iron out, or they'll take the metals out. They'll take the glass apart, the aluminum frames, all of that stuff. So they take it apart and recycle it fully. That's where the industry is headed.
Thank you. This one's for staff. One of the things in the regs is that the staff will determine like what to be tested for in private wells. And that can be based on the material safety data sheet from the panels that are being used or best judgment. Has that list been determined yet? And I kind of have like, heavy metals, but also herbicides, pesticides, daughter products of pesticides. And I can list a few also if need be.
No, we haven't developed that list yet. That's what, if this gets that preliminary approval, we would work on that list and kind of base it on other projects.
Would that be just staff approval, or would we have anything to do with that?
We would probably bring it back to you in a memo, and then you would be able to have input on it. It wouldn't be an exact agenda item, but it would be included in the overall. And yeah, we would make a report of it, what we're looking at, that way if you felt there were other items we should be looking at.
Okay, I'd like it if we had a chance at that. There was a suggestion in the applicant's report about new wells. That is not a condition in the staff memo. Is there any need for that or interest in that? Does that serve any of the public purpose that we've heard today? And that's a staff question.
About new wells, is that what's the question again? Can you repeat your question, Commissioner?
There, in the applicant's documents, it talked about the possibility of putting in new wells specifically for testing. Is there a gain to the public by doing that?
It's hard to say right now. Our research into groundwater pollution isn't yielding anything. And so we did take the text amendment to the Planning Commission. We didn't find any evidence of zinc pollution just because of the qualities of zinc. They are having us look at corrosivity so they can determine are there certain places we should look where the soil may be most corrosive and the piers might be closest to water tables. And that's where we are right now. That's what we're going to be looking at. But I can't really say that there would be a reason to do ongoing groundwater monitoring. If we did, we would have to come up with the levels of what we were looking for, and we would have to establish the levels that we would set.
To be a staff question, and I should have prepped you for this so you could have time to look it up, and you're welcome to give it a pass. But there was mention about agricultural productivity in terms of global food crisis, but we also have, as one of the long-standing provisions of the Federal Farm Bill, a Conservation Reserve Program, CRP, which specifically takes land out of production from commodity agriculture and banks it for future use. Do we know how many acres in Douglas County? I think the number I had in my head was like 2,400 acres of CRP, and I'm not sure that that's correct. Is that?
We wouldn't know that. We'd have to look that up.
All right, just that there's a precedent for that specifically, that the Federal Farm Bill asks land to come out of production to be safeguarded, but also to decrease the glut of commodities on the market. Okay, for applicant, fencing. And you did send me to the correct page to take a look at that, but I couldn't quite tell the wildlife-friendly fencing. What's the spacing of the holes there? I'm thinking specifically closer to the ground.
Benjamin Gaskell, Savia. So I've seen it several different ways. I've seen consistent 4-inch spacing of the wire, the woven wire mesh throughout the height of the fence. I've seen a consistent 6-inch spacing throughout the height of the fence, as well as sort of a gradient from, say, 8 inches to 4 inches. So 8 and 6 and 4, so that small animals can get through at the bottom, but then it's, yeah, tighter at the top.
So that's not really known yet?
I mean, no, it's to be specified by the vendor that the fencing will be procured through.
And I'm thinking specifically in terms of turtles. There's only many animals can squish through. Well, 4-inch turtles are somewhat limited in their squishability. So I'm just thinking of that in terms of these fences are fairly porous to a lot of animals, certainly not deer, but that's what I was thinking of in terms of if larger spacing at the bottom is available, that might be preferential.
Yep, our standard internally is just a consistent 6-inch spacing.
There's a question about water rights. This is for the applicant also. So some of the land that's leased looks like it possibly has an existing water right. How does that get maintained so that as that land turns back to agriculture, that water right stays consistent with that land? And possibly the owner that's leasing that already has figured that out, but I'm just curious if that's been a conversation.
Hi, Rod Northway with Savion again. Yes, Mr. Strong, on the leased property, will maintain those rights. That's the way we have it in our agreement, lease agreement, with him over the time. I mean, there is some, I think, negotiations with the state to be had, and if there's compensation to maintain those rights, then we're obligated to fulfill that financial obligation.
I think part of maintaining that right is that it actually be used and used for agriculture, and that may be part of the consideration in an agrivoltaics
Yes.
plan. So I just wondered if that is
there's-
already in consideration.
Yeah, there's still some details to work out with those water rights, but the plan is to maintain them. Yes.
This is a construction-related question in terms of soil conditions. So certainly land that's dry can handle the compaction of machinery and such better than when it's wet. Is there anything built into the timeline of this plan that would allow, not just, inclement weather that like it's raining and we don't want to work today, but that the ground situation itself is too delicate to work during that time? Is that a consideration? I know there's also an urgency about, completing a project, but how much leeway do you have?
I think each EPC, engineering procurement contractor, the contractor that's going to be building the project would approach it differently, depending on their experience and the equipment that's being used, as well as the site conditions and the work that's being done. I know that we have a project down in Oklahoma where they have frequently stood down from working because essentially any rutting that could occur would be more work later down the road. Does that answer the question?
And some of that may come in with the vegetation discussion too, but like that's a high consideration for me that would be a consideration in terms of when and how installation occurs, is to have some leeway for ground conditions.
Yeah, and I think as it's mentioned in the vegetation management plan, the temporary seed installation is in part to help alleviate the number of times that those conditions would be present.
I have far more questions that could fall into other categories, but I think that I've satisfied what I need for the moment. And commissioners, I think we can move, if you're ready, move from a question time to a deliberation, or if we just talk about where we might be landing and what our considerations are, considering the 28 factors that council has laid out for us.
So maybe a good place for us to start and talk about this is sort of, we heard a lot in public comment about agricultural land being taken. Let me stop there, being taken, that it would no longer be agricultural land. My understanding of the CUP process, and we've had some discussions about what the underlying land use is that the underlying land use remains agriculture, and that's the way the regulations were written, is to maintain that farmland as being farmland and not converted, I think Mary called it earlier, to a type of development that would require the land to be gone forever. I think this is a really important fulcrum in decision making, because for me, at least, if I consider that it is a CUP and we're maintaining that it is still agriculture, then I can make the argument that it remains in the character of the neighborhood. But if we believe that by putting solar panels on that land, it is no longer farmland, it is now solar panel and industrial solar, then I do have some questions about whether it remains in the character of the neighborhood. There are no solar panels there now. And so I'm interested to hear from my colleagues as we think about that issue, and that's one of those golden factors. Do we believe that it is the underlying use, that it is remaining agriculture, because that's what was stated in the regulations, and that's how the regulations were written, with that expectation that it is remaining as agriculture?
So I have often referred to houses as the last crop. So once farmland grows houses, it will never grow anything else. And probably, parking lots and industrial buildings even more so. So to me, this is certainly a different use. Whether this specifically is called agriculture or not is a little bit different to me, but I think of it more in terms of that conservation reserve program, that it's not the same, but it does bank that for future agricultural use in ways that houses never will, parking lots never will, industrial never will. That's why it was so important to me that these zoning remain as ag. There was a lot of conversation in the regs about folks saying it needs to be zoned industrial, which means once it would come out of this, it would go into any other kind of industrial use, which was, as one of our commenters talked about, like that is fundamentally different than this. So for me, it is fundamentally different. In 25 years, we have a decommissioning plan and an end of this CUP, and then it is agricultural land that is available for all the uses that would be available in an agricultural zoning district, and that a new generation would have a public process and decide if there is something else that should happen there.
Commissioner Reed, yeah, I think I'm generally with you there, Commissioner Woolley, and I think, to me, while I certainly understand some questions about whether or not this CUP process is a perfect process, let's just say that, or perfect for this type of use, for me, and I've thought a lot about this, and appreciate staff's response today, because it helps. For me, it helped affirm what my feeling is that the CUP process does allow for this land to remain agricultural. It does allow for dual use. It does allow, there could be two primary uses, or as Mary said, most certainly in the early years of this project, if it were to go forward, possibly for the lifetime of the project, that there would be a primary use, which would be the solar energy production, and an accessory use, which would be the farming capability. It's possible that they could be two primary uses eventually, but either way, it reserves that that land is still possible to be utilized for agriculture. It remains zoned as agriculture. So to Commissioner Willie's point, and this is one of the trickiest parts about decisions like this, to make a long-term decision and to theorize about all the hypothetical outcomes about what happens in 20-25 years when this CUP comes to an end and the applicant, landowners, and the county commission and the public come together to talk again about whether or not there's a request to continue the use as is, to change it drastically, to revert it back to how it was. And there's a lot of factors in that, including who future commissioners will be, who the future landowners might be, whether it's Evergy or remains, private landowners who are leasing. There's a lot of factors in that we don't get to control for. And for me, that means that the CUP process is far more appropriate than any of the other tools available to us explicitly, the idea of rezoning. And as far as it fitting within the character of the area, that's a completely valid debate that people are having and is colored by different perspectives. And so I think that, for me, in last week's slides from Mary's presentation, that list of other uses, and I think she referenced it again a little bit today, within the area is quite a mix of uses, including commercial and industrial uses. And so to me, that lends itself to the argument that it does fit within the character of the area, even though there's not solar panels there yet. It is a commercial development, it's a utility development, there's utility infrastructure that's very visible and longstanding there. That there are many common uses that fit the character of that particular area.
Again, with the ag use, that was part of my question around the FSA, the Farm Service Agency, because as every farmer knows and everybody else doesn't, you have to register your acres every single year in terms of what crops you're going to have there, even if that is grass to be grazed and everything. And the reason for that is then if it goes back to commodity agriculture, the paperwork is in order and you can do that. So that was one of my questions too, is would FSA honor this as an agricultural use, and also that water right that is preserved for future use. In terms of character of the neighborhood, that's always a tricky one, because on one hand, nothing new that wasn't there before fits. Like that house wasn't there before, even if there are other houses. So that's always a value judgment there. In terms of the character of the neighborhood, you said it's always a hard one. It is absolutely in the eye of the beholder. One of the things that has been valuable to me, and I didn't hear it as a value expressed by the public in the same way that we would if we were looking at a different project, and that is that there is no need for additional transmission lines or eminent domain over transmission lines. Like those are conversations that will be painful to have and that uniquely this site does not require. So, one side could say, well, it's just cheaper for the company, and I say it's easier on the public process too, because those are really, I'm probably the only one in the room who has had their home bought out by eminent domain. I'm just going to say that. Show of hands, is there anyone else here who has lost their home to eminent domain? I didn't think so. That was for a highway project, and transmission lines do not presumably take homes. They are just taking that space on the land. But to not have that be a part of this conversation is a huge help for me, and we may not always be so lucky. You gonna do another one?
So I think I heard a lot today and in lots of emails about how this property should be used, how the land in Douglas County should be used, and have we created plans that tells our neighbors how the land can be used and forces us to tell, begs the conversation with our neighbors. I know that's the way you want to use it, but you're not allowed to use it that way because our community has said you can't do that. And that's a specific question within the golden rules, that is this the only way this property can be used? And I think there's something in the discussion, and we had many public comments on this today, about this is a choice of those landowners to do this with their land. And we have to determine as a Board of County Commissioners representing our community, whether the only extent they can use it for is for agriculture, or if there are other ways that they can use that land. I think, again, that is specifically spoken to in the regulations, that recognizes that it is prime farmland and that there may be another use that it can be used for while still honoring our comprehensive plan and the goals of our comprehensive plan. So I'm interested in other commissioners' thoughts on that one. I think that's another, I think, really important point in this whole discussion is the individual owner's rights to do with their land, and do we see, and do our regulations spell out that there may be another use of that land that is still compatible with our values as a community?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Reed. Yeah, from my perspective, let me find my words. They were there a minute ago, and then I was listening so intently to you, Commissioner Kelly. I think that it's a really interesting part of the conversation, and to be honest, and this is not the first land use issue where this tension is very visible to us as a commission, and it's very palpable within the community right now. What do I get to do with my property, and what do I get to tell you you get to do with your property based on how it might impact me or other values that I have? And for me, I think that first of all, our regulations do speak. When we were, Commissioner Kelly and I anyway, it's sitting on the commission to vote for those regulations. It was part of the discussion that this was an allowable and an additional use that was possible on agricultural land, even the best of the best prime agricultural land, all based on the fact that if landowners say that that's what they wanted to do with their land, that to exclude two different types of soil types, for example, and apply that lens and say anybody who owns property with class 1 or 2 soils is expressly not allowed to do X, Y, or Z on their property, I take issue with that notion. And I remember thinking through that and discussing it to some degree as a commission about the weighing those values. So there is it's undoubtedly representative of a loss and sacrifice to some people. But not to the landowners who requested to use their property this way based on our regulations and are asking us for permission to change the predominant use of their land on a conditional basis with oversight throughout the process of approval and the lifetime of the project if approved, that is allowable, and that we talked about this very scenario during making our regulations. Not this exact site, not this amount of, not all of these specs, right? But we talked about this very issue, both the potential size, the allowable size, and what that imprint and impact could and would look like, and the spaces that we were going to allow it to happen. And the conversation around it being allowable on prime farmland lied a lot in the fact that this would not change the zoning of the land, and it would not remove that land from production in perpetuity. Temporarily, perhaps, depending on the details of the project, but not permanently. And that makes a difference for me.
So certainly it's part of the conversation, like and just overall with land use in Douglas County, like what are property rights with that property versus what I get to tell my neighbor what to do with their property. And I guess naively, before coming on this commission, I think I would have said that Douglas County errs on the side of being fussy about telling our neighbors what they can and cannot do with their land. It's part of what zoning is, right? And other places that don't have zoning have, no ability to regulate some of these conditions and land uses like this. But I also see how we got here, right? So that this is what brings people out, is to, when they know that they have choices over their land, but they will have an impact by their neighbors' choices. And how much they should and how much they shouldn't is just an ongoing debate, I think, that we get to have here. Like I said, I see how we got here. There was a call to see, can we specifically disallow on certain soils. There was a request to disallow utility solar on the particular soils in southeast Douglas County that may or may not have an application that comes forward from another company because of their erodibility. And so that really was a question of, like, there are trade-offs to any site that will happen here. We do not have land in Douglas County that nobody cares about. That is a false thought. Land it's precious to everybody who lives there, and it'll be for different reasons. So, like, for this one, it's the prime soil is the top conversation. In other places, and much of the regulations, it was about erosion, and that was what we saw really across the southeast United States. Also was how much that impact, and that really figured into how the regulations were written to reduce that and minimize that, because other soil types, that's what we would be talking about primarily. So I don't remember where we started with that conversation, but I will pitch it back to Commissioner Kilby.
But, I mean, let's take a second, because I was compelled with some of the discussion today about, I look at the comprehensive plan, I see what the comprehensive plan says, and when I look out my window, that's not what the comprehensive plan said. That's different, right? And I'm trying to reconcile with those neighbors, whether it's running your business or just what you expected from that land, or a Northeast sector plan, or all these plans that we come up with. Do we see this as a massive deviation from our plans, our previous plans? And how do we address that comes up with others, with those who live there, saying, that's not what I thought would be across from my property or my business when I bought it, and it's having a real impact on it?
And I think it specifically does address values that are deeply held by Douglas County that are also in the comprehensive plan. And I think we've heard that today too. I mean, that leaving a livable planet for the next generation is a high value, not only of mine, but of folks that we heard on all sides bringing that forward. And so I think those values, as Mary's kind of talked about, like what the comprehensive plan speaks to, but I think it does fit within that.
This is Commissioner Reed. I personally, and let me preface this by saying, I'm one of the new kids on the block. I was not part of the planning and discussing and collaborating to build those comprehensive plans. However, I have done my very best to become familiar with them and have met and gotten to know more people in recent years who participated in parts of those process, which has, helped me further get some context for how those things came to be when I wasn't necessarily directly involved. So for me personally, based on my read of them, for one reason that Commissioner, Willie just sort of pointed out, and that is sort of exhibited by all of the varied public comment that we've heard, is that there are some competing values within that document. And just last week when we talked about our open space plan and adopting that, we had a similar conversation about how it is representative of lots of different values that to some people seem like contradicting values, or contrasting in some way and maybe not complementary, but that my perspective about that is that it is a much more representative document about the spectrum and breadth of values that are held by our community, and that a document like that is not intended to be, nor do I think it's practical or plausible for it to be applied in such literal terms to every question that comes before us, because there are many different sections of those plans and sort of different colored lenses that we can put on associated with those that show us the different things, that say different things to us. So for me, it's not a deviation from those plans. However, that doesn't negate the fact that I have struggled with what can we, as the Board of County Commissioners, as a local governing authority, as elected representatives who have this regulatory authority, what is there for us to do to communicate better or differently with community members who might look to those plans and interpret them quite literally, and maybe presume that what they read in those plans means that we would have the regulatory authority that and would and could and should use that authority to shut down anything shut down any possible development or project proposed within our regulations that is otherwise allowable, but that rubs up against or diminishes what some of those values are from some perspectives. I mean, it's the tricky space of those plans. And I think, comprehensive plans in general are intended to be representative of a lot of different values, and to try and figure out where the balance in that is what our job is in these moments, and to figure out how to look at all those different things from different angles and different people's perspectives and determine, are we really just sacrificing a whole bunch of values in this document to uphold one value? Or are there mitigations that can alleviate some of those concerns? Is it a little bit of risk or sacrifice, but also a potential for a lot of reward or gain?
And I guess I sum up how I think of that is the comprehensive plan is a values document, and it lines out what we get to wrestle with when we come to a project. And so it does capture the values of a diverse population that we are. And I think that that's part of why we have regulations that call for things that other communities don't, because all of those conditions speak to values that are held in our community. So not just the application, yes or no, but the application of how do we implement that. We are very different from other communities, I think, in that way.
Yeah, and I think I would just say in some of my conversations with residents over the past few months, some people's minds, it's a literal interpretation and sort of taken as a promise that that the view that they have out of across the road from them, or the environment that surrounds their property is sort of, those documents represent a promise. We even seen that in much of our public comment that reference that. And I think that's something for us to keep thinking about. How do we combat that idea? Because I think that's inaccurate. And also, I don't want community members to feel misled. I want there to be a clear understanding of what the sort of processes that exist and that are necessary to go through, allowable for landowners, that we have processes like this, and we can't just, cut it off at the head because it sort of immediately on the surface seems to contradict a strongly held value or belief represented in our comprehensive document. I also think it's interesting to hear folks who have moved here from other communities, larger communities with like all kinds of additionally strict guidelines and zoning and regulation, and then smaller, less densely populated communities that may have no zoning regulations, and that there's some interesting, I think, maybe misnomers around that even, that like if you were to live in a county that didn't really have any zoning regulations, didn't have something on the books that said this is an allowable use, that then it wouldn't be allowed and it couldn't happen. But that's not true, because somebody can come into a county with no zoning regulations and through other state statutes and federal laws that might allow them to do it, work towards transitioning their land into some sort of use that is not regulated. And so, and I think also some people, I've heard through some of my conversations, there's a belief that the existence of all of those comprehensive plans, of which Douglas County has a lot. We love plans. We love to study and create values documents, and try and understand those things, that that communities that have those are seen as too hard to develop in, and so therefore there's not as much of a looming threat of development. And so sometimes that is, people read that and get the impression that it just won't appeal to developers. And so even if it's not a promise by the county commission to protect the prime farmlands that surround their property, or whatever the issue is, that the likelihood is our regulations are, or our comprehensive plan is sort of so detailed in those values that it would just deter any sort of development speculation. So I don't know how helpful that was for other commissioners, but I just, that's a theme of conversation that happened in kind of different angles from different people's perspectives.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I think it is totally understandable and reasonable for those who, for community members who elect those and put those people in positions of authority, to expect order, protection, and direction, right? What I hear is when it's a plan and the plan says this, you're going to protect what I want with your plan. And yet, as we have heard, I will just tell you folks, I've been making land use decisions for this community for over a decade now, and I have never seen such even differences of opinion on this one, on any one like I've seen on this. It's really been fascinating to watch. Literally an email would run in and it'd be on one side of the issue and it would be followed up by someone on the other side of the issue. One KU professor told me to do this and another KU professor told me to do this, right? It just didn't matter. And I think that desire to have some clarity, to have some protection from authorities, doesn't honor how messy these things are in our communities as we think about land use. It's why we have elected people in these positions. It's why I think it's really important to hear both sides of that issue. And I think it's important for us as elected officials who you put your trust in to make decisions on your behalf about something that is very valuable to you, your land, your money, your way of life. You've asked us to do that, to recognize that sometimes we're going to make a decision that's a loss for you. That's hard. And I think that's the important part of the next, one of the other factors is, have we considered all of the issues that may cause harm and conditioned or applied things through regulation that can address some of those? So it may be as simple as landscaping, but we've heard today, like, that's not the thing we're worried about, right? And I think we have a tendency to get really in the weeds there because we want to have, again, clear and specific guidelines that will tell us I'm protected. And I think that's we have to have some sort of belief and trust that we're all working towards something better in our community, and that these plans will evolve over time, that we'll learn things and grow from it. I know that feels like a threat in some ways, because that means I don't have right here, right now, you being able to tell me that North Lawrence won't flood, right? I don't have that assurance. And until I get that assurance, I don't want you to vote that way. Totally get it. And yet, we still have work to do in any project. So I don't know that that's helpful, but as I was thinking about some of the other golden factors, and especially, are we considering how it affects the neighbors? If we approve this project, how are we ensuring that they are being good neighbors and not overly impacting their neighbors? I'm using that word too much, the rest of the community with this use.
So in wrestling with any land use, but I think this one in particular is because I've had my head in this game for a while. There were kind of all the things we heard from the public, some of them that we thought we could mitigate with good regulations or with conditions or anything, and some that would just be that competition. And one of those would be just the change in the agricultural economy for that land. Like that is just an inherent conflict that cannot be really worked around in any kind of conditions. So it will be a change, it will be different. And the same thing with visual, that will always, you can do screening or whatever that would be, but it will be a visual difference on your neighbor's land. And that is, some of those things just will be. And I think I think your mention of loss is exactly that. Like when our home was bought out for eminent domain, and there was a year in there where, because we'd been told, no, that the highway's going in a different route, not a problem, built a house, early married. And then there was that rumor that comes back and says, no, we think they're gonna go right here, right where you live. And that uncertain time, that year or so where we didn't know what was going to happen, was the worst part of the whole process. It wasn't the 2 years that we spent rebuilding our lives and adjusting to that change, which was a significant amount of work for which one is not specifically compensated in that process. Or delaying having a family for 2 years, like all of those pieces. It was that space there where we didn't know what was going to happen. And that's what brings people to a meeting like this. Like that fear of the unknown is worse than probably the fear of the known. So like the more we can dial in and give people knowns that they can predict on, or conditions or something, I think is a help. But that's only the beginning of managing the loss that comes with the change, especially a change that you didn't want or that you didn't feel you had power over. But just recognizing that I've been there in ways that others have not, and recognizing that even in that really difficult loss for my family, that it was the best choice for the community. The road that was there was dangerous. People were dying on that road. We saw the life flight helicopters regularly there. The change was good overall, even though it hurt me and it hurt my family. And leaving a space for us as a community to have those conversations about what are we willing to give up for each other? What are we willing to give up for the next generation? And the answer can't be nothing. We really have to wrestle with what are we willing to see change because somebody else holds a value that we don't hold, or because it has a greater safety for the larger community. So I just throw that out.
This is Commissioner Reed. Commissioner Kelly, I appreciate your question. I think I went I tried to be really thorough about going through the considerations that we have, golden factors and our regulations, and all the different topics that I gave a pretty good generalized list of, but also not the most exhaustive list. But I tried to go through and match up and make sure that there was nothing that folks were writing to me about and bringing up a new concern that I did not think was addressed within the regulations. And I personally couldn't find one. There were plenty that people are not satisfied with where the conditions are right now and would prefer that we have the stormwater study, the agrivoltaics plan, road maintenance plan, that those things were finished and available for us right here and now. But other than sort of those steps yet to come, if it moves forward past today, I couldn't find any information that I didn't feel like staff had thoroughly addressed. Now, to your point, there could be some stuff in the conditions that are arguably a little superfluous and not really born out of any neighbors or community members' concerns, but rather have just come up as part of the conversation between staff and the applicant over months. So I think, that it's possible that there are some that are not of much importance to other people. But as far as I can tell, the conditions address all of the community's concerns, knowing with some really explicit instruction for how and which things will come back to us for further review, and that it is that the oversight continues in a very public way. That part is important to me too, because I did, early on, when I first started to digest this packet and listen to the Planning Commission discussion, the absence of some of those things gave me pause too. Absolutely. But I also can look back on other land use issues and votes we've made. Obviously, none this big or this many conditions, where there have been other where there have been similar conditions that things need to come back to the county commission for further review before that certificate of completion or occupancy is released. And that even sometimes we vote to approve a CUP and a year later staff is coming back to us to tell us that the applicant and the developer landowner's plans changed and they've withdrawn it. Or it's just sort of dead in the water. There's different outcomes. So it's not unusual that we would have additional steps after this. And so, and I actually think that it's in this situation a really powerful opportunity to continue to have the conversation as a community and get the public feedback and input and scrutiny on those reviews in addition to ours, and that those will be public parts of the process, and that it's been commented very frequently by a lot of commenters about how much volume of information there is in this packet alone. And had we had all of those other very dense, detailed, I'm forgetting the tense of this word, but voluminous, thank you. Sometimes you trip over syllables. That would have been a lot more to digest and sift through all at once. And to me, there's value in baby stepping it out a little bit.
You had mentioned the conditions and what got in there and what didn't get in there. And I would really want to praise our especially professional staff and the experience that they bring to this. In many ways, this is something new. In so many ways, it isn't. And I highly value the work that went into creating the conditions. I know there are a lot of them, and I know those conversations were exhaustive. So in terms of if something came in here that wasn't specifically reactive to what we heard in public comment or what we heard from us, I also recognize that staff had reasons for what they asked for, and that the applicant has agreed to it. And that's I highly value that also, that this comes with, after a lot of work, a recommendation of approval from our staff.
I do want to talk about some things that I'm concerned about. I understand that the regulations authorize a project of this size. I am concerned about a project of this size. I'm concerned about our staff's ability to manage this project. We heard today that some of our CIP projects may be delayed a bit as we do work for this project. I think we've tried to address that with some third-party evaluations. As I mentioned in the March 27th meeting, I'm a little suspicious of all these third party. I see why we're doing them, but I have concerns about it. I think it is really tricky as a commissioner when you're given a set of recommendations and the expectation is that you follow those recommendations legally. And I have some of the same feelings I think some of our community members have, that how's this going to work? You know, will it work well? Will we do a good job? Is there spaces for us to screw up? Because trust me, all of you out here, I don't want to screw up in front of you, right? I don't want to make a mistake. And that's the expectation, is that I don't. And yet this is so large, this is so big. That is a true concern of mine. Yeah, and I think that's something that we have to grapple with as a community. I understand that the applicant is telling us they have to be that large to be that profitable, to generate that much energy, but this seems like a big risk. And so if we decide to go ahead with this, I would just ask the public's grace and help in making sure this works, because it's going to put a big stress on our staff. It's going to put a big stress on our community members to make this work. I haven't decided yet if that's a reason not to approve it, but I do think that that's something I want to recognize and honor in this application.
I think this project is incredibly daunting, and I think it always would be the 12-acre solar application. That was something I could get my head around and we could use our tools for, but this is incredibly daunting. It's also just a little over half of what's allowed in the regulations and like a sixth of what was asked for by industry when we first started the process. The request was for 3,000 acres of solar panels, and we just couldn't get our heads around that. And this seemed like the largest the 1,000-acre project area or solar panel area was about as big as we could make our little heads work. So this is smaller than that. And so I even though it is incredibly daunting, it is a lot of area, I'm also kind of holding that value also, is that it could have been much, the request could have been much larger and still met our requirements.
Yes, Commissioner Reed. I agree, Commissioner Kelly. I mean, it's a big concern for me too, because it's unquestionable that there are unknowns. Like, we just all have to own that. The conditions and the work that staff have done to get us to this point, and the depth of knowledge and thought and diligence around the conditions, and sorry, me moving away from the microphone, amateur move. No offense to other people that struggle with the microphone. I do this all the time. It's all so relative, for one, and relative to our community, it is a huge size. It is significant, and we talked about the size a lot. Certainly, Commissioner Willie, in your role as a planning commissioner at that time, you were very in the weeds of these conversations. By the time it got to us as a commission and had followed that, size was one of the biggest parts of that conversation, and what was allowable, and the size that we allow in the regulations was representative of a compromise. To your point, that industry is interested in optioning or looking for places with far greater area in order to accelerate what their build out plans are and their goals are on a regional and national level. And so I think that allowable size was uncomfortable for all of us. And also, that's what I mean, change is very uncomfortable. Like the theoretical and hypothetical notion of things that are different and a change from how we have seen things work before is just so uncomfortable to grapple with and sit with and try and hypothesize all the possible outcomes. And part of our job is, and staff's job in particular, is to hypothesize all the sort of potential risks and outcomes and mitigate accordingly and make a judgment call about whether or not the mitigation efforts are feasible, possible, and worthwhile. And that is the part that we don't have all the answers to that part yet. Because for me, I don't know yet if the mitigation possibilities after a stormwater study and a road maintenance plan or agreement in particular, those are the two biggest concerns I have. I don't know yet whether or not there's enough mitigation to quell those concerns. I don't have enough information for those pieces of it, and I reserve the right to have a different opinion about it based on that information in the future. So it is, I'm also worried about the about staff capacity. I think that's something just on a more universal level for us as a commission, that we, in a variety of different ways, we've had lots of conversations about staff capacity in recent years. So this is not the first time. It's a very glaring sort of example because it's such a big, complex, single project happening at the same time as all the other things that happen in our staff, in the county staff's daily workload. And we have to recognize that a growing community, changing economy, changing energy sector, there's lots of different sort of pressure points that mean that there will be more things that come to us that we've maybe never seen before, that are an uncomfortable idea for us to wrap our heads around, and that our staff capacity is a big part of that equation. I mean, just since having regulations, adopted in 2020, just the subdivision regulations, that has resulted in so much more work. I'm looking at Tanya for, you can shake your head no if I'm way off base, than what the zoning and codes office was dealing with on a day-to-day basis prior to that. So I think that there are definitely some conversations on a more universal or like long-term level for the commission to have about what does the structure of these application reviews look like, the use of and reliance on third-party reviews and experts, and how do we protect staff's capacity while also growing it in a responsible way? Because I think that we, at this project aside, we have plenty of evidence to suggest to us that we could stand to assess what we can do to make sure our staff feels supported and has the capacity to manage land use questions and violations of code and regulation in a responsible and equitable way across the county, no matter what the project size is. I think that is something for us to keep grappling with.
Maybe one other thing that I'm struggling with, and I heard some public comment today that really challenged my thinking, and I do want to recognize some conversations with Nancy Thelman, who I consider a very good friend and a great debate partner, talking about our comprehensive plan. I think I counted today 40 people who said they were in favor of solar energy, of the many that we had talk. And so it seems like a miss in our comprehensive plan, and something that we need to address. I appreciate Mary's analysis of it, and I'm not ready to say that this does not align with our comprehensive plan, but our comprehensive plan is missing maybe some clarity that certainly would help us as a community talk. My hunch is that we're for solar energy and it needs to be in our comprehensive plan. I think if we had to do this all over again, I would love a text amendment going along with this. I'm not sure it's necessary to approve it, but I can certainly understand wanting that clarity about, is solar energy a value for Douglas County? And how do we, it will create another contradiction within the plan, right? It will say, like, we want solar, but we want to protect prime. I think that's going to happen there. But I do appreciate those questions about, where can we see it? Where do we get direction as a community? when it comes to solar energy. And I think that's something we may want to initiate down the road, you know, as a text amendment to the comprehensive plan. I'm not ready to say today that this doesn't align with the comprehensive plan, so.
So I'd say, I agree, it does not need a text amendment from the comprehensive plan to have a conversation about this. I would say I wish that we had that, but so I was the chair of the Planning Commission during the time when the Plan 2040 came through the public process. So I was intimately involved with, I think there were about 50 hours of public meeting just like this. So I think 8 hours has been long. We did at least 50, just like this, for, you know, line by line to the comprehensive plan. How we missed it, I don't know. But I would say that at that time, knowing who was involved, I don't see that we would have come up with anything other than something positive about solar, because frankly, in thinking of these, both solar and wind in the abstract is so easy compared to when we started digging into, well, what does that mean for our county? It was hugely different, hugely daunting, so many issues that I had never thought about when we were just talking about it in the abstract. So I don't think we would have gotten to any of the conversations that we're having now if that had been a conversation with Plan 2040. I still wish we had had it. I think even just that kind of guidance would be helpful, and I think the community, and I think maybe even more so around wind, would have valued that we had something. Well, maybe they wouldn't, depending on how it went. But anyway, so I hear what you're saying, but I'm not ready to say that that has a requirement for the plan to specifically spell it out. I think it's just like you can take one value and say, but this was a promise to protect prime soils. You can also look at it and say, this was a promise to reduce our greenhouse gas footprint in the community. So those things are all in there, and we were always going to have to wrestle with really difficult stuff. I'd like to talk about ecology, and I'd say, you know, so soil science or fluvial and aeolian geomorphology, which is my academic background for my doctorate, and taught a lot of, I taught field ecology and introductory geography and agroecology at KU. When you have that lens of looking at the world as an ecologist and with soil health, it is, you can't help but see the brokenness. I think it's nice for people to come and say, this is farmland and we've done everything right, therefore everything's fine in the status quo, we can support that. But that's not what I see when I look at our lands, and that's not a reflection of it's a reflection of us collectively, that there's so much about our ecology and our soil ecology that we are taking for granted and not valuing and not paying attention to, and it's really hard. I mean, it's hard to, like, other people can go outside and enjoy the beauty of nature, and I go out and say, I know what species should have been here that aren't, or I know what that soil ecology should have been and should have been able to provide for ecological services that it in no way can, and hasn't been able to for 150 years. So I hear from folks like how much they're attached to the status quo, and I see that there's some blinders that go with that, that we really have to wrestle with what exactly is the status quo, which includes our electricity from coal and all of the health damages that happen to our community and communities downwind from us, because that's the choice that we've made. And I see that how our farming practices do not support life in any way, shape, or form. So the soil health principles are actually built into the regulations that we have. So soil health principles being limited soil disturbance, so no tillage or no-till, living roots in the soil year-round, that's to feed the soil life, armoring the soil surface either with natural mulches or with growing plants, maximizing the diversity of plants and animals in the ecosystem, and bringing back grazing animals to cycle nutrients. In these acres, we have none of that. And under solar panels, which I recognize that is a very different use, and that there will be damage that happens in the construction of this, and that's the part that gives me pain, but that we will have all or nearly all of these, and we don't have them now. So that the benefit to the ecology, starting with the smallest microbes and the soil fungi, which if you don't love your soil fungi, you should. They're doing a lot for us. The change that's available here, and it will not be immediate, and it will not be in the next few years, but over the course of 25 years, we have an opportunity to bring life back to those soils that has not had it for a very long time. And those ecosystem services are not just that you can grow a high quality monoculture commodity crop, but that ecosystem services, the life in the soil, is directly connected to the nutrient density of the food that can be grown there. We have a hunger problem in our nation, but we have a nutrient deficiency problem in our nation that is much more than calories. The way we farm builds calories. The way we should be farming grows nutrients, and it only happens when we have biology. Those nutrients are biologically available, but they are not plant available otherwise. So I just want to talk about ecology. I would love for the turtles to also be able to pass through. But I mean, you couldn't support a rabbit from one end of this place to another at the moment. Like, we just really have to wrestle with what is the status quo really. And I know that this is not the change that is ideal to anyone in terms of the panels and the visual and the change there, but it will greatly benefit a lot of ecology that does not get to stand up and get its 3 minutes and speak to us here.
You all are being very patient with us. Thank you very much. I know sometimes we start talking in these big high arcing values and things like that, and it can get frustrating, but we do need to move towards a vote, commissioners.
Kidding, this is the last time I had a room full of people who care about soil.
I'm sure it's not. While I have expressed some reservations about it, I do feel like it meets the regulations. I feel like we've worked through the golden factors to determine finding of facts, and if it pleases the commission, I'd be happy to make a motion. Or we can talk about it some more.
So soon, Commissioner?
Just offering.
I would second that motion.
Do you want to have some more discussion?
I just want to make a
Yep.
couple
We
of
can have
comments.
some more, yes, go.
There's a lot that's been talked about that I think is, I mean, it's some of the most valuable conversation that I think we have had as a commission, amongst ourselves, with our, at least my individual conversations with staff in recent months, and certainly with community members. It is a really rich conversation for as stressful and scary and hopeful as it is for some people. It's a lot of different things for a lot of different people, which has been spoken about. I just want to give some bit of context to some of the framing that I'm thinking about, or I guess maybe it's better to say some themes that I've sort of wrestled with, or these seemingly contrasting ideas that I keep picking up on themes from concerns and questions, and that's, the weighting scarcity and abundance, and deficit versus surplus, status quo versus change, and innovation or progress by some people's standards. The idea of very binary thinking, that things are this or that, either or, one or the other, not both and, yes and, dual use, duality, synergy between things that maybe don't seem to go together on the surface, or like it's too complicated to figure out how to make it work together, versus the concept of incongruency, and that notion that there's just some things that have too much tension or clash too much to be able to find any sense of synergy, which is, can also sort of be described as symbiosis versus discord. Like, there's such interesting ideas to me, and people come to conclusions about those ideas based on their very specific lived experience, perspectives, and the values that they have and the goals that they have for their life, for their community, what they think is important. It's just, and you feel different things in different moments. And I think what I've heard from a lot of people's conversation is, and concerns, is that they feel lots of these different things about even different parts of the plan. It's just that complex and interesting, and I tend to find complex and interesting very curious and exciting. Also a little scary, totally risky. There's inherent risk involved. There are things that are not 100% known yet. But from my perspective, like, first of all, this is a process, not a promise. The process being that it has been outlined time and time again, one step, then this step, then this step, then this step. And I totally appreciate and understand and even relate to why some people are skeptical that this is a yes vote today is not a promise that that project is happening and will be there, period, no matter what. But for whatever it's worth to any of you, this is a process and not a promise to me. And I take the process seriously, and every step of the process I will scrutinize further. And there are things that will tip me in the other direction that I am today. But for today's purposes, I think that that the work that staff has done with the applicant to be very thorough about addressing concerns that have been received by the public, that were discussed at the Planning Commission meeting in December, and even some other things that we maybe just think of as theoretical, hypothetical issues that we want to try and manage for and control for now and mitigate effectively. That process gives me confidence. And I think that, like, this is what oversight looks like, that it looks like public debate and scrutiny. It looks like many perspectives for us to balance and weigh out, that it looks like due process rights, which are codified in our regulations and codified in state statute. There are due process rights for landowners who partner with developers to ask permission to do certain things on their land that is allowable. And there's also an evolution of a project. So the further steps that are to come to get our approval before being able to truly move forward and into a tangible development of this project, that I have confidence in those steps and that the oversight that offers us. And I recognize that there are still risks involved and things we don't quite yet know, and that there will be challenges with mitigation and enforcement. But I have faith that even though I think there are larger questions about capacity and maybe the way we think about structuring large land use questions like this and the sort of application process and then further enforcement, that those are things that we need to have some larger conversations about in anticipation of different types of large projects that whether it's renewable energy or other things we just aren't conceptualizing yet, right? To that point about people when talking about 2040, we're not conceptualizing what a solar or wind project would look like. And so I just wanted to give those comments, I guess, for context about why I am in a place of support today. I also just want to talk about some of the research that I did really helped me have an appreciation for the fact that everything really is all relative. And I mean that from, it's obviously to each individual community member who has fear and loss and worry around this, that is relative to their experiences, to their proximity to the project, to the potential personal loss that they might experience. And that those are sort of individual level things to think about, what the relativity is for us to weigh about potential harm, I guess, and adverse impacts. And also the concept of how much energy this project might produce, largely for our local community, even though as we got a little bit of explanation today, the way the grid works is complicated. However, we've been borrowing and getting power from everywhere else in the country for a long time. And I mean, that's true of lots of different places in this country. And I look at information, a 2020 study about residential energy consumption that shows in every type of housing, single family to large apartment units and mobile homes, that the Midwest region has by far the highest consumption of energy over all the other regions in every single type of home. We are consuming a lot of energy and we are not producing that much energy relative to the rest, to other parts of the country. Also, interesting statistic that I found, and I just feel the need to share, and I'm happy to send this document if it'd be helpful to put in public record, because I realized I failed to send it, but it's from Climate Hub's USDA's website, and it is an article that's pretty specific to agrivoltaics and solar siting in general, but it talks about that the surface area required for solar development, based on the sort of speculation of energy companies across the US right now to increase that renewable energy, is 0.5% of the US surface area is approximately the amount of land needed, 0.5%, and which is not nothing. It's not nothing. We live in a huge nation geographically. Our country is huge, and this is just the contiguous United States, by the way, so it doesn't include Alaska and US, but the urban areas and paved roadways are 5% of our total land mass, which was really shocking to me that it wasn't more, but that's what urban density does, and that 43% of our contiguous United States surface area is agricultural. I will not say currently, because it's a 2020 study, so it's a few years old, to be fair. And we heard plenty of comment today, and I've read some articles too about that there are absolutely threats to farmland, and that farmland is being lost to permanent developments every day in every part of this country. So I assume that number is probably less now, but for whatever it's worth to other commissioners and to the public, that sort of relative weighting of how big is the impact, 1,000 acres of land to suddenly look different and be used differently is huge here, absolutely. And it's relatively small impact if we talk about what our place in the larger in the country and in the energy pool and the share of responsibility that I think we have. So I just share that because I thought it was interesting. I also, because I realized that I forgot to share this document to put it into the record, so I'm happy to do that after today, but wanted to read some of those specific facts that were part of my consideration, specifically around the question of like trying to get my mind around how big it is and how big the impact is for the local area, no doubt. And I think that I have enough confidence about where we are today to keep going and see what more information we learn from those further studies about the concerns that I really do have about stormwater runoff and the road safety and road maintenance, but road safety specifically. Those are two big concerns that I want to know more about, but I'm comfortable with knowing more about them later because I know that votes will be attached to those issues. That was long-winded, sorry.
No, it's great. I'll give you another statistic to weigh with that, and that is the land surface area of Kansas is 3% artificial water, so artificial reservoirs, farm ponds, Clinton Lake, all these others, 3%, and that is, when we say this is the largest land use Douglas County has ever seen, it absolutely is not. Clinton Lake is the largest land use change we've ever seen, or possibly putting roads on grids would be the largest land use that Douglas County has ever seen. Like, it's huge, but I am so glad not to have served on the commission during Clinton Lake conversation. I know that was federal and it wasn't local conversation, but man, can you imagine the loss that was involved with that is just dwarfs this project. So think about that. I really appreciate your talking about the process and my 70-some issues that we didn't discuss tonight because they are relevant to other pieces that come forward. Like I have not yet come across hard no's, but I've certainly put a pin in some things that we have not yet talked about. So I appreciate that process, and I do have faith that we have the ability to stop at any one of those things in terms of flood impacts, et cetera, that are significant issues for our community that would be a non-starter. And I don't know if other commissioners have kind of shared this experience, like especially reading through public comment of the back and forth that my brain was doing between the like we absolutely can't, or we absolutely have to, we absolutely can't. Like these values are so universal. Like we all hold these values that or the community is bringing forward for us, and it's just been a wrestling process of having to take in not just other people's experience with this potential project, but also our own experience with how we care about those values too. So
Maybe just a quick comment. I'll try to keep it quick, but first of all, I said it before we started public comment, and I'll say it again. I want to thank everyone who emailed, everyone I talked to, everyone who came here and provided public comment. It's what makes this community wonderful. And sometimes it can be very trying, what are we going on? How many hours here, right? But I also believe it helps us get clearer about what we value. It helps us understand more and more about how we might move forward in a better way. And as we take votes here and make final decisions, I want to caution trying to determine winners and losers, because that will divide this community even deeper than it is. We need to find a way for those who have experienced loss in this to be told that we heard you, we understand you, and we're trying to figure out a way to reduce that harm based on the values that you care about. And those who may feel like they've won, I think it's really important to take a time and reflect about what we may lose as a community based on this decision as well. I appreciate your words, Commissioner Reed, about this idea of, it's either or, and how can it be and? And I don't believe, folks, in a win-win. I don't think it's a real thing. I only believe in lose-lose. Like everybody has to give up something so that we can make progress towards a common good. And that's hard for us as a society where we don't like to lose. But in order to address climate change, in order to make progress on the really big challenges that are facing the young people who I stood in front of at Lawrence High School and said, what are you going to do about my future? I think we're going to have to determine what we're willing to give up. We're going to have to use less energy. Like we need to think about that tonight as we're all here with our laptops and our phones, right? We need to use less energy. If we use less energy, we have fewer of these conversations, right? And that's hard because there's lots of things we love. But I think that's where we're going to have to work together as a society to make progress. And I know those are big, huge ideas, but I do think it's something about understanding our fellow community member who looks at it a little differently from their lens than maybe I do, and taking the time to really listen, understand, and empathize with them to hear what's going on for them. And hopefully they'll do the same for you. And that's how we get to that space in the middle that maybe we can move forward together. So that was pretty darn philosophical. But unless commissioners have anything else, like I said, I think I'm ready to make a motion.
While you're pulling that up, I do want to just repeat and thank everyone for how kind they were to each other in this in this conversation process. That is, doesn't always happen that way. I see you, I hear you. I very much value the way that those conversations were had today. That I think that also gives us an opportunity for those of us who are here and those of us who spoke in the process to be leaders in the healing that comes next, to speak into the process and hold every piece accountable, and for these next pieces that are yet to come, and make sure that those are also correct. So I just, go ahead.
No. And this process isn't over, right? When it went to the Planning Commission, it was a 4-4 vote. We have a very different application here in front of us now due to all the conditions. I say that because I want to check in with Mary. Mary, I think there was one condition on your memo about
Yeah, that was about adding
landscape buffers,
adding the waiver provision.
adding the waiver. Were there any other conditions that we need to add as part of our motion?
Not since the ones, the motion would include those that were taken to the study session.
Okay. I move to approve a conditional use permit CUP 23-00312 for Kansas Sky Energy Center, a commercial utility solar scale energy conversion system, CSECS use, located on approximately 604 acres of a set of parcels totaling 1,105 acres, and a modification to allow the cab lines for the solar modules to be located above ground, subject to the conditions recommended by staff and including the additional condition in the staff report today, and direct county council to prepare findings of fact.
Second.
Just one point of fact, there were some other pieces that we asked to come back to the commission. I think maybe those were already captured. Is there anything else that you need on those?
I think I got it. It was about the parameters to the well testing and more information on the fence, making sure water rights are taken, finding out the rules about construction when the soil is damp, how many acres of CRP in Douglas County. I think, is that everything? That's what
I don't know that there's anything there that needs to be specifically conditioned, does it, to come
No,
back to us?
we'll just bring that information back.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
I think we,
Oh,
I think we need to do, you got a second from Commissioner Reed, but I think we should do a roll call vote because it must be 3-0, right?
yep, thank you.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Reed,
Yes.
Chair Willie,
Yes.
3-0.
Do we have any other business for the commission this evening?
No, the only thing I would add is that with meetings that are this long, it takes a long time for us to upload the video to YouTube, so I would not anticipate that this recording will be on YouTube until Monday.
Thank you to staff. Thank you for all who are here, and thank you for all the questions you answered and asked. With that, we are adjourned.